Good morning. Okay, so I have a housekeeping note and I owe everybody here an apology. Charlie got ambushed yesterday about why aren't you selling your book? We want to buy copies of your book. I'm sorry. So it's a really complicated thing to actually do when we looked into it. It's like really, you gotta like pre-buy all of your books and then hope if you don't sell them all that someone will buy them back from you. And it got really complicated, so I'm very sorry. However, we'll figure out a way if you like buy it and send it to me, I can get it back. And those of you who have them this afternoon, I will get them. Someone, and I assume they're here, someone mailed me a box of like 6 copies of my book and wrote on the outside, I will be at the gathering, sign them, but they didn't put their name. So, yeah. So, I don't know, but there was something else in the box, so you'll have to identify yourself that way. But yeah, sorry about that. I had no idea it was that complicated. You got to pre-buy your books and then sell them back to the bookstore, and it was too much. So in any event, I hope you all had a great night last night. Thank you again for yesterday. It was a ton of fun. I got to say, I was just being interviewed by someone in the back in the green room. Said one of the governors was hanging out and with the crowd and said he was just really encouraged by how happy and hopeful everyone was, that usually when he gets around Republicans these days, everyone's angry and dour and there's no hope for the future. I will tell you this, here's my worldview in a nutshell. I have read the last page of that particular book. We're gonna be okay. In fact, if I read that last page right, it all ends with this white horse and Johnny Cash singing backup music, and that works out fine. So you don't have to worry about the election. And let me speak to that real quick before we begin. There is a level of anxiety in the country, and part of that is the ratcheting up that both sides do, that this is the last election to get it right. This is the last election. I've been hearing that this is the last election to save America since before I even got started in politics, and we're still here. We may not like what's going on. We may not like the directions that people want to go in the country. We may think people have lost their ever-living minds. We may think it is very weird that they're calling normal people weird and the weird people are supposed to be normal. I get that. We've been through cycles and currents in this country for 200 years. We've been through political realignments. We've been through a civil war. We're not there. And both sides try to scare you into thinking we are to motivate you to vote. I do long for a time when people said, vote for me for better tomorrow, as opposed to vote for me because the other side's going to kill us all. I wish we would get back to that point. At some point, it would be better psychologically. And then, of course, everybody on social media preys on your fears to amplify your fears and everything. Here's what I know is absolutely true. There was this guy a long time ago. He died. 3 days later, came back to life. I believe that's true, so I don't have to worry about the rest of this. And if you hold fast to that, it doesn't matter what happens on election day. It really doesn't. You say, well, the country. We're just passing through. Our obligation is to seek the welfare of the city in which we live and pray for it, because there we'll find our welfare. Love the Lord and love your neighbor. You take care of that, everything else will work itself out. We don't have to be stressed out. Now, one other thing I want to say, though, is if you feel this existential terror of something I must do, put this down and go knock on your neighbor's door and say, are you registered to vote? Go find a local group you can partner with. I will say, regardless of your views of what happened in 2020, a lot of supporters on the Republican side were having boat parades while Democrats were knocking on doors and collecting absentee ballots. And our priority should not be to show our support for our candidate by flying the flag. Our support for the candidate should be by having sweat on our brow from knocking on doors and getting people to turn out to vote, because that's what they're doing. One of the most disturbing things that I've heard thus far is that on the Democratic side right now, you can knock on doors for Planned Parenthood and make $10 an hour. And if you hit a metric of registering so many people to vote per month, it goes to $40 an hour. There's no organization on the right paying that amount of money to get people to register to vote. So when we get through this and we see this massive wave of registered voters who then they're coming back and they're saying, hey, now let's fill out your absentee ballot request. Okay, your absentee ballot should be in now. Let's help you get it filled out. Okay, you're going to take it to the drop box. You know, it may be illegal for me to take all of your ballots to the drop box, but your votes still count. I'm the one who goes to jail, not you, if they catch me. And the Democrats are very good about not being caught doing that. You gotta register people to vote. You gotta find your neighbors. There are so many great groups that actually do door knocking and voter mobilization, that actually engage to advance the party. We can't rest on our laurels and we can't just presume, oh, my neighbor's got the sign in his yard, of course he's gonna remember to vote. Probably not going to remember to vote. It probably took him so much energy to think I need to put the sign in my yard to tell people I'm going to vote that then he forgets to vote. I mean, this is the way people work these days. We're all distracted. So, don't have the parade. March down the street and knock on the doors. Get your neighbors out to vote. Be engaged at the local level. Now, your most provocative thing I'll tell you though, and I really do mean this, is while you're engaged and you're getting people out to vote, you'll encounter people who don't like you and your politics and who you're supporting. Don't dislike them back. I tell people all the time that you as a person of faith, as someone engaged in politics, as a conservative, should be that neighbor that your transgender, Democrat, leftist neighbor with purple hair who masks himself in his house all the time by himself, leaves house keys for when he goes on vacation, because that's the sort of neighbor you are. You love your neighbor and they know it. And that, at the end of the day, is what matters. So be engaged with your community, be engaged with your neighbors, and then, hey, maybe one day you can persuade that person that, you know, this is crazy talk. You can take off the mask, stop dyeing your hair purple, and go vote for a Republican. And if you're yelling at them, that's never gonna happen. That's all I'm saying. Now, we can get on with today's program. Again, I'll do it for myself because I think mine's not on. Yes, I am muting my cell phone, and everybody else can mute theirs too. Just saying. And now we'll begin the day. So, speaking of organizations that are actually doing grassroots mobilization and engagement, actually didn't intend to tie these things together, but I'm a master of the segue if you've ever listened to my show. Greater Georgia is former Senator Kelly Loeffler's group that she got started because she saw what the left was doing with Stacey Abrams, who's been mobilizing people in this state for quite a long time. Whether you're dead or far removed, Stacey Abrams has been attempting to register you for her plan to become the president of Earth. And it worked out in Star Trek, but not so much anywhere else, thank God. But there was clearly a movement on the left, and one of the things that happened on our side in this state, if you're not from here, is that the Republicans got so dominant in the state of Georgia for so long that all of their skills of persuasion and voter contact, they kind of atrophied. When I was involved in my local party, like we would keep lists of people who newly moved into the county and registered to vote, and people would go knock on their door and welcome them. And it wasn't, we're here from the Republican Party, we're here to help, where it's just, we're your neighbor, welcome to our community. If you need any questions, here's my cell phone. Feel free to give me a call. Thanks for moving here. And over time, build a relationship, and then you can say, hey, by the way, I'm a member of the Republican Party. We don't really do that as much anymore. We used to, but the Democrats started doing what the Republicans used to do. We won the state by a ground game, and once we won, we're like, well, we don't need the ground game anymore. Well, we did, and Abrams realized that. So, Kelly Loeffler realized we need a ground game in the state of Georgia. We need better activism, and we need technology, and we need the tools to be able to precision target, and we need to mobilize the vote. But also, as an aside, I don't just want to talk to her about that because not only is she a former senator, she's way smarter than me when it comes to finance and markets and stuff like that. And I don't know if you've read the Wall Street Journal lately, but we got issues, so I want to talk to her about that. So if you will, please welcome my friend, former Senator Kelly Loeffler.
How are you, my friend? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so I have to begin with, how's your husband?
Oh my gosh, my husband's amazing. Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here early. Thank you.
So let's begin with Greater Georgia and voter contact, because you really did recognize that Stacey Abrams had this massive, well-funded army to engage and mobilize people, and on the right, we really didn't. And by the way, anyone in here with a cell phone, if the Wi-Fi is working right, you can go to greatergeorgia.com, and there's an engage button you can tap and begin to get involved. So can you talk about your thinking in starting it?
Yeah, so Greater Georgia is something that I formed and I do every day. It's my full-time job after the Senate. Didn't intend it to be, but it became so large and so important. I could see the impact we were having. I formed it in 21 after our Senate runoffs, which we all know what happened in Georgia in 2020 and 2021. But you were talking about the early days of the grassroots movement. I was involved in the state party in 2010, the first year that we flipped all constitutional offices red, gained significant majorities in the House and Senate, and I saw how that was done. And you're exactly right, Eric, we got away from it. We saw it a little of the tremors in 2018 in the gubernatorial race between Governor Kemp and Stacey Abrams, shadow governor. But 2020 was the wake-up call. We saw what needed to be done in 2020. We had 9 weeks to build it in a runoff because we had there was no ground game left in our state. So what I did, I put together an organization called Greater Georgia. Please go to the website, sign up for our newsletters, follow us on social media at Greater Georgia. To really achieve 3 goals, and those were to resolve the shortcomings that I saw in the conservative playbook, which had gotten tired and ineffective relative to the left. Remember, Stacey Abrams had raised $100 million, funded our red state with blue state money, dark money, brought it in, had 1,000 activists a day knocking doors, 3,000 on weekends. Now, that organization is now $2 million in debt, but at the time, it created real havoc in our elections. So what I did was focus on the 3 things that we had yielded to the left. First of all, voter registration. That's what you were talking about. We have now stood up voter registration. We've done tens of thousands of voter registration since we started 3.5 years ago. The second thing we did was reach out to diverse and underrepresented communities, whether that was the Black community, Hispanics, Asians, suburban women. We can never yield any audience, our colleagues, our neighbors, our friends to the left because of some stereotype. And also young people. I have a new practice of employing 5 interns from universities across Georgia, and we do that continuously. And these young interns are out in high schools and colleges recruiting other young people, and I am so enthused by what we're seeing in young people today. Just even compared to 4 years ago, it's dramatic. And then the 4th thing that we really focused on was election integrity. And election integrity is not a bad word, it's an important word. The more people trust elections and feel engaged that their voice and their vote will count, they will turn out to vote. Do you know voter turnout in Georgia? Do you know the percent of registered voters? We have about 7 million registered voters. It's 57% of registered voters vote in a good year. Okay, that's not very high. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit, and that's what we do. And why is this important? Why am I so glad that we never took the tent down, that we didn't let our party atrophy and shrink, that we worked and fought to grow it every single year, even when it was an election year? Kamala Harris has 7,500 volunteers on the ground in Georgia alone. She has 170 paid workers in 24 offices across our state. I am really glad we didn't start just working on it this year.
Wow, yeah, those numbers are, the willingness for the Democrats to be perpetually engaged and invest in, it just seems like it's a skill set we kind of forgot, so I'm glad you were engaged with it. Now, I want to get back to the runoff because you mentioned that, and the number I cite so often, the AJC reported, my buddy Patrick Ruffini, who's a pollster, surveyed, there were 755,000 people roughly in 2021 who had voted in the general election, did not vote in the runoff, and we know based on voter registration files, 427,205 of them were Republicans, and there was no real, we didn't have an effort to be able to go find them and get them back to the polls.
Yeah, so there were a lot of dynamics in 2020. Obviously, a pandemic year, it was chaotic. We saw unprecedented changes in our elections. We saw them throughout the year. We did not voice enough concerns to strengthen confidence in our elections. I started to see that bubble up over the summer. We had a really bad primary. 1,000 people voted twice. The rollout of the machines was botched. It made national news. We go into the fall election season, And people were calling me saying, what's going on? This seems chaotic. So I tried to introduce a bill that would increase fines and penalties for, to support, fair elections. So this didn't start in November, and it didn't start in the runoff. But, what happened in the aftermath, really, was that we saw people were frustrated. They didn't understand how their vote could count. If we had that ground game, now we had 9 weeks to stand it up in the runoff, and we did. We divided the state into 21 regions. We had 1,000 volunteers that hit doors. The voters were touched an average of 7 or 8 times. It wasn't enough by then. It was too late. People were frustrated, they were angry, and there were too many distractions. I mean, obviously a 9-week runoff has now shrunk to 4, I believe it's 4 weeks.
Wow,
thank God. That's really unprecedented in this country to have a 9-week runoff. But, and thank you, Georgia, for going through that. But what it took was a 100-page election law to fix that, to restore confidence in our election. And election laws passed every year since, including this year's Senate Bill 189 that now eliminates QR codes. It provides poll worker protections and so forth, voter roll cleanup. And speaking of poll watchers, I had a big event the other night with the T47 effort. We had 150 people in Gwinnett County show up for poll watcher training. That's volunteer work, 150 on a Thursday night. And that is the real thing that we did not have in 2020. That grassroots ground game of election integrity that gives people confidence. Look, this is fair. I trust that this is going to go well. I know what's going on now. I'm not going to let someone tell me what's going on. I'm going to decide that things are safe and secure. I would encourage everyone to, if you don't get involved in Greater Georgia, become a poll worker or a poll watcher. It's so important, and you can do it locally, right in your community.
I'm glad you said that because, one of the things I've talked to poll workers and boards of elections around this state and others is a lot of the people who actually work the polls for the counties are retirees, and some of them are beginning to retire from doing that, and they're desperate for help. And I mean, I've always found the more you go and you're involved as a poll worker, if not for the party or a watcher to make sure there's nothing happening, that the more people you have there overseeing everything, just the better the process works.
It does, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of success when you think about, okay, I'm engaged in it, I now understand how this works, I'm starting to understand the new election laws that were put in place, we no longer have unsecured ballot drop boxes, we now have voter ID, we have all these protections, and I thank the governor and the state legislature for helping us get there. And that means a lot when you're trying to get out the vote. Because get out the vote is the next stage after you register people. And we're very data-driven, we're very tech-driven. And so why register someone if you don't know if they're gonna vote? And newly registered voters are the lowest propensity voters. And so we have to literally chase them to the polls. And our conservatives are getting better at voting early. 58% of conservatives voted early in 2022. That's compared to 70% of those on the left. So we could still get beat before Election Day. That's why we have to build confidence in all forms of voting. Even President Trump has said, I don't care how you vote, just get out and vote for me.
Amen. All right, I got to switch gears because you're way smarter than me when it comes to this sort of stuff. Your time in the Senate and also your private sector background. How do you, just looking at our economy right now, see things shaping up?
Bidenomics has been a huge failure. It has failed the very people that they are asking to keep them in power. We're starting to see the cracks, and we've seen, let's be honest, we've seen the cracks for a long time. You don't have 9% peak inflation, 3 times the highest level of inflation that it was under President Trump's administration, and not have pain. We have real pain in this economy. You and I, Eric, last year talked about, my brother's a farmer.
I was going to get there, yes.
His tractor costs more than his house. And he doesn't own his tractor or his house. I mean, when you have interest rates and you're living on debt go from 2% to 8%, that's real pain. And crop prices stay the same. Diesel fuel doubles. This is what consumers are feeling. You go to the grocery store, your grocery bag feels pretty light, but you dropped $100. You fill up the car, it's 80, or the truck, it's 80 bucks. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been drained to try to lower the price. That didn't work, and now we're facing World War III with what's going on in the Middle East. So we are in a very dangerous place economically and geopolitically, and I don't say that to scare people. I say look at the realities of the consequences of elections. Productivity has fallen under the Biden administration. Consumer confidence has fallen. Yet consumer debt is over $1 trillion for the first time ever. So we have massive debt at the consumer level, at the federal level. The Fed's balance sheet is now 26% of our economy. It has never been there. So the levers that the government has to change our economy are unprecedented, and it's crowding out free enterprise. It's crowding out job creators. The biggest job creator in our country, small business. And when I was in Washington and someone tried to talk about big companies, corporations, I'm like, do you mean employers, the people that provide health benefits, jobs, productivity gains, competes with China, makes sure that we are the world's bastion of free enterprise and global capitalism, trying to export that around the world instead of globalizing communism, which is what the CCP wants to do. So that's where we are. Under President Trump, family household incomes rose $6,800 during that 4 years. Under the current administration, they've fallen $2,300, yet the cost of living has gone up $12,300. I mean, that is why we are. Those are just the numbers, and it's not political, it's economic. And they've tried to change the laws of economics by printing money, and that has hurt everyone, especially those on the lowest rung of the ladder, that we are hoping we can pull them up in the next 4 years.
Look, this is delicate because I don't want to shame your family, but you said something that why isn't your brother using a battery-powered plug-in tractor? Diesel? I mean, what's his carbon footprint?
Yeah, well, yeah, his pronouns are diesel and bacon, as he often tells me.
I mean, and that is actually the drive by the administration to get farmers to use like battery-powered combines and harvesters is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard.
It's their environmental agenda is already disastrous for farmers, but not just farmers, for the trucking industry, for anyone who uses transportation. And that means packaged good companies who have to have shipping. This is an unrealistic agenda that no one wants. And I was talking to a Ford dealer in South Georgia, and he's like, no one wants these battery operated trucks. Well, you think in Georgia they don't want them. They really don't want them in Illinois. When it's cold and they don't start, you get up at 4 in the morning to head over to the shop, and it's 10 below. That truck's not starting. So we've got a lot of problems, and it's interesting that Kamala Harris said she would abolish the filibuster to get the Green New Deal through. I mean, it feels like we already have the Green New Deal, but it can get worse. I mean, this has been the worst administration for energy in the history of presidents. I mean, they have shut in federal lands and drilling. We could be not just energy independent, we could be energy dominant. We could be shutting down Iran. We could make sure that they don't get billions and billions of dollars for oil, yet we're enabling that. So it's really shocking. I mean, I think the energy agenda is the most radical and the most damaging of almost any of their agendas, because it feeds through to everything: geopolitics, the economy, opportunity, job creation, national security, food security, because farmers are getting crushed. Like, if we don't have farmers in this country, we're going to be dependent on foreign countries for our food.
I actually want to spend a little more time with you on that particular point, because I think people either don't know or may have forgotten that you grew up on a farm from Iowa.
Illinois.
Illinois. Okay, yeah, that's right, because
it's all just very flat.
No, because my mother-in-law's family is from near where you were from, in southern Illinois. They were from El Dorado, and corn farmers there. I've been up there, and the amount of grain and corn and wheat that this country can produce for itself, that we're not going to be able, under their agenda, to be able to continue to do. And it seems to me also somewhat anti-family that they're driving up the cost and making it harder for us to produce our own food. That, I mean, you grew up with a family that did that. Absolutely. I grew up on such a family farm that I was required to start working at 8.
And I had to fill out a time card when I worked in the field because my parents were like, we want to see that you're spending the time. And it was the best way to grow up because I saw how hard it was to earn $1 and how easy it is to spend it at the mall on the weekend. But you know, when you lose a farmer, you don't get another one. You get a suburban development, or worse, you get windmills. My brother is constantly approached by people trying to say, turn your black dirt, which is, like you said, Eric, some of the most productive in America, turn it into a windmill farm and you'll become a millionaire. I mean, that's what they're going around to all the farmers saying is, let us create a wind farm. And my brother's like, no, I want to grow crops. I'm a 4th generation farmer. His son is 5th generation. Like, we were put on this earth to feed people. So, you know, it's pretty devastating, and just the fallout, the economic fallout for these hardworking families. I saw some stats the other day. The average farm net income is almost zero. It's almost been that way for 3 years. So many farms are supplementing with non-farm income, and fortunately, my father, through being in the Air Force, learned to haul fuel when he was in the Air Force. So about the year I was born, he bought one truck, started with one truck, and built a small trucking company. And so my mom kind of ran the trucking company while my dad ran the farm. And we have a small trucking company hauling ag products off other farms that supplements the income. But it's really scary when farms aren't breaking even.
You know, if you'll allow me to go down the rabbit hole, and my apologies if we get too far outside our wheelhouse, but I don't think I will with you, is I've noticed this trend now in Georgia where we've got a lot of farms are being induced not for wind but for solar, to give up and put solar panels down. And I understand if the farm's not making ends meet, but also this cattle farmers now trying to revitalize small cattle farms, and I guess artisan cattle and butchering, and trying to find ways to revitalize it. And yet there's this stifling amount of federal regulation on farmers for those who do want to do those innovative things that, I mean, the federal government comes in and puts their foot down, and you almost can't innovate at that level.
Yeah, the level of regulation on farmers and small businesses and even families, the cost of regulation on families has gone up. Forget about just farmers, but certainly EPA, the activist EPA, the way that they define a waterway, and that you can't do a waterway might be a ditch along a road, and now you can't, you know, cross it with your tractor. You know, so it is really stifling. And, you know, I think there's room for an all of the above energy portfolio when you have wind and solar. And certainly it is tough to grow produce anywhere, whether it's South Georgia. I mean, we're praying for our farmers in South Georgia that just got swamped by the hurricane that came through. You know, they're dealing with Mother Nature. But even worse, they're dealing with Washington, and that's always been the case. And I love the quote that says, farming looks mighty easy when you're 1,000 miles away and a pencil is your plow. So, you know, I think they're just under constant pressure, and that's why I think in this political environment, it's, you know, you mentioned being positive. Let's think about the policies and how they affect Americans. Personalities are always going to be around politics, and I saw the worst of it in 2020. I mean, it happened to me. I mean, I was in a 20-way jungle general election. I mean, but that's politics. That is that business. But the policies matter. And so when you have someone that's willing to go out, like President Trump is, and say, we got to get inflation under control, we got to close the border, we got to be strong on crime, we have to keep our families safe. We have to give educational opportunities. We should fund HBCUs permanently. We should have opportunity zones where neighborhoods have been blighted. Like, we have to make sure that we're listening to those policies, because the difference is so stark. I mean, you have Kamala Harris coming here talking about gun confiscation, abortion on demand, and federalizing our elections. We federalize our elections, do you think you'll ever have a say in economic policy again when the Fed's already driving the bus? No. So I think it's really important to look at the policies. President Trump has, I'm not trying to be a surrogate, I'm just trying to say, from an economic perspective, there are policies on President Trump's website. There are no policies on Kamala Harris's website. So
she has joy. I don't know if you've read the New York Times. She has joy.
And being joyful, it's great. But how do you have joy when people are hurting, when Israel's being attacked, when our kids are being left behind in school, when there's people being murdered, you know, we have an assassination attempt in our country. I mean, we got to get this country back together. We got to get our act together because we are the best hope of the world. And who is going to stand up to President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party? Who is going to stand up to Putin? Who's going to stand up to Iran and the Ayatollahs? It's not her, okay? So.
Now, right in an area where I know you're an expert, I want to talk to you real quick about some of the market issues that are out there right now and the stock exchanges, because you mentioned China, and more it seems like businesses are being pressured by the Chinese that you have to be involved in their stock exchange and you've got to have ties in China to have investments in China, and then the Chinese were stealing everyone's intellectual property, and it seems like we've got this multifaceted, it's not just the national security threat per se, but the Chinese have fallen behind economically when everyone assumed they would just be dominant to us, and now it seems like they're twisting businesses around the world to force them into China in various ways. I mean, how do you see, particularly whether it's the markets, the stock exchanges around the world and investment versus how China is trying to capture business, almost bullying them in?
Yeah, and that's been a long-running practice, very long-running. You know, I think it's a cautionary tale that it's done so openly. It used to be done very behind the, you know, the business takings would just be done behind the scenes, and you know, your business there, they just take it and take it over, stealing your IP, and we know all the IP theft that's going on is hurting us from a geopolitical position, which I think is maybe more important even than economic because the danger of it. But you know, I think how you stand up to the threat of China is something I proposed in the Senate in 2020. I introduced the Beat China Act, which was bring entrepreneurial advancements back to America. And why are we producing most of our drugs and pharmaceuticals in China? Why do we have critical supply chain dependencies on China? It makes no sense. We've got to continue to reinvest in this country, and you know, it's not the Inflation Reduction Act, which was, you know, largely just the Green New Deal. The CHIPS Act is going to take years, if not decades, to build chips here. We have to figure out how we build critical things here. That is how we make that difference. And you know, we have to have someone who's strong, who can negotiate with China and make sure that they commit, they hold up their end of any bargains that we have with them, and that there are consequences when they don't, because their goal, obviously, is to be the superpower, not to share it with the United States, but to dominate the world.
Now, in that regard, you know, for a while, and you had to call me out on this a couple of years ago, and there had been a Wall Street Journal article about so many businesses now deciding they wanted to do business in other exchanges and stock markets around the world because of Sarbanes-Oxley and the like, and yet now suddenly so many companies around the world are coming back to the United States, are listing on the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. It does seem like if the Harris administration advances some of their policies, and of course the end of the Trump tax cuts, that we're going to see the situation where we're chasing businesses back away from our stock markets and having them list in FTSE and elsewhere, which kind of undermines us.
Absolutely, and that was what the 2017 Job Cuts and Tax Act that Trump brought in. I mean, it's painted as a corporate tax benefit. It's a pro-worker, a pro-employee, pro-family effort to bring our resources back to our country. What had been going on was something you might remember called inversions, where companies were able to arbitrage a lower tax rate, largely in places like Ireland or Cayman or other places that had no taxes, take their money outside the United States. Well, that bill let them bring it back tax-free. Trillions of dollars came back. Jobs were created. Blue-collar boom. I don't know if y'all remember that, 2017, 18, 19, 20. Blue-collar boom. The lowest end of income rising the fastest, higher than the highest end. But still, we had more tax collections than we had without it. So it's so critical that this 2017 not expire. I mean, immediate expensing of R&D tax or R&D that you do, research and development that you do in companies. Why does that matter? So that companies can continue to innovate and increase productivity, because how do we grow? Through capital investment and productivity gains. both of which are down under this administration. 2/3 of the jobs that this administration claims that they created were created under the Trump administration and just came back after COVID. And so the job creation rate has been running about 50,000 jobs a month less for the last 3.5 years than it did under the prior 4. So that's how taking a macro issue like tax policy and taking it down to the working family, to that child that you've watched from kindergarten through college, and now they're trying to get a job, that door has closed. And it's getting harder. And we have to make sure that for this next generation, we give them those opportunities that we were all so blessed to have.
So let's go back at the end here to Greater Georgia. How do you hope, if there are people in the room who want to get involved, what should they do?
Yeah, so I would encourage you to at least go to our website, sign up for our newsletters, look at us on social media at greatergeorgia.com. Look into becoming a poll worker or poll watcher, because you'll learn a lot. You'll learn about your community too, and it'll give you that sense of control over, when it's going to be a rocky 89 days or whatever is left until then and thereafter, and just say, I did what I could. I mean, a lot of people talk about polling, like, what's the polling doing? And by the way, the polling is going to swing around. Those are kind of distractions. The only poll that matters is on November 5th, the outcome of that election. I mean, let's be honest, David Perdue and I were ahead by 2 points at the end of December. We lost by about a point in January. So don't let the polls discourage, suppress, overly encourage you. Just do the work. And so I think, looking at it through, and you were saying that, knock on doors. Don't, just sit there on Twitter. But, I mean, pay attention to the news, but nothing good happens on social media.
Amen to that, amen to that. What gives you hope about the future? I mean, how do you see the future headed?
Well, I'm hopeful because we do have a chance for change, and we do that through elections. And, that's why I've dedicated the last 3.5 years of my life, significant resources to it. I'm Trump's largest donor in Georgia. I held a major event for the NRSC, making sure we take back the Senate. At our house this week, I'm going to be doing something for Speaker Johnson. And even locally here, Speaker Burns, I'm helping the State House and Senate. There is no election that's not important. And I would also say that, make sure you understand what's going on in your local elections. Not only is that the bench for the future, but that's your quality of life. The mayor, the county commissioners, the sheriffs, getting involved in that. So this is my job 24/7, and that gives me hope that I'm taking an active role in it. It brings me a lot of peace. And like you said, we all know how the book ends, and we win in the end. So.
Okay, I have to apologize to you because I've been sitting here the whole time and I've had a question. I was like, oh, should I ask her this question? Should I not? And this is the first time I've sat on stage where I'm like, maybe I shouldn't ask this question, because I kind of wish Jeff was here to ask you this question. So if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But do you have any thoughts on a certain large state called Texas deciding we need our own stock exchange?
It's interesting. Yeah, it's that exchange is being run out of New Jersey, and it's funded by BlackRock. So I don't think that's appealing.
Okay, I needed to get you. I read that there was they wanted to do a stock exchange, but it was going to be a Texas branded, but actually in New Jersey, and that kind of confused me.
Look, my mom's a 5th-generation Texan. They know BS when they see it.
Good. Excellent. I'm sorry to put you on the side. I've had that question. It's been in like 15 minutes I've been here. Should I ask her about that or not? So I'm glad you had an answer for that one.
I have no secrets.
Listen, it's always great to sit down and talk to you. I wish you the best of luck with Greater Georgia. Not only am I glad you're doing it, but if any of you go right now and check the website, you can see just how easy it is to navigate and get involved, as opposed to some of the, I won't name the groups out there, where you've got to go like 5 clicks deep just to try to figure out how to sign up and volunteer. So y'all have done a great job, and I thank you for your commitment to trying to advance the state.
Well, thank you for doing this event. Thank you all for being a part of it. You've been an amazing audience, and God bless your work. God bless you, Eric.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm glad you could answer that. I've been dying to answer that question.
Thank you so much. Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
if there's going to be massive shift in Georgia to the GOP, it's going to be because of Kelly Loeffler and Greater Georgia, and I'm just thank her for her friendship and her willingness to be here. And also, literally, like y'all, honestly, typically if I have a question in my head, I'm like, I'm going to ask the question. And the stock exchange question, I'm like, because, you know, her and her husband are involved with the New York Stock Exchange. And when I read the story that Texas was going to do a stock exchange and Greg Abbott made a big spiel about it, and then it's actually going to be headquartered in New Jersey and BlackRock's invested in it, I was like, yeah, I kind of want to ask that question. Now, we got to move on because we've talked a lot about, well, we've talked about terrorism and we've talked about debt and we've talked about national security threats vaguely, and Senator Loeffler and I talked a little bit about China, but we actually need to spend a little more time discussing China. Michael Lucci from State Armor and Brian Cavanaugh with American Global Strategies are here. Michael, by the way, or Brian rather, Brian was one of the most senior Homeland Security advisors or in national security advisors in the White House, would travel with President Trump frequently as a careerist within the national security apparatus, travel around the country with him, worked for Robert O'Brien. And so if you want to find out what's actually going on with China, what they're doing and the threat and how to combat it, we're going to get into that right now. So my pleasure to introduce Michael Lucci and Brian Cavanaugh. Thank you for doing this. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, so I actually do want to start and let both of you, Michael, if both of you can talk about your organization so the audience knows what State Armor and American Global Strategies actually are and what they do.
So my name is Michael Lucci. State Armor is a nonprofit organization. We focus on enacting state solutions to global security threats. Of course, global security threats, it's the Communist Party of China. There are Iranian operations that occur in the States, there are Russian operations, but far and away, it's the Communist Party of China. So we do solutions for protecting critical infrastructure, protecting state supply chains, and then shutting down influence operations, which are really becoming pervasive across the states.
Okay, Brian, before you jump in, because I know your background. Michael, what's your background?
My background is state policy and politics. So I was the policy chief for the governor of Illinois a couple years ago. A lot of different think tanks, tax, regs, labor policy. I just started seeing a gap at the state level. So you would see the federal government do something like, let's get the federal pensions out of China. Meanwhile, the states are throwing as much pension money into China as they can. That's one easy example of where this gap exists, where the states were not aligned with our national interest, not really to their own fault. So aligning them better with the federal direction, but then also it became very apparent that China has a subnational strategy, so China targets the states in specific ways. So the more we dug into it, the more we realized that there are problems that we have to combat at the state level, and that turned into what's now State Armor.
And Brian, American Global Strategies.
Well, thank you very much. Brian Cavanaugh. I'm with American Global Strategies as a senior vice president. That's a small business consulting firm. It's founded by former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien and his former chief of staff, Alex Gray. And, you know, I thought I'd cap my career working at the National Security Council for 3 years, but, you know, Robert called me after the end of my time at the NSC and said, I stood this firm up, thought I was going to be doing a lot of international focus, but our clients are asking a lot of questions about homeland security, critical infrastructure security, crisis management, and you were the lead for all of our homeland security focused work. Would love to have you come help advise companies on how to protect their infrastructure and have continuity with their operations.
Nice. So, Michael, you mentioned pensions, which there was kind of an aha moment just because I haven't actually thought about that before. That I do know the federal government has worked very hard for divestment, but China, can you talk about how China is kind of targeting states and state policy to get people in states tied to China?
So they have subnational influence strategies. I'll note that when President Xi met President Biden in San Francisco in November, they had kind of a declaration afterwards. What do we want to do together? One of the things the Chinese side stressed was they want more subnational cooperation and connections. There's a reason for that. On their side, it's all centralized. So when they create, say, sister city agreements, which exist in most states, I mean, Indiana just prohibited them with foreign adversaries, but they exist with most states. That's all centralized on their side. It goes through an organization that reports to the Central Committee of the Communist Party. On our side, it's just, cities making friends, things like this. They then operate with those sister city agreements to influence those local politicians, and they hope to cultivate them as they rise. Arguably, the current vice presidential candidate has been cultivated in some ways over decades, really, with Chinese influence operations. That's one example, though. I mean, you hear about police stations; those still exist. They set up these centers that they say are ostensibly to help Chinese citizens who are living in the United States. They're to monitor, harass, and suppress Chinese citizens who say the wrong things while living in the United States. One example, they had an operation called Operation Fox Hunt. The purpose of this was to find Chinese nationals in America saying the wrong thing, force them to go back to China, and then, God knows what happens to them from there. And they would threaten their family to get them to go back. They would do all sorts of things. That's a violation of about 12 different parts of our United States Constitution, and it happens on our soil.
Wow. So, Brian, your national security background, when we talked earlier in the green room, I've been waiting to ask you this question when you got up here. 35 to 50,000 military-age Chinese men crossing the southern border that we know about in just the last year or so, extraordinary numbers. One, obviously, I think it's something we should be concerned about, but I mean, do you see this as people fleeing, or may there be something else going on?
I think that's a really interesting point if you pull back the layers of the onion and really look at that. I spent a lot of time with Tom Holman last fall looking at just at that point, I guess it was 2.5 years worth of data. And we were looking at 18 to 45-year-old males that did not come into the country with families, that came in as individuals. How many were there? And our most conservative number that we could come up with, the lowest number, was 3.1 million.
Ooh, wow.
And that number, when you compare it to how many law enforcement the country has, we're talking about 780,000. You look at the military roles, it's about 1 million. And then you think about that includes your active reserve, your reservist, active duty. Well, some of your reservists are also double counted in law enforcement. So the numbers should actually be very terrifying to people. And couple that with, they're using the border as an operation to move not just people, but also fentanyl. You have human trafficking. To answer your question, I think it's a mix. There are people fleeing China, and there are people who are trying to get out for all the right reasons. The downfall is, as Michael mentioned, they have such a coordinated system in place in the United States to monitor, track, and influence those dissidents that they're at. I think one of the ways we frame it, and it's really important to look at this, is that the number one victim to the Chinese Communist people are the Chinese nationals themselves. So even if you're able to escape and you come to the U.S., you're still under the watchful eye and you're still going to be influenced.
Now, I know one of the issues that we've pushed domestically in this country that we're trying to get others to embrace is being weary of Chinese technology and whether it's not just TikTok, but whether it's drones, cameras for surveillance, things like that, the Chinese dumping those cheaply to this market. Is that concern, is it legitimate that we should be worried about those?
I think one of the stories I could share about my time at the National Security Council is the I-25 corridor where most of our ballistic missiles are kept. It's very rural. It's very, it's not a major urban area that has a lot of money to throw into the TV markets. So companies, media stations were looking for cameras, for weather cameras, and they were going to put them on top of these radio towers. And Huawei came in and was like undercutting everyone by half, 50% what all the other 4K cameras were offering. And they're like, oh, not only are we going to cut the price this low, we're going to give you all these features you didn't even ask for. It's great technology. Well, they put them all up and down the I-25 corridor along U.S. military sites. And these Huawei equipment had the ability to capture DoD signals. We remember how upset everyone got over a balloon flying over the country. These were cameras all over the I-25 corridor. And in October of 2020, Ambassador Robert O'Brien came to me and said, I don't care if you have to rent a U-Haul and take a Sawzall and go out there and cut these things down. They need to be down by the end of the week. So we have to figure out whatever it is we have to do to get them down. And that's the difference between administrations. A lot of administrations, the current one included, want to study the problem and do a report on it. The Trump administration was, go get me the results, go do the work. And that was, just to give you an example of the tempo. And I think I just mentioned the balloon. On the southwest border today, we have about 1,000 drone incursions a month. These are everything from what you would see as a DJI recreational drone to military-grade drones that the cartels are using to help influence how they're going to move people, how they're going to move fentanyl. They're building pattern of life recognition on our CBP officers. They're using facial recognition. They're tracking their pattern of life. This is all being coordinated, not just the drones, but the IT behind it by the Chinese Communist Party. So this is very well orchestrated. And one of the things I think people they fail to realize is in the West, we look at a conflict as weapon systems firing. We're shooting ammunition at our enemy, the enemy's shooting ammunition at us. We are in an active conflict with China. We just don't see it the way we would traditionally see a conflict. Instead of bullets flying, they're trying to undermine the economy, they're trying to kill Americans with fentanyl, and they're trying to influence us by surrounding politicians at the local and state level and hoping to be able to influence international politics.
If I could add on to that, because actually this I-25 story is one of the reasons Brian and I ended up coming together, and we worked together in a lot of state houses to enact policies. One of the things that first turned me on, there's a CNN article from 2022, and it shows a map of the state of Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. It has a dot for everywhere where there's a nuclear missile silo. And then it's shaded red wherever the service area is covered by Huawei equipment. Our entire nuclear fleet there is surrounded by Huawei on all sides. So this article is in CNN. It was very clearly like a leak from the FBI. It says that the FBI assesses that they can intercept our nuclear signals. And so the federal government has a program to rip and replace this. It's 5 years in, I think it's 12% done. So this spy equipment's still out there. So the state of Nebraska, and this is kind of where state armor goes, state of Nebraska passed a law telling the telecom provider, you rip it out today, you have a $10,000 daily penalty until you rip it out, and you're ineligible for any public distribution of funds until you rip it out. And so that's the opportunity we take advantage of, is states are very nimble, they're very quick, and I've loved seeing Brian and other folks come into state houses, and they testify, and then they vote, and they kind of say, what happened? And I said, well, it's a law now. Like they did it, versus in DC, these things can take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So the states can be very reactive, and we need them to be very reactive and proactive in cleaning out these areas of influence operations.
So, Michael, how do you view these land acquisitions in the country? I mean, there are states passing laws prohibiting, for example, China owning land. Is it as big a problem as it's advertised, that China coming in buying up large tracts of land?
The size of the tract is not as important to me as where it is. And so it's near military installations. So I'll give you one story from Texas. A former general of the People's Liberation Army bought 140,000 acres. So this is actually a big piece of land near our border with Mexico. It's also 10, 15 miles from Loeffler Air Force Base. The state of Texas finds out about this, asks him what he's doing. He says he wants to put up wind turbines, 700-foot tall wind turbines. There's no wind there. So in Texas, there are lots of areas with a lot of wind, and it's graded 1 to 10. This area is a 2. With 10 being there's a lot of wind. So why does he want to put up 700-foot tall surveillance, poles 10, 15 miles from Laughlin and same distance from our border where they're probably running fentanyl across? So it's the location of those purchases that's more important to me. I think New York Post had an article maybe a month ago where they showed a map of the United States. They showed, here's where our military installations are, here's where China's buying land. It's just right next to every military installation. If there was ever a kinetic conflict, without a doubt, those positions where they have surface area next to our military installations would be used to throttle any sort of projection of power that we would try to put in place.
And to pull the thread a little bit further, in addition to military installations, what we're also seeing, we saw this year as we traveled the country, meeting with states in Indiana, for example, was it Fufang? Fufang was attempting to purchase land that straddled both sides of a very critical choke point on U.S. rail infrastructure. That's key for U.S. commerce, and it's also used by the military to move assets between two key military installations as well. So they're targeting civilian critical infrastructure. And just to kind of put a cap on that, in 2018, we pushed really hard to get out of the Open Skies Treaty, which is a Cold War era treaty to monitor military sites to see what's going on nuclear capabilities between the Soviet Union, or now Russia, and the United States. And our European allies are like, oh my goodness, why are you trying to get out of this treaty? If you guys get out, there's no reason Russia will stay in for us to be able to have those capabilities. And we had to explain to our European allies, the intent of this was to be able to provide that transparent look at military installations so that we could understand nuclear capabilities. However, for the last several years, we've noticed as they're flying, their patterns are tracking civilian infrastructure, the key parts and assets of the electric grid. They're following the pipelines, they're following telecommunications and fiber optic channels, and they're collecting on that. That's asymmetric warfare. That's not something the United States was engaged in. And so we worked really hard and took a lot of flack, and in 2019 finally got out of the Open Skies Treaty. And I think that's just a very small step in the right direction towards protecting civilian critical infrastructure. I have to tell you, that people ask me what's the one thing that keeps me up at night. It's every time I hear of a cyber incident, I know how bad it is, that how compromised we truly are, and I'm expecting the worst. When the Colonial Pipeline situation occurred, I truly expected that to be an attack on our SCADA controls. And what it was an attack on the billing capability for Colonial Pipeline. So for me, I know the things that are at risk, and I'm terrified every night when I go to sleep. I'm like, I don't want to wake up and see that it was the grid that was turned off. We do planning assumptions in the federal government for what do we do during an event where we lose power for an extended period of time. I was there in Puerto Rico 4 months after the storm hit Puerto Rico and they were still without power. I would not wish that on any part of the United States. And if you take down the grid, you're talking about half the country going black for six weeks to 6 months.
If I could pull the string on the Fufang. So Fufang is a Chinese agriculture sort of grain company. They were chased out of the state of North Dakota because the Secretary of the Air Force described them in a public letter as a clear national security threat. Fufang was trying to put up a grain silo, I think 12 miles from Grand Forks Air Force Base, where I think our kind of top drone technology operates out of there. I apologize if that's not exactly what's there. So they were chased out. This is 6 months later. We're testifying in Indiana on a land bill, and the land bill is just saying we're not going to let Chinese entities buy land. And we were being fought behind the scenes by the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. That's a public entity. That's their EcoDeco, like it's the org that's supposed to bring businesses in. And the sponsoring senator, who knew a lot of those folks, said, what's your problem with this bill? They said, we have 11 deals with Chinese companies worth $14 billion that we're trying to land right now to bring them into Indiana. And she asked them, can you name one of those companies? And the only name they would volunteer was Fufang. There's a letter, you could Google Secretary of Air Force Fufang. There's a letter out there that says that this company, we cannot let them in. It's a clear national security threat. And as Brian said, they were trying to be on top of the rail lines in Northwest Indiana. So that bill cleans Fufang out. So we're telling this story in Ohio. We're in 15 states in our first year. So we're telling this same story to lawmakers in Ohio. And the lawmakers say, Fufang, I think I know that name. Goes into her email. She sees emails from their Economic Development Corporation about bringing Fufang into Ohio near a military installation. So they're just bouncing state to state to see where they could get close to our critical assets that they could compromise. We just happened to come across them bouncing state to state because we were operating in those states. There's a whole bunch of states we don't operate in, so who knows what they or these other Chinese companies are trying to do in those states.
Go ahead.
And I think to give Michael credit in what State Armor's doing is really unique, and it's actually been really impactful. What are we, 9 months, 10 months in? And I really, truly believe that the states are the nimble, agile governments that can respond and provide that first tip of the spear against this threat. And what Michael's done and what states are doing is they're actually creating an opening for the national security intellect inside the Capital Beltway to get out of DC and come share the stories with states and empowering states to be that force of action, to take the steps necessary. So I was sitting here thinking about some of the comments I've made, and it's been all doom and gloom, and I don't want to leave you with a bad impression of who I am or where we're at as a country. But what I'm encouraged by is how proactive the states have been when we come share information with them, how quickly they're able to put legislation together, how quickly they're able to move it. They get their different stakeholders at a table and they make changes. So those are the things I think are the big win. And for too long, DHS is, I look at things that CIS is doing, and CIS is trying to be everything but what it's supposed to do. They're everything from a misinformation board to censoring. And instead, they should be building the relationships at the state and local level with your civilian critical infrastructure to figure out how they can help mitigate and harden that infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you said that, because I've been sitting here saying, okay, the whole room is terrified now. Is there anything to be optimistic about in how we're pursuing this? One of the things that I think has come up, and Senator McConnell raised this yesterday, and a couple others raised it, is that in Washington, however long it takes, there does seem to be bipartisan buy-in that we have to do something. This isn't a partisan issue. Is that y'all's impression?
That is definitely my impression of Washington. There is a little bit of a disconnect at the state level. I think it's, to some extent, it's because, we clearly come from the right, and so we go into a state, and they're like, okay, this is some MAGA org. And so we bring in people who look like Democrats. And so we're in Colorado, for example.
So when you go to Colorado, you make your hair purple?
No, I mean, we have some really incredible experts who are women who look like they're on the left, even though they're not. And so, so we operate in Colorado because of the Huawei issue. Colorado has some of those nuclear silos surrounded by Huawei as well. So we're just trying to do one bill in Colorado. We're just trying to do a one-off to clean out that issue. And so we had a lobbyist, and he's like, look, you and Brian, he said, like, don't bring Brian. And there's this woman, Jacqueline Deal, Kelly Curry's another one. And he's like, they'll do well. And so Jackie testified, actually remote, just all went unanimous. First of all, Jackie's an incredible expert, and she conveyed what they're doing with Huawei and everything like that. And the entire, it went through both chambers unanimously, because once you have the right messenger, the message is clear. Like, this is what they're doing is clearly a problem. If you just put the right messenger out there, both sides will act. I will say on the other side, the governor of Arizona has vetoed some bills that just boggle my mind. I mean, we put a bill through that said medical payments providers in the state will not reimburse for any organ transplant that originates in China. I will say of note, I think the first person who survived one of these organ harvests, I think went public yesterday in DC. He was, he woke up chained to a hospital bed in China, and they'd taken out part of his lung, part of his liver. He somehow survived. He's over here in the States. So they do this. They, take organs from these Falun Gong folks, and they give them to, party officials or whatever. They give them to foreigners a lot too. So we had a bill that just said the state medical payment systems will not reimburse for that. Texas did it, other states did it. She vetoed that bill. I still don't know why she vetoed that bill. She just thought it was a partisan issue somehow. But it just said no payments can go to reimburse organ transplant that originates in China, because they take the organs from these political dissidents. So there is a disconnect with some Democrats, but if you get the right messenger, one of the reasons why I hope Biden loses is there's one person on his National Security Council who I think is quite good, and we could get him to go into blue states, and then they would pass a bunch of laws.
I'm still hung up on the actual, like, we have a survivor of, I mean, we've heard these rumors for years, this is what they do, and we have a survivor that they took part of his lung and liver, and, I mean...
That's my understanding. I just saw the headline. I asked some of our team to run it down, but I will say, we've met so many people. It's been kind of this field of dreams effect, because we built out a lobbying operation, and we write bills, and we just put them through lobbyists. That's how I met Brian and Alex and Robert O'Brien, all these folks, is they saw what we were doing, and they said, like, call me and testify. The Falun Gong folks, who have a lot of, operations, they're here in the United States. They heard about our legislation. They come out and testify. I lost my cousin. I lost my aunt through this organ harvesting, and then I fled the country through Thailand or whatever it was. So they tell those stories as well.
So priorities, if you've got to organize priorities of what do states need to be thinking about right now? What do people in the room need to be thinking about encouraging their state legislatures? Where should people be going? What's the easy, low-hanging fruit first?
If I may, I think the first one that I would look at, and Michael's team put together, is a Pacific conflict stress test. So in the federal government, we're always planning for bad case scenarios and trying to, you've heard the military has planners. Well, there's resilience planners in the NSC that are always looking at what could happen if a storm hits, what happens if there's conflict here or there. Michael put together a bill that drives the states to look at and assess what will be impacted in the state from an economic standpoint, from a critical infrastructure standpoint, and from an investment standpoint in the event that we have a conflict in the Pacific, China-Taiwan conflict. And I think it lays out a really clean path on how to do that, what to look for, and it gives the governor options to be as forward-leaning as they want to be. And I think that's one where we've seen it adopted by states through legislation and through executive orders, and it's already, here we are less than 6 months later, and they're starting to bear fruit on those projects.
Governor Stitt, who spoke yesterday, he's the first governor to do the stress test via executive order. So that's an incredible start. It's a model for other governors to look at. So yeah, the stress test, to me, when we came into that, we looked at the pandemic. The governors were the front and center operators during the pandemic, emergency operators. There was really no way for them to see that's coming, but if they had known that was coming, they could have prepared, stockpiled, et cetera, et cetera. We can see that this might come. I mean, China just ran its third simulated invasion of Taiwan in May, I believe, where they surround the island, they practice a blockade, they practice invasion, and President Xi's been pretty open. He says, we're not passing this issue down. This issue being forcibly annexing Taiwan. We're not passing this down to the next generation. So it's very clear this could occur, and if it were to occur, the disruption at the state level, I would guess, would be about 10 times what it was during COVID. Much of our pharmaceutical supply chain originates in China. Power transformers originate in China. So on supply chains, what if that's cut off? How does the state government operate on critical infrastructure? I will give the Biden administration credit. They've been quite loud in 2024 of coming out and telling state leaders, you will be attacked. You are being attacked right now. The National Security Advisor sent a letter out to every governor on March 18th, and it said they are attacking your water infrastructure right now. Here's an example of China, here's an example of Iran. And so they want to be able to take down your water infrastructure because it could cause massive chaos because you can't clean the water, you can't drink the water. So those are the types of things we want to work out ahead of time. How could they attack critical infrastructure? Harden that now. What supply chains would break? Harden that now. And what we've heard, because Nebraska did this as well, and Nebraska's been fantastic on so many of these issues, lawmakers in Nebraska were told by some military leaders in Nebraska that the more states that show this very clear, obvious hardening process, the more states that will do that, the less likely there will be a conflict because China will actually see that readiness being enhanced.
Well, that's encouraging, at least. So how many states are already starting to do this? What are the numbers? Do you know?
So 3 have started the stress test. That's Arizona, Oklahoma, and Nebraska. This was our first year of operation, so we just took whatever bills we could anywhere. Going into 25, that's our number 1 priority, is just enhance that readiness. And our number 2 is Foreign Agent Registration Act, which Georgia actually passed, but then the governor vetoed, I believe, at the request of the sponsor because it was very broad. I think that states should register foreign agents of adversary nations only. And there's, keep a sort of constrained focus, but China has these operations within many states that clearly are foreign agent operations. The federal government's not taking care of it, sometimes because they don't mess with nonprofits. There's kind of an exemption for that. So target these foreign adversary operations within states, make them register, make them be transparent about their finances and everything like that, as any other foreign agent should be.
So, Michael, why aren't you working faster? I mean, okay, well, this is good here because so many people here are from Georgia that we can put pressure on our state to act. Let me ask you before we wrap up, for a long time there was the conversations about the Confucius Institutes in the country. Are those still a problem around the states, or have we mostly dealt with that?
That is a serious threat still today. They are changing the name because a lot of
I
things.
was going to ask, are they just changing the name and rebranding?
Rebranding. It's all rebranding at this point, but a lot of your universities, that's how do you undermine our economy? You have to. They don't have innovation. Innovation is not something they teach in their school system. It's the way they teach, the way they're structured. Innovation does not come naturally. So they need to send people to the United States, study, do the research and development, and get the ideas and bring them back home. So that's happening actively. It is, as we use 1,000 Talents program, Confucius Institutes. Again, the name's going to change every 6 to 12 months because they're going to try and avoid whichever legislation's naming a specific institution or organization. But the practice happens, and it's full throttle.
Okay, we've got about a minute and a half left. Y'all have any final thoughts that you think the crowd needs to know, what they should pay attention to, or what should they do to try to get their legislature involved?
I think the legislatures are doing a really good job, and actually Georgia's led on land, procurement, a number of other issues. I think Georgia, never had pensions over there, if I recall. We're not in Georgia yet. We will be, hopefully by the end of this month. Georgia's done quite well on this. I think Georgia has one of the only ports in Savannah that I think does not have any ZPMG cranes. ZPMG cranes are, it's essentially spy tools to monitor what's going in and out of every port. So bad that Biden actually issued an executive order to rip all of them out across the entire United States. I think Savannah avoided ever having those cranes, if I recall correctly. I think that states, so China has a state strategy. We just have to reverse it. And they feel that pain. We know they feel that pain because whenever certain bills pass, they kind of reach out to us in various ways. So they care about states acting to harden themselves. That tells me states should keep doing it.
All right, Michael and Brian, this has been super. Okay, I got to be honest, this is way more scary than I expected it to be, but also encouraging given the progress that's being made. Thank you both for your hard work, and thank you for coming to the gathering.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, I could have spent another hour on this, but thank you. This was great.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank y'all so much. Okay, we've got to take just a quick time out here to be able to reset the stage, and I've got to mention Americans for Prosperity. Every year we've done this, Americans for Prosperity has stepped up and said, we'd like to be a partner with you in the gathering. If you don't know what Americans for Prosperity does, they also advertise on my radio show. They're the largest and leading grassroots organization, not just on the right, but in the country. And they train activists to speak to their neighbors, to be knowledgeable about the issues, so that if your neighbor happens to just offhandedly mention, oh, I don't know about this bill in the legislature, or what about taxes, you have the information to be able to not only tell them what's going on, but also make sure they understand our side has the better ideas. So they've partnered with me for a number of years now. They're indispensable to the gathering. And when we come back, we're going to have a conversation with some folks from Americans for Prosperity and Akash, who helps run their political operation. You'll see him a couple times on stage today. But let us reset the stage, and please stick around.
I'm retired Chief Patrol Agent Chris Klein. In my over 27 years as a Border Patrol agent, I've never seen a border this bad. Under the Biden administration, we're facing the worst border crisis in the history of our country. And that's why I've partnered with Americans for Prosperity. Washington think tanks talk. Politicians play political football. But Americans for Prosperity is actually doing something about the crisis. AFP has taken hundreds of concerned citizens to the border to see it for themselves, sharing policy solutions, organizing communities, educating, training, and mobilizing concerned citizens, advocating for real, tangible reforms that will provide more infrastructure, more agents, and more technology. In other words, AFP is advocating for reforms that will make us safer and stronger. And that's what makes AFP different. They aren't interested in political games. They're interested in results. Because Americans for Prosperity is where freedom and opportunity win. Learn more at securebordersecureamerica.com.
I've been partnering with Americans for Prosperity for a number of years now, and I refer to them as a do tank, not a think tank, because when you learn in Washington, you have all these organizations, and they write white papers that make themselves look good, and they trade the white papers internally at their organization and maybe occasionally members of Congress. But Americans for Prosperity actually goes into the states to do the business of the conservative movement. They knock on doors. They train people to be activists. They go to local governments and state governments. They were a huge player in the school choice movement of the nation, including here in Georgia. They knocked on doors and mobilized people in the districts of the 15 Republicans who were opposed to school choice in the state and helped persuade enough of them to vote for it in the state. Would not have gotten done without Americans for Prosperity. They didn't just broadly target, they micro-targeted inside local legislative districts, finding Republican voters to persuade the Republican legislatures to say, we're going to vote against you in a primary if you don't do this. And they folded, and we got school choice in the state. Would not have happened but for Americans for Prosperity. They not only do that, they focus on border issues, they focus on free market issues, deregulation for small business, and family issues. It's my great pleasure to bring up my friend Akash Chougule from Americans for Prosperity.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. All right. And now I get to leave the stage for a little while.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here. So as Eric mentioned, many of you are probably familiar with AFP, the 501c4 social welfare policy advocacy organization. But what you may not be familiar with is our network recently, over the last couple of years, also formed a super PAC, Americans for Prosperity Action, which exists to expressly advocate for the election of policy champions. So AFP is the largest organization of its kind in the country dedicated to advancing the conservative movement. But the reason we wanted to come here and talk about AFP and AFP Action isn't just because, we believe we're doing important work and we appreciate our partnership with Eric, but it's because we appreciate our partnership with all of you. I know that by virtue of listening to Eric, being here, watching online, that you all are some of the most principled and dedicated conservative activists in the country, which is why it was important to us as an organization to give you a peek under the hood at what we do. So we're fortunate today to be joined by Drew Klein, who is a regional vice president of Americans for Prosperity and originally from Iowa. Ashley Klingensmith is also a regional vice president of AFP and from Pennsylvania. And then Matt Henkel is on the AFP Action political team and is from Wisconsin. So they have some great sort of regional, national, and also state-based perspectives to share with us. So Matt, let's start with you. Kick us off. I mentioned that our efforts are the largest of their kind in the country for AFP and AFP Action. Give us some numbers behind that electoral effort. What does that actually look like this cycle?
Sure, Akash. A lot of people are familiar with AFP in their own state, whether it's lobbying the state house or whether it's engaging in elections, but we just got some fresh numbers in last night, so I'm just going to read this out. We've already engaged in basically all the competitive U.S. Senate races in the country. So we're in Montana, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We've gone fully into our doors plan. We've got ad buys up in the 7 figures in almost all of those states. What we started to see is that we needed to engage earlier and more often in races across the country, especially at the federal level. In 2020, when we started this project, we were in 272 races around the nation. Last year, we were up to 457.
This year, we're already at 500, and we'll be surpassing that as the cycle goes on. We started as early as in Michigan back in September of last year. And so what we found is that sustained effort into these races has really been paying dividends because of the work that had been done in all the other efforts, whether that was knocking on doors for school choice, whether that was tax reform issues, taking the things we've learned and applying it right away into competitive seats really gives us the advantage.
So tell us a little bit about what went into the thought process to form the Super PAC. AFP itself has been around for 20 years. We celebrated our 20th anniversary earlier this year. What was the need to form a Super PAC, and what went into that decision?
Sure. I mean, the forming of the Super PAC was really a natural progression of everything that AFP has done in the past and the policy work that was going on. Just knowing that good policy produces good politics. So by forming the Super PAC, that allowed us to take and just scale up and go from a state-by-state basis. We have physical chapters in 36 states and a full 50-state strategy. So we'll be engaging even in places where we don't have a physical chapter, New York, Connecticut, out west, California, Idaho. And taking that and the Super PAC allows us to just branch out and be a broader based.
Absolutely. So, Drew, let's bring you in here. One of the things we're adamant about is it's something that we share with Eric and all of you, I think, is that we'll never just be an appendage of a political party, right? We do politics because we care about advancing good policy, because we care about people, and people's lives aren't improved just because one party wins an election, as you all know quite well. So talk a little bit about that. What does that mean when we engage in politics for the purpose of policy? Can you give us an example of where that's actually come to fruition?
Yeah, well, I think it's really important. I mean, if we just zoom out and look at the American people, they're tired of partisan politics. They don't find themselves in a camp. That the reason that we see the dysfunction in Washington is largely because what we see out of our elected officials just doesn't reflect the American people. When we instead lead on policy instead of that partisan divide, not only do we connect with more voters than some of the other folks that operate in the same space, but when we secure those wins and then also the policy wins, they're just far more durable because they weren't based on some whim of the moment, political favoritism, anything like that. But we do that by really leading with the policy efforts. So if I zoom out and go back in my time as state director in Iowa, in 2015, Iowa was very much a purple state. We had a split legislature and a Republican governor. Our federal delegation was kind of a 50-50 split. And we spent a significant portion, really the second half of 2015, running a door survey, out talking to folks on their doorsteps about a number of issues that we thought were really important. If we fast forward and then jump into 2016, we took the information about where swing voters in districts that we knew were going to be competitive, where they stood on the issues. We then went out and talked about, like, well, what if we could actually execute on those? What if we could actually cut taxes? In 2015, Iowa had the second highest corporate income tax rate in the country, and we were ranked like 43rd in the country for personal income taxes. We're now, in the top 10 most competitive tax states in the country for a state that still have an income tax. And I think we're on the trajectory to eliminate the personal income tax entirely. But we did that by going out and first having a conversation about policy. What do you think about taxes? What do you think about education? What do you think about the regulatory environment and how competitive we are economically? And then from that, we started talking about candidates and where they stood on those same issues. So people were not picking who they liked better when they filled out their ballot. They were really voting for what they wanted the future of Iowa to look like. We do that at every level in the races that we engage in by defining the race based on policy, not on personalities.
Absolutely, and we're going to start talking about the strategy in these key U.S. Senate races here in a moment, but before we do, as a segue, have you seen that strategy trickle up and matter at the federal level? You're talking about engagement at state legislative issues and state legislative races. How does that actually trickle up to the federal level?
Yeah. Well, Erick introduced us by talking about the education fight here in Georgia. That is something that has been replicated across the country. Iowa also is a universal ESA state. We did that by engaging in Republican primaries and taking out a number of incumbents or pushing the scales our direction to elect Republicans that were actually going to vote for the policy outcome that we wanted, and did that in partnership with a number of other groups, a governor that was pro-school choice, all of those things. But it's not just Iowa and Georgia. That's happened across the country. It's happening in Texas. It happened in West Virginia. It's happened in a number of places. If we zoom out and just look at the case study of Iowa, right now every member of our federal House delegation is a former state legislator. Half of our Senate delegation, actually technically both halves of our Senate delegation are former state lawmakers as well. I did not work with Chuck Grassley in the state legislature. But those are like relationships, and they start to understand how we operate, and they take the principles of how to do things correctly in the state legislature and carry those on to Washington. Oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes the bench for federal candidates is our state legislature. And so the way that we operate and start to build a policy environment in the states is going to continue to drive change in Washington. A good example, you hear Trump spent a significant amount of time at the National Convention talking about right to try as a major accomplishment. We passed that in 35 states around the country before it was taken up in Washington. The policy outcomes and what we proved to be possible in the states sets us up for success at the federal level as well. It's frustrating, it takes a little bit more time, but we know we're moving the trajectory of the country in that direction.
Absolutely. So, Ashley, you're coming from Pennsylvania. The strategy obviously looks a little bit different in a much more purple state. And again, we'll talk about the Senate race in a second here, but even at the state legislative and kind of ground game level, like what are some of the insights and things that folks should know goes on in a purple state as far as the things Drew's talking about?
Yes, well, it's not so rosy in Pennsylvania as it is Iowa, but we're working on it. But yeah, for the first time in 13 years, our state House of Representatives flipped from Republican to Democrat. And we have 2-year legislative sessions. So right now we are in the 2023-2024 session. And we have had months where they cannot even do business because the margin between a 1-seat majority has literally been like hanging in the balance because of special elections or people being out. So it has been a totally frustrating operating environment. And the thing about Pennsylvania that's unique is we are a full-time, year-round legislature. So these guys and gals make 6 figures. They do very well. So consequently, like our expectations are adjusted, like they're pretty high. So this session, we have been able to get a number of things done, some really good healthcare reforms, and also an amazing First Amendment free speech bill, anti-SLAPP legislation, which we've been working on for over almost a decade, I would say. So we were able to get that done. But what I'll say about our political strategy at the state level for our General Assembly members this cycle is that it is the guys and gals that truly led, was the prime sponsor on policy. Those are the people we are going to be supporting. And conversely, the folks we're going to be opposing and trying to ensure their defeat were against us on a number of consequential things. So our strategy is really rooted in like what did and did not happen this session. So there's a lot of seats we could play in, but we're being quite discriminatory and choosing the ones that have members doing the outstandingly good and bad stuff.
Absolutely. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes a little bit, and let's start with Pennsylvania, which, again, as this group knows, could be the be-all, end-all at the federal level this year.
No pressure.
Folks, no pressure. Folks will hear from Dave McCormick in a little bit, I think, but what does the ground game look like? Who are we targeting? What are the strategies, tactics, and kind of what are we hoping to do by November?
Yeah, so I am happy to share this. We have 12 full-time staff I just pulled this 226 part-time staff, and we have volunteers in all 67 counties that have partnered with us on the McCormick race since April 1st. And on Wednesday, just a couple days ago, we crossed over 400,000 door knocks since April 1st, which is thank you, yes. Yeah. And so certainly, like, the strategy is absolutely layered with mail, with digital ads, with phone calling. We've got people, actually volunteers here in Georgia have helped us in Pennsylvania call some of the more rural households that are just, maybe over a mile from the next home we're trying to get to, that just doesn't make sense efficiency-wise for us to go knock. But people are filling in that gap with calls, which is awesome, and we're so grateful for that. I'll say on the ground right now, we are basically working in a vacuum, which is such a blessing. Starting so early, we've had this runway that no one else has. I am certain that groups like Planned Parenthood Action and others will descend on PA after Labor Day, as they typically always do. But right now, we really are like the lone foot soldiers. And I love illustrations. And so I literally brought the mail that came into our mailbox. It's just me and my husband. I'm just gonna fan this out. But this is 42 pieces of mail that came to our home for the Oz Fetterman race in 2022, just in the month of October. 42 pieces just for that race. And last night, my husband and I watched the world news, and I think the only ad that was not political was a pharmaceutical ad. So all of that is noise. What is gonna cut through the noise is the conversations on doorsteps. That's what people are gonna remember. Like, we are impacting hearts when we go visit someone's home. And so we're committed to that, and we set a pretty lofty goal of 1 million doors. So hold us accountable to it.
Absolutely, 1 million doors by November. Now, as far as who these doors are, Ashley, in Pennsylvania, what goes into deciding who we're targeting? We're not sort of at random knocking doors. I mean, how do we decide who we're targeting, what part of the state, their level of sort of political alignment, who are they, and how do we figure that out?
Yeah, I mean, at the core, these are swing voters. We certainly are going to people that might lean a bit liberal or lean a bit conservative, but at the core of our target universe, which again, we started on April 1st, and which we hope to get through by like the first week of October, so then we can switch to get out the vote. But this persuasion universe is people right in the middle. And like, I heard the greatest way to describe them once, and it was like, we've got saints, sinners, and savables. And like, we don't need to be talking to the saints because they all concur. They're gonna go out there. We don't need to be talking to the other really extreme side of things, but the middle is who decide elections in Pennsylvania. And so certainly we have a robust operation in the Pittsburgh and Philly suburbs. There are a number of collar counties around each of those cities that tend to decide things, but there's also Center County, where Happy Valley is, Penn State, no booze, I hope. But that's a very important area, and then so is Erie up in the far northwest. And so we have people also kind of, concentrating efforts in those areas as well. But we're 67 counties, and all those people are gonna vote this year with a top of the ticket presidential race. So, but we're really focused on that middle sweet spot.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of insights from Pennsylvania. We'll get into Georgia specifically towards the end, and I think we're learning a lot of lessons that we're gonna hope to apply here, and folks should meet our great state director in Georgia here, Tony West, who's joined us as well. A shout out to Tony if he's somewhere here. There he is. So, Drew, I want to kick it back to you. Ashley mentioned that the mail, the TV, and all that, it kind of just becomes noise. What really matters are the conversations at the door, and we've actually done the data analysis to know how much of a net difference that makes. What do those numbers look like? How do we figure that out, and what does that actually look like as far as the amount of difference it makes in races that are decided by very, very narrow margins?
Yeah, I think this is actually one of the things that sets us apart from the campaigns. The campaigns are on a dead sprint to throw as much as they can at the race before they hit the finish line. Because we're a permanent operation that's around cycle after cycle after cycle, we've spent a lot of time and, quite frankly, invested in really understanding what works and what doesn't work and how we move that needle. So you saw the massive stack of mail from October of last year in Pennsylvania. I'm an Iowa caucus voter. You should have seen my mailbox in the way that works. But voters, and I think if you just think about yourself, we tune that stuff out because there's just so much of it that the volume really just overwhelms voters. We still do mail. We're pretty tactical about when and how and the messaging and all of those things. We increasingly do a lot of digital ads. We've got these massive TV buys as well, but even those are very targeted so that we can get to the right voters. Everybody is doing those things. You heard Ashley say, though, we're the only group on the ground knocking doors. And I remember this becoming really clear to me. Door knocking does a number of things, especially when you start early. We know that in tight political races, the last month, 45 days, is going to be nothing but just a mudslinging negative campaign fight. When we go out and start knocking doors and defining our candidates in real conversations with actual voters, we inoculate those candidates against late attacks that come in the cycle. Because neighbors start saying, well, gosh, I had Ashley show up in my doorstep. She didn't seem like a crazy person. She seemed to think and live a life that I can resonate with. She was processing the election the way that I think about things. Maybe what I'm hearing on TV or seeing in my mailbox isn't true about candidate X, Y, or Z. That is a unique value proposition that you only get through door knocking and talking to voters personally. We certainly start with a script. These are the things that we want to be able to talk about. But the reality is these are live human conversations. So voters bring up all kinds of concerns and questions. They ask you about the attack that they just heard about the candidate, and we're walking them through why not only is that not true or a total picture of the candidate, but then reminding them what they actually care about. What are they voting for? And I think that is just a very different proposition. But again, where we started this is we measure the impact of this as well. When we layer door knocking on top of mail and digital, we don't get a universal, exponential lift because we break that down into demographics. The reality is if you're a 22-year-old single girl, you probably don't want strangers knocking on your door. Maybe it's not as impactful there. But folks in their 40s, 50s, older voters in their 70s, 80s, I don't see any of those in the room today, but they actually really enjoy those conversations on their doorstep, and it makes a difference in the way that they behave politically in a substantial way. It's the reason that we invest so heavily in the capability to be able to go out there and do that. Mail is relatively cheap, digital ads are cheap, radio is cheap, doors are wildly expensive, but we do it because it's the difference maker in races time after time after time.
Absolutely. Matt, before we turn to Georgia, any other sort of numerical data points or insights from the national electoral level that are important for folks to know as they assess involvement with AFP action?
Yeah, less so about the data points, but just when AFP is engaging in races, they talked about the swing universe. Winning elections is the art of the 50+1, and some of this stuff is just, everybody knows it, but we overcomplicate it at times. And it's that swing universe that makes the difference. It's those kind of voters that are going to get you across the finish line. And so we spend a lot of time figuring out ways to move that needle in close races. We don't generally endorse in runaway elections. Places where we know that the candidate we prefer is going to win. And I've had a lot of tough conversations with candidates where they said, come on, can't AFP just endorse me? It'd be nice. And I said, you don't want that. You want us focusing our time and our efforts on the ones that are the ultra competitive races. And to that point, just this last year, we're at a 71% win rate in places where the numbers say it's +1 or 2 either direction. So like in the tightest elections in the country, when AFP engages, we're winning 71% of the time. When we get involved in the primary and help really principled candidates get through that primary, we're up to almost 80% of the time that we win those races. So starting earlier is always better, and it's leading to results.
Great, so that hopefully gives you a good idea of what the ground game looks like state legislatively and trickling up to the federal level. And I want to hone in on Georgia here a little bit. As Erick mentioned, the big school choice victory, Tony had a number of great legislative victories that Governor Kemp signed into law. And there's a lot of great progress being made here. Just give us an idea of what these state legislative efforts look like. Maybe Ashley, let's start with you and then turn to you, Drew. As far as like strategy, tactics, and what we're doing, you know, doors and mail, what does it actually look like? How are these state policy fights different than a political effort? And what goes into figuring out how that engagement is going to be as you look to the long-term impact in a place like a Georgia, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, well, I think a policy campaign looks very similar, to be honest. Like our education savings account bill here, that work involved a lot of doors. And so I don't know which members of Team Georgia are in the room, but Tony stood, but is David, Shane, Jacqueline, Jeff, Logan, or Dawn in the room? Yes, everyone, meet them. They lead incredible work. And they did it all throughout the legislative session. They had an incredible lobby day that I got to witness. But I think one of the things I would just say, and again, when I see your gold dome, like I have immediate envy because most of what you can do here is like a pipe dream in Harrisburg. But what I will say about that ESA vote that was just so interesting is that there were, I want to make sure I get the numbers right, but there is a Republican House majority of 101 right now. And to get a bill passed, you need 91 votes. There were 90 Republican votes and 1 Democrat vote to get to the 91st for the ESA bill to pass out of the House. So, like, partisan majorities do not matter. Policy majorities matter. And so those 11 guys and gals are likely going to remain in office for the 2025 legislative session. And you better believe, like, Tony and the team are going to be like hawks watching what they do. I encourage you to visit the website and look at our scorecard. That is an amazing accountability tool for members in real time as session is progressing. But, you know, and then of course on the federal side, 16 members of the delegation. And I think the most heartache that all of us look at when we think about Georgia is your U.S. Senate complement. And so we can do better there. But really, like, we are a 365-day-a-year shop, and we are watching the guys and gals in Atlanta just as close as we are in D.C. So please get to know Team Georgia, because they will plug you in however, like, they will meet you where you are. So if you say, hey, I'm just willing to put my name on a letter to the editor, like, they will take that. And certainly if you're willing to make a phone call, knock a door, we'll take that as well.
Absolutely. So Matt, turning it back to you, when you look at Georgia from a political standpoint, both state level and federal level, I mean, what is your assessment of where the state is today and then where it could be 5 or 10 years from now, what it's going to take to get there?
Sure. I want to start building on a point that Ashley made about how policy majorities are very, very important. If you want to see the alternative of it, look at Tim Walz's Minnesota, where you have 1-seat majorities and they ram through everything on the wish list, versus in a lot of states, and you know what, up until recently, Georgia has been really putting the foot on the gas more so, but like when you have majorities, take advantage of them, use them. And again, because it creates electoral success. When you're showing voters that you're doing things that they want to see done, making life better for regular people, you're going to win more elections too. And so Georgia's a perfect example where I think like the momentum is there, it's building, and you have kind of a tale of two states. Your state legislature and governor, Republican controlled since the early 2000s, and it's a steady control there. So you have stability and the ability to get things done. Alternatively, on the statewide elections, whether it's the presidential race or the U.S. Senate races, they're ultra competitive. And I think that by succeeding more at the state policy level, you're going to make voters realize, hey, I need to turn out for those other elections too, and help get it across the finish line.
Absolutely. Drew, are there states that you can point to where that particular model has worked? We work in a lot of states that are sort of deep red on the surface level, huge state legislative Republican majorities, but are competitive at the statewide level. Any lessons for folks here to take away about their involvement and the difference it can make up the ballot?
Yeah, not to keep everything in my home state of Iowa, but I talk a lot about the difference between the mindset of a Republican trifecta makes a huge difference. Right now, Iowa is in the middle of its longest held Republican trifecta, longest partisan trifecta since the early 70s, where we restructured and went to the modern format, number of legislative seats and whatnot. The last Republican trifecta before the current one was in the late 90s, and I compare those two trifectas a lot. When I'm talking to audiences in my home state of Iowa, I just ask them, like, what did the Republican trifecta in the late 90s give us? The answer is almost nothing. Like, there's nothing memorable about the Republican trifecta of the late 90s in Iowa. They made some modest incremental tax reforms that didn't really move the needle, but there's just nothing memorable. But I could tick through a list of big accomplishments just in the last 6, 7, 8 years. And I think that matters because in Iowa, we're still a majority independent, no party vote state. We're not a deep red state when we look at the voters. The difference is independent voters are looking for results. They want to know where we're going. And I've said that several times already, but if you don't give them that vision, if you don't deliver on your promises as a Republican trifecta, it's only a matter of time before those same voters are going to give the other side an opportunity to test their ideas. And that becomes critically important then for the overall political behavior of the state. If the Republican trifecta in Iowa, or I know the next speaker coming up is from Oklahoma, and I think you heard from their governor yesterday, if those states actually deliver on a vision and a promise to the voters, then it's going to continue to move the needle up ballot as well. It's worked in Iowa, it's working in other states as well, but you have to have politicians that are willing to be statesmen, that are not just there to hang out and enjoy the cocktail receptions in the evenings, but actually have a list of items that they want to accomplish, and then ideally come with that mindset of I'm coming to get something done, and then I'm going to go home and I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be I'm going to contribute to my community locally as well. But you've got to have somebody that's truly there to get something done, not just be there and fill a seat.
Absolutely, and that's a great segue here. In the last few minutes, I want to hone in on something that Erick has talked about a lot this weekend with a number of folks, and that is some of the concerns we're seeing substantively on the right within the Republican Party, including from a lot of sort of self-described conservatives, right? We've always had an issue with moderates in our party who kind of move left on economic issues, but more and more, we're seeing this a lot in Washington at the federal level, and it's starting to take place at the state level, in a lot of kind of Rust Belt states, but even here in states like Georgia and elsewhere where this sort of like level of populism is increasing, and it's causing folks who are frankly quite conservative on a lot of non-economic issues to start to move left on pretty core conservative economic policies, on tax issues, labor issues, antitrust issues. I want each of you to kind of touch on that in your experience, Matt, when you assess candidates at the national level. Pennsylvania obviously is kind of the heart of that conversation in a lot of ways, and Drew, and even some of these deeper red states. I mean, could each of you talk about, in your particular roles, how you're seeing this and how you're thinking through our role in preventing its spread and keeping the conservative movement hewed to conservative economic ideas? Matt, first with political assessments.
Sure, we spend a lot of time reaching out to candidates as they start to run, or recruiting candidates too. I mean, we've recruited 119 candidates across the country this cycle to run for office, because I think we've all seen that just having an R next to your name isn't enough. Like, a lot of people can go either to their state house or to Washington and cast a vote. Very few are willing to lead on really the toughest issues we're seeing right now, whether it's the national debt and, I mean, go down the list. So as we're looking for leaders, we really just start to ask them those hard questions. We have a vetting process that we go through and ask just about some of the things you've touched on there, and we're looking for people who are the most aligned that can lead. And if they don't check those boxes, like, we're not here to just help all candidates across the board. We want to see the ones that are principled and build those majorities so that we can push back against some of those ideas that really are going to be harmful in the long run. But we also have to give disaffected voters a reason to support someone else. And I mean, they're not wrong in what they're feeling. A lot of them have felt left behind. A lot of them have seen, their communities be decimated by, frankly, bad policy. And so providing that alternative and having candidates that can communicate that and actually resonate with the voters is exactly what we're looking for.
Ashley, Pennsylvania is where this conversation sort of lives, but is that really a pulse in the conservative grassroots, and how do those conversations go when you try to keep them moored to limited government?
Yeah, I think the reason the conversation is even happening is because it is personal to everyone in Pennsylvania. You've all probably heard of the moving company North American Van Lines. They're the big red and blue trucks. Well, they put out a migration report every year, and once again in 2023, Pennsylvania was a top 5 outbound migration state. So what our legislature and sometimes chief executive try to do is like dangle these rotten carrots, like giving $2 billion to Jeff Bezos to build an Amazon headquarters by our Pittsburgh airport. And so that was this conversation that was happening a couple of sessions ago. And we're like, let's just reform our tax code and make us competitive again. But like those sort of tough decisions seem to be just completely overshadowed by those like kind of last minute band-aids when things are dire. And so, what we're trying to reimagine with members, particularly freshmen, is like, what is the art of the possible here? And we actually can have a comprehensive tax reform bill. We've worked with multiple incredible think tanks to come up with the ideas that should be prioritized in that, and just set the expectation that we are not going anymore to support Harrisburg deciding like winners and losers through, tax giveaways at our expense. I live in an older town outside of Pittsburgh. Like our main street is decimated. And so those guys and gals didn't get a fair shake in Harrisburg. It's like the big lobbyists that do. So we are really trying to right-size expectations of new members, that we are going to key vote any legislation that has any bit of corporate welfare in it, and it's gonna be reflected on our scorecard, and their constituents are gonna know about it. And so I think that's one of the best ways to start to have the conversation around what we should do for the long term instead of these short-term Band-Aids.
True, here in Georgia and in other red states, it manifests itself a little bit differently. Folks say, hey, we're mad at woke capitalism, and we're mad at outsourcing and things like that. And so we think the answer is to punish big business and punish the wealthy and become pro-union. How should folks here think about that if they start to hear that stuff bubbling up in a state like Georgia?
Yeah. Let me start with a thin defense of state legislators, not in a... If you look at the volume of legislation that moves through a state capitol and the spectrum of issues that get dealt with, lawmakers, there's just no way that any one lawmaker is going to be an expert on all of the legislation that moves through their chamber. And so they take shortcuts. They just have to. It's one of the reasons that we spend time, talking to lawmakers about policy, is so that we can connect them to sources of information and help increase that. But ultimately, they make decisions either based on what they think is the right policy. We hope that's always the way that they're making policy. But oftentimes, they're also thinking about whether or not this policy is good politics. Our belief is that good policy is good politics, but I think for a long time we have just assumed that Republicans think the right way on labor policy, and there is just a lack of depth, I think, in a lot of lawmakers to really think about, well, how did we get here? Why do we believe that right to work is good policy? Well, it's because, forcing somebody to be associated with a group they don't want to be is a violation of their First Amendment. And when you dangle employment over their head as like the threat, then we're only compounding the issue. We think prevailing wage is a bad idea that wastes taxpayer resources unnecessarily on projects, and so we oppose it. But I think we've gotten really comfortable just assuming that Republicans all agree with those positions. And what we've seen increasingly, and this happens a lot in red states, because you have more and more folks. They're like, well, if I want a seat in the legislature, then I'm going to have to put an R by my name. There's no principles behind that. They're literally just making that political calculation. And so you hear this like subtle argument sneaking in of like, well, think of how much we could expand our tent if we just, if we moved a little bit on this policy, or we gave a little bit here, if we departed from the principles that put us in the position we're in right now. And I think there's two different ways to look at that. If we want to go out and make an argument to blue-collar workers in this country that they're better under our limited government policies, great, we should be doing that. And we'll win that argument because we have the results. We see it in the migration among states. If instead we want to make an argument that's really just a political shortcut of we're going to sell out our principles to go reach this new group of people, we're going to end up getting nothing. We will not have policy wins or political wins. And so I think we've got to just continue to remind people why we believe what we believe and point to the results of good policy.
Absolutely. I think in closing, we saw firsthand at the RNC what happens when you just sort of take the political shortcut, right? They invited the president of the Teamsters Union to come out and rail against employers and things like that. And it was very, very unfortunate because that kind of thing is unnecessary to win over blue-collar workers in this country. States like Georgia do it every day where they're attracting people with good policy, with conservative visions. Governor Kemp and Tony's team, they're continuing to build on that track record. But I think the big takeaway that we're hoping for all of you today is that the accountability matters and the involvement matters. It matters keeping the conservative movement conservative on the issues that matter most. And that's important politically at your state level, and that becomes important politically at the federal level and for the future of the country as well. And there are very few states as important as this one over the next 5 or 10 years. And so we hope you'll really take that to heart and choose to get involved with us, because frankly, not only does the future of the conservative movement and the Republican Party rely on it, but largely the future of the country relies on it here in Georgia as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Across the country, men and women are working with Americans for Prosperity to reignite the American dream. We've shared some of their stories with you, but they aren't the only success stories we've seen. Americans for Prosperity partners with millions at the local, state, and national level to improve people's lives. Everyday Americans, supported by AFP to advocate for common sense solutions.
We empower parents in their children's education.
We reduce taxes on hardworking families in West Virginia.
And Ohio! AFP's unparalleled grassroots network is delivering real, tangible results.
Yep, we're unleashing flexible benefits to support a strong workforce out west.
And making housing more affordable for Montana families.
4 million strong, and with local offices in every corner of the country, you can become a part of something bigger than politics as usual. Join AFP to reignite the American dream. Americans for Prosperity, where freedom and opportunity win.
So, my next guest, let me tell you a story I tell, and I wrote in a book one time. You know, in Mark chapter 5, there's that scene where the demon-possessed men, they approach Jesus, and they say, "Son of Man, you don't destroy us." And they're like, "Well, what does he want?" And it's like, "Well, there's a herd of pigs. Cast us in the herd of pigs." So he throws the demon, who are legion, for there are many, into the herd of pigs, and they run down the hill and they drown in the water. Well, demons are eternal, so they had to do something after the pigs died, so they invented this thing called Twitter. And that explains social media. It is a cesspool. It's a terrible, terrible place. But occasionally, you find real gems on social media. And my next guest, I actually started following him on Twitter, and he's actually fantastic on Twitter. But even more than that, he happens to have gotten elected as the state school superintendent for the state of Oklahoma. And it is actually my pleasure to bring on stage someone who gets more hate than I do on social media, and also does a great job advancing the future minds in this country. Ryan Walters, state school superintendent of Oklahoma. Thanks, man.
Appreciate that.
All right, so first, you're overly polite. You gotta stop saying, sir, my dad is over here. So he's the Mr. Erickson. I'm just Erick. Thank you for, okay, honestly, thank you for coming from Oklahoma. And I wanna begin with you in the same way I did with the governor yesterday. You all have this wild situation now in your state between who are Native Americans, who are American citizens, and taxes up. How does that play out in dealing with the state school system?
Yeah, you know, one of the things here in Oklahoma, you know, we've been very excited to lead the country in education reform. You know, we understand that parents know best for kids. We understand that education needs to be more about ensuring that kids love this country, understand the history of this country, and then go on to lead successful lives. And so, you know, when we work with the tribes. It's one of those situations where we continue to navigate Supreme Court rulings that come in and up in the state. So it's something that we continue to work with the tribes to try to make sure that every kid's got a great education.
Now, I gotta dive into the hate that you get on social media from teachers' unions. I mean, good Lord. You and Corey DeAngelis in the school choice movement, you have been a major advocate for kids in your state and like against just, and I don't, like in Georgia, we don't actually have like the big teachers unions because we're right to work state. What is it like, though, working with these teacher groups in a state that are just upset that you're holding them accountable for, like, failure to teach?
You know, it's pretty remarkable. You know, one of the things I would like the audience to make sure that you hear from me is, even in red states, your teachers' unions, your left-wing activists control so much of your education system. And I want to give you an example of that. So when I win this election, I come and take office, I come in the State Department of Education, and along all the walls are the portraits of the former heads of the teachers' unions. So when you come into work every day, it's like, this is who you work for. You work for all the teachers' union folks. So I came in first day, sat my senior staff down, and I said, folks, I want you to notice what was on the walls, all these pictures of the heads of the teachers' unions. We're taking them all down, okay? We're gonna put up pictures of kids, parents, because that's who we work for, right? We don't work for the teachers' union, we work for parents and kids. Folks, you would think I went into a back alley and killed a bunch of cats or something, because the media, and guys, I kid you, that was 2 years ago. There's not 3 months that don't go by that the media doesn't run a story about, when are you gonna put them back up? Why have you take their portraits down? Literally, I had even some Republican lawmakers try to pass a bill requiring me to put them back on the wall. But it just shows you how the left, I mean, I will give them credit. They've done an incredible job of capturing education. They understand that if we control the schools, we can put every kid on a pathway to a pride parade. We can put every kid into this transgender ideology, this woke mentality on everything. And if we control the school system, hey, we can lose other sectors of society, but that's one of the most influential areas. And so they fight like crazy. Every reform we do, they pass out pamphlets. Here's how you stop whatever the State Department's trying to do. So we tell them you can't teach critical race theory. They try to find ways around that. We tell them they can't push transgenderism on kids. They come to teachers' defenses who still do it. But we've been very clear. If you're gonna come into our state and you're gonna push left-wing indoctrination on kids, you're not gonna teach any longer. You're not gonna teach in the state of Oklahoma. We want teachers that are there to empower kids through an education, not turn them into social justice warriors, and we're gonna continue to hold the line on that.
So I gotta ask a background question. When a lot of people get into politics, they don't want to run for state school superintendent. Why state school superintendent?
You know, my background was as a public school teacher. I've got 4 little kids at home, and you start looking at the future of the country. You start looking at the direction we're in. You know, President Trump talks about making America great again. We're living in a society where I don't know how many folks we still have that understand what made America great in the first place. And if you don't have that central understanding of our history as a country, we're not going to make it. I mean, history, again, I'm a history teacher. History's lessons are very clear on this, right? When a civilization, when a group of people forget who they are, when they reject their history, when they reject values, when they reject principles, they fall. And what we've seen here in America is our kids have been lied to. Our kids have been lied to since they were 3 and 4 years old in school. They have been told to hate their country. They have been told that religion did not play a role in the history of this country. Folks, that's a lie. That is a lie. You can... we made an announcement a few weeks ago, made a lot of leftists pretty upset.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you about this one.
We put the Bible back in every classroom. Folks, it is irrefutable that the Bible played an incredible role in this nation's history. You can go back to the Pilgrims, you can go to the Puritans, you can go to George Washington, John Adams, you can go to Abraham Lincoln, you can go up to Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter from a Birmingham jail. These individuals cited the Bible as inspiration for what they were doing. And the fact that we've allowed schools to say, no, you can't have a mention of the Bible, you can't have a physical Bible in a school, they have completely turned schools into state-sponsored atheist centers, where, hey, you can only talk about our history in a secular manner. Well, that is not true. That is lying to kids, and it does not give kids an accurate picture of where this country came from, what our founders believed, what our rights come from God. Well, how do you explain that to kids if you don't explain anything about God or about what the context was of Thomas Jefferson's words? It's so important that our kids get that true understanding of American history, that they're able to have that love for our country and understand the core principles we were built upon so that we can have a path forward to be a successful country.
Okay, now we have to go off on a tangent here. History teacher, what's your favorite area of history?
The founding era. I mean, hey, I can sit there, my kids in class, you got me on a tangent here, right? But we loved, I would read every Federalist paper with the kids, every anti-Federalist paper, and we would do this deep dive. And again, you asked the question, so,
we're going to stay here for a minute.
One of my biggest frustrations is when you look at how the left has been able to do what they do, how they've been able to indoctrinate kids, they're not even letting kids read the Constitution. They're not letting them read. They have to read what some professor said about the Constitution. Okay, that's absurd on 2 levels, folks. Number one, your kids are smart enough to read and understand the Constitution. That's part of the beauty of what the founders did. Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence wrote this unbelievable document that you can read and understand. You can. And so it's an insult to the intelligence of our young people to act like they can't understand it and study it, number one. Number two, but it's intentional, folks. It is done so they can lie about the founding. It is done so that they can lie to your kids about this country because they want your kids to hate this country. If you have no understanding of it and you only understand it through the prism of what leftists say about it, you can completely indoctrinate our young people.
So it's funny you say this because my 10th grade history teacher was a lady named Kathy Welch, who the day after Clinton beat Bush came into class and put on To Kill a Mockingbird and said, "I can't teach today." She was that upset. She's super Republican. Something about history teachers, I guess. She made a point one time in class in 10th grade. I'm in a 10th grade class in public school in Louisiana, and she brings up abortion, and we've read the Constitution. She says, "Now find abortion in the Constitution." And she gives this lecture. She says, the problem with whether you believe this or not is that if we can have judges say this, we can't read our founding documents and govern ourselves. We have to rely on these black-robed people to do it. So I'm glad you said that. And the founding, ancient history and the founding era are my 2 favorite areas of history. And when I was in college, I had a great history professor. His father was a major theologian in the Presbyterian Church in America, where I am. He's a good conservative guy. And he made me read The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution from Bernard Bailyn. Great book. And when the 1619 Project came out, and what's-her-name is out there saying that this country was founded on this, like, wait a second, I recall this book I read, and if you don't understand this book, so The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution, this historian Bernard Bailyn, instead of reading the papers of John Adams and George Washington, he read the papers and the diaries of the local butcher in Philadelphia and the silversmith in Boston. And turns out all of these middle class and lower income people were well educated and really believed that we got to fight the British for our liberties. And by the way, they really hated slavery, which was reading this book. It's just like, man, they really are lying about American history and trying to get into the classroom.
And we've gone to a place, and you have seen it, the left has controlled education for decades. But what you've seen now, especially with Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the teachers union partnering with the Department of Education to attack parents, to attack families, it's at a whole new level. So just to show you, just to give you some clarity here on the fight in Oklahoma, I am literally being sued in the Oklahoma State Supreme Court by school districts that want to bring genderqueer and flamer back to their schools because I threw out all that pornography the leftists were pushing. They are suing me in the state Supreme Court to bring that back, while at the same time saying they're going to refuse to allow the Bible, the Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence in every classroom. That's the fight we're having, folks. They are clearly trying to indoctrinate your kids with the most radical ideology this country's ever seen, while at the same time not wanting kids to, first of all, I'm gonna tell you, not only will kids understand American history when they read what the founder said, I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna love this country. One of the other favorite things I love to do with kids in my class was I'd have them read the letters from the soldiers in World War II, what they wrote back home. Well, let me tell you, they knew what they were risking their lives for. They knew that as much as they loved their family back home, America was worth fighting for. America was worth dying for. We've gone from a country that taught our young people who went to war that loved their country that much to a country that has developed a hatred of our country and our history from our young people because we've allowed our schools to lie to our kids.
So I have a side question we can get into later. Your name being Ryan, when I had Kevin Stitt and Kevin Hearn here yesterday, I thought you had to be a Kevin to get elected in Oklahoma. But Kevin Hearn pointed out that you can't find a Democrat in Oklahoma, and yet this is happening in Oklahoma, a conservative state. That kind of, I think, is something you should put a spotlight on and blow people's minds that you got all these people with R's next to their names who may or may not be elected, but aren't necessarily down with a conservative agenda.
And folks, and it's time for, we've got to play offense. I'm a firm believer. Republicans, we've got to play offense. We have the core principles. We have the policy agenda that works. Eric, I'm telling you, we go in, and here's a shocker. We have full school choice in Oklahoma. You, the parent, can send your kid to a private school, Christian school, charter school, homeschool. We want you to make that decision, right? We do merit pay for teachers. Crazy concept. You do a great job, we want to pay you more, right? We introduced signing bonuses and pay for performance for tutoring. Hey, we want kids to get caught back up quickly. We want to see this performance. We bring accountability to districts. You're not going to stay in the bottom 5% in our state. We got over 100 schools out of the bottom 5%. Never been done before in the state of Oklahoma. Never had more than 40 jump off of our F list. We had over 100 last year because we came in, we brought accountability, we brought transparency. It can work. But as Republicans, you can't look at institutions like education that have been controlled by leftists for decades and do policy initiatives that just move the needle that much. We have to go play offense and drastically change the direction of our education system to put the country back on the right track. And I'll just be clear, we've so often looked at education as a little silo, don't we? It's like, well, the schools are over there and everything else in America or culture or society is outside of that. That's not the way to look at education. The reality is education touches everything. So when we allowed the left to control our schools, guess what? They lied to our kids about our country. They turned our kids into social justice warriors. They created a victim mentality in our kids. They told our kids from when they were this tall that you're not responsible for your own actions, you're a victim, and then we wonder why kids grow up and burn down cities. We have literally allowed the left to control the trajectory of this country, every aspect of it, through our education system. Folks, we're laying out a blueprint in Oklahoma. We have to play offense. Our principles work. Our values will show themselves to be true, but we've got to go and move the needle and fight back against this radical agenda.
So I want to hone in on a different angle with schools. So my wife's sisters are both teachers, and the oldest retired. She had been a first grade teacher for a long time, and in a public school, and she said she kind of just got frustrated because she wasn't teaching anymore. She was a paper pusher. The administrative bureaucracy that the public school systems, and not just because of state regulation, because of federal regulation, is just overwhelming teachers who want to teach and they can't. They become bureaucrats. So how do you fight that?
Well, number one, you should abolish the Federal Department of Education, period.
Amen.
That should be gone.
Easy applause line with this crowd,
I mean, just We're talking about history. Can you imagine George Washington and John Adams if you told them, you guys know, it's going to take a couple of centuries, but there's going to be a federal Department of Education that dictates to schools like Joe Biden did a few months ago. Do y'all remember this? He woke up one morning and decided, now I think boys can be girls, so I'm going to try to dictate to every state. They have to allow boys in the girls' bathroom. They have to allow boys in girls' sports. We were the first state. I stood up and said, we will never comply with that, ever, number one, and we're going to sue you over it. You can't just wake up one morning and decide that you're going to force this issue on the states. The reality is there should never be a federal Department of Education. They push all these ideologies I discussed earlier, but they also are this massive bureaucracy that tries to dictate to states what education should look like. We should abolish that department. All power for education should return to the states, and the states should do what we do in Oklahoma, return all that power back to families. Here's the reality. The breakdown of the family unit is one of the most destructive forces in America today, if not the most destructive. Everything that a state does, especially in education, should be done in order to strengthen the family. I talk to my staff about that every day. How does this strengthen the family? How does this make families more involved in their kids' lives? How does this let them know more about the options that are available to them? How does this encourage? Look, there are some families where we want to encourage them to be even more involved. Hey, we want you to come in. With our tutoring programs, we have the parents come in for them. Hey, we want you to see everything we're talking to your kids about. We want you to see the curriculum. So it's so important that in everything that you do, you are strengthening the family. And folks, I get asked the question a lot about, Democrats, policies that are destructive of the family unit. Folks, I believe it's intentional. I'm sorry. I just cannot believe that the Democrats, it just so happens that every policy agenda item they've pushed for the last few decades just happens to destroy the family. Folks, I believe that they want to destroy the family unit. I believe that they want to destroy our faith. I believe that they want to destroy the fabric that holds this country together because they want to reshape it, don't they? They have a Marxist worldview. And hey, the Marxists have been clear. We control populations through education centers. We control them through destroying faith by attacking the family unit. And our Democrats today are no different. That is their goal, is to undermine those things. So Republicans, we have to be the party that strengthens the family unit, that strengthens religious liberty, and make sure that our kids understand that.
So in other words, what you're saying is a couple of years ago at one of the Democratic conventions when they said the government's the only thing we all belong to, we should believe them. Yeah.
They say it. I mean, that's the thing. When you look at this Harris and Waltz ticket, they are saying it. They're not even hiding it. If elected, this would be the most anti-Christian administration this country has ever seen. That look at what's going on our college campuses. Look at the attack on Jewish students. Did you ever think, hey, look, we knew that the college campuses were left-wing indoctrination centers. We knew that, right? Did you ever think that Jewish families would have to fear for the safety of their kids if they sent them to some certain colleges and universities? That's how far we've come as a country by letting the left, again, they're saying it. Like you said, Eric, you got to believe them when they say it. They're telling you what they're about.
So this is outside your wheelhouse, State School Superintendent, so I apologize in advance, but it's still on this topic. On a panel discussion earlier, we were talking about the rise of the Confucius Institutes that the Chinese have done, but they're also trying to seed you should learn Mandarin curriculums for elementary and secondary schools in the country. How has Oklahoma pushed back on this sort of stuff?
Folks, this blew my mind when it was first brought to my attention. We had our largest school district that partnered with the Chinese Communist Party to teach curriculum to kids about Chinese history and American history. Took money from the Chinese Communist government. Well, when I found out, not only did we kill that contract, we said no school, we passed a rule, no school in the state of Oklahoma will ever take money from an adversarial foreign government. Then, folks, I got a call from Congress. I went and testified at Congress because guess what we found out? This wasn't just happening at a random school in Oklahoma. Governor DeSantis down in Florida found over a dozen in Florida that were doing the same thing. It was going on all across the country. So I went and testified before Congress. We should pass national legislation. This is a national security issue, folks. I just told you about left-wing teachers union teachers trying to indoctrinate our kids to hate this country. We have literally allowed the Chinese Communist Party to come into our country to convince kids to hate our country and believe they're the good guys. It's such an absurd level of malpractice on our education institutions. but it just shows you the hatred for the country by so many folks inside the teachers' unions. We have to make sure that we protect our kids. And I'm gonna tell you the other thing they do with this, Eric. They want your kids' data. They want the information on your kids. So they want to indoctrinate them, but they also, that's where they keep doing these data hits. That's one of the things we were talking to the feds about as well, that, you know, some of those intelligence agencies. The Chinese Communist Party is trying to get a hold of data from our school systems. They're trying to get a hold of information. So again, they want to indoctrinate your kids, but they also want that data. They want that intel.
Okay, well, I'm glad I asked you the question because I assumed it was more of a meta issue for Oklahoma. That's actually kind of wild that school systems were willing to take the money. So did they know where the money was coming from?
Now, that's a good question. What the Chinese Communist Party did is they funneled it through a nonprofit. So that's where we had to take certain steps to get to it. But the nonprofit was associated with the communists. So guys, y'all are trying to make these excuses, but that's how they were getting around our you know, why did they do that? Let me take a step back. Why did they funnel it through a nonprofit? So we couldn't tell that the money was coming directly from the Chinese Communist Party. Because again, we'd already passed rules and laws that said, listen, we need to see all the money coming into a school, except for the union fought for a little loophole. The loophole was unless it comes through a nonprofit. So it's unbelievable, the efforts they will go to hide information from families, to hide information from the public. And so that's where now we say, look, it doesn't matter where you get the money from. You're going to have to disclose that because we can never allow a situation like that to happen again.
The last couple of minutes we've got, let me talk to you about the setup for school choice in Oklahoma. You mentioned like private schools, homeschools, charter schools. Just how expansive are the options for families? If not that I want anyone to move to Oklahoma unless you're contributing to the traffic here in Atlanta, but then yeah, please move to Oklahoma City. What are the options available for a family moves to Oklahoma? What does it look like for school choice?
Yeah, so here's the way it works. Is you get a refundable tax credit, so on the front end, to go to a private school or a homeschool. So you can go to any private school in the state. You can go to a homeschool situation as well and be able to use that money to buy those own funds. Because again, if you want to homeschool your kids, spend more time with your kids, and you're able to do that, we want you to be able to do that. So our tax credit also applies for homeschooling. And Eric,
wait, are there really people who want to do that, spend more time with their kids? Just trying to get mine out of the house. She's sitting over there.
I will tell you this, though. This is the national model. We should absolutely have federal school choice through a tax credit program like Oklahoma's to say, any state, no matter where you live in the country, you want to put your kids in hey, your public school is gone woke on you. They're telling your kids to hate this country. They're dangerous. We see that all the time as well. Get them in a private school. Get them in a charter school. Homeschool them if you can. This is how we should do this nationally. So I told you earlier, we should abolish the Federal Department of Education. We should have national school choice tax credit so then families can mobilize, move their kids where they need to. But yeah, hey, look, move to Oklahoma. We have a tax credit there available for you now. The country should follow when President Trump gets elected. That'll happen, but until then, move to Oklahoma. And I'm gonna tell you one other thing. Hey, we give teachers $50,000 signing bonuses if you're in the top 10% of the country and you're effective. So hey, we're on this, and guys, you know what they told me from the beginning? You going against the teachers union, you're gonna run off all of these teachers. And well, you know what? If you're a social justice warrior, yes. But guess what? We've been able to recruit teachers from all over the country because we've said, hey, if you do a great job, we'll pay you more. We're gonna bring discipline back to the classroom. We want our kids to love this country. We've had teachers from all over the country moving to Oklahoma teachers. So we want parents to move in. We have been very clear with an education vision that is working. And again, I think it's just, we've got to play offense. This is a great example of that. The policies work. The conservative ideas are based in truth. They're based in history. These policies, once implemented, show success. And by the way, that's why they're so mad. That's why Randy Weingarten, she put me on the screen and put a target over us. You know, there were 6 or 7 of us, but I was on her screen there at her national convention a few weeks ago. Why? Because not only are we saying it, we're doing it. And the results are coming in. And it's effective. And that's what scares them the most.
So I got to ask you on a side political tangent here because you are targeted by the teachers unions. Got a lot of people in the room. There's some here from Oklahoma, and a lot of people who aren't. If they want to help you fight back with the teacher unions, what should they be doing to help you in your fight?
Well, I appreciate that. As Eric pointed out earlier, follow me on Twitter. We have some pretty interesting back and forth on Twitter, so we have some fun on that. Also, there's a website, RyanWaltersForOklahoma.com, where you can follow the work we're doing. But folks, let me tell you, in every state, we should be getting good folks on every single school board. every single school board. We should be getting parents involved and engaged. There's a reason why the Biden administration and Kamala Harris partnered with the teachers union to weaponize our federal government against parents that show up at school board meetings. Y'all remember that? Remember that when they started investigating those parents? Because that's an incredible accountability tool. I always tell parents, if you can't get the answer privately, if they won't tell you something, make it public. Let the whole city, let the county see what the school is keeping from you as a parent, because God gave you your kids, okay? You were the person that was entrusted with your child. Don't ever let some bureaucrat tell you otherwise. And so that's why they fought against that so much. So folks, absolutely have to get good folks on school boards, have to continue to fight back against that woke indoctrination by getting parents involved. Folks, we've got to get President Trump elected. We absolutely have to. We've got to get the ability to abolish the Department of Education, get national school choice done, get our schools back to a place where, again, we want you to know American history, but look, I'm unapologetic. I want you to love this country. I want you to love this country. I want you to understand those core principles we were built on. G.K. Chesterton said we're the only country that was founded on a creed. Okay? What was that creed? What are our founding principles? Why did John Adams say that this Constitution was made for a moral people? Our kids need to know that. Your kids understand that. Your kids love this country. Your kids have their whole life in front of them to be very successful, have a great high quality of life, but also to continue making this the best country in the history of the world.
Ryan, listen, it's a long flight out from Oklahoma to get here to hang out with us, and I sure am glad you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erick. Appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
So
Hey, really
I'm going to get out and do an event in Oklahoma, and I'll let you know.
I would love to. I would love to do that. Yes, sir.
Thank you for doing
Thank you,
this.
Erick. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, I got to look at something real quick. So I got to, I'm not going to quite throw under the bus my next guest. I'm not, but I do need you to know that the whole reason that we're doing this weekend is because last year I wanted to get Dave McCormick to come to the event. Brian Kemp, it's like, you got to get Dave. He's the most impressive candidate we've seen. We think we can get him to run for the Senate. He's that good. You got to get him. It's like, well, I can't, birthday weekend, I got to be with the family. And so this year reached out, I can't, because birthday week, you got to be with the family. It's like, what if I move my entire event by a week? Can we get you here? Now, there is a downside, is there were a couple other Senate candidates that we also wanted to get, and we moved it to this weekend because I wanted to make sure we got Dave McCormick, because the governor said, you got to get Dave McCormick. People need to see him. Then it turns out that this is State Fair weekend in Montana and Wisconsin, so we wanted to get Sheehy and Hovde here as well. They're like, we can't, it's the State Fair. We got to be at the State Fair. That's okay, because I want to win Pennsylvania, because it's the Keystone State, and we got to beat Bob Casey. He's terrible, and we could have had an opportunity the last time to get McCormick and the Republicans by like 1/10 of a point, win in a different direction, and we didn't win the seat. We can win the Pennsylvania Senate seat. We can win it for the presidency, and we've got the candidate who can do it. Brian Kemp and I both have been trying to get him here with this crowd so that you guys can see we have such an impressive pick for the U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania, and that would be Dave McCormick.
Sorry about that.
No, listen, Brian and I were both like, we got to move this so that we can get you here, because we're both such big fans of yours.
Well, I'm so glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
So if you wouldn't mind giving the crowd just some of your biography, because, and again, we're talking business people running for office as opposed to just people who've been lawyers all their lives.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thank you all for being here. I'm a Pennsylvania kid, a 7th generation Pennsylvanian. My dad was born in Indiana County. My mom was in Punxsutawney. So I always like to say that because I'm running against Punxsutawney Bob, who only pops his head up once every 6 years. And I grew up I was born in Western Pennsylvania. I grew up in Bloomsburg, not far from where Bob Casey grew up. And my folks had a farm, and I lived in the town, but I baled hay and trimmed Christmas trees. And in Pennsylvania, wrestling is the big sport. So I wrestled in high school. Wrestling got me to West Point. I wrestled in college, and then served in the 82nd Airborne Division, went to Iraq, and that was, defining. West Point for me, and we'll come back to this in the Senate race, duty, honor, country was what you learn there, and I've tried to live by that ever since. After the Army, I came back to Pennsylvania. I ran a tech company in Pittsburgh. that created hundreds of jobs. It was a software company. Went and worked in the administration for President Bush in the White House, Deputy National Security Advisor, and then went and ran a big company called Bridgewater for 12 years, and resigned in 2021 to run for the Senate in Pennsylvania, where I lost a close one by 900 votes,
Yes.
as you know.
Okay, so now a side note here, I got to tell on myself. So his dad was in charge of public colleges in Pennsylvania,
That's right.
right? So I'm interviewing him on the radio. Now, I'm from the South. I hear University of Pennsylvania. I'm thinking, oh, state run. It's not. He was so diplomatic in pointing out, actually, my father wasn't in charge of he was public schools. But at the same time, University of Pennsylvania, we've had this wild situation up there with the anti-Semitic protests. And it's just, I was kind of stunned at a school like UPenn that has such a great business school reputation and everything. I didn't really realize how infested that sort of anti-Semitic sentiment could be at a place like that.
Well, listen, I think we've all, I mean, post-October 7th, as you know, my wife and I, Dina, went to Israel in early.
Yeah, and by the way, his wife is actually more awesome than him.
Hey, she is more awesome than me by a lot. If she were here, she would agree. And but we went to Israel. We went to Kfar Aza. We saw firsthand this butchery, this horrific evil. We met with hostage families. We met with survivors. You can't go there without coming away with the sense that we need to support Israel to destroy this evilness. And it's not just Hamas against Israel. It's Hezbollah, it's Islamic Jihad. The original sin is Iran. And the reason this is connected to the protests. Iran, which is the original sin in 2015, we did the Iran deal using hundreds of billions of dollars to underwrite terrorist proxies around the world and around the Middle East. The deciding vote was Bob Casey, my opponent. So that context, I travel across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. At the University of Pennsylvania, we have these kids protesting. I go to the protest site where the encampment, the evilness, the vile things that are being said. Jewish kids intimidated, don't want to go to class. And you say, my God, how could that happen on our nation's campuses? This anti-Americanism, this anti-Semitism. And then you watch those 3 college presidents testify, and they're tying themselves in pretzels, not to say what's right or wrong, good or evil. And you say, that's how it happened. A lack of moral clarity, a lack of leadership. And that is one of the reasons I think we're in spiritual decline. I think this is evidence of a spiritual decline in our country. And this is a time we need courageous leaders. And my opponent, Bob Casey, is the opposite of that. Weak, has been unwilling to stand up and take a strong stand on just about anything, including anti-Semitism.
So for the last 3 weeks in a row, I think, I have been playing your ads on my radio show because I think your campaign team has done a better job defining Kamala Harris and Bob Casey's ties to her than anybody in the country. And it is remarkable to watch her suddenly say, I'm actually for fracking after campaigning against it. And also to watch Bob Casey, who, you know, his dad was like the pro-life icon.
Right.
And of course, he gets to the U.S. Senate and betrays those values and walks away from that. He really has been a disappointment.
Yeah, this is why I'm very optimistic about November. I don't mean we don't have to bear down and run a great campaign in Pennsylvania and a great campaign nationally, but at least in Pennsylvania, we ran the ad you spoke about when Senator Casey came out and endorsed Kamala Harris. My team put together, it was just an internal team, a 22-year-old kid on the team, put together this digital commercial. And it started by Bob Casey saying, listen, she's ready to be president today. You're gonna love her when you get to know her. And then it had 60 seconds. No Republican voice, no voiceover, nothing. It just had Kamala Harris saying, I want to ban fracking. I want to transition energy workers. I want to legalize illegal immigration. I want to make sure they have federal benefits. I want to have mandatory buybacks of guns. I want to have elimination of private health insurance. I want to reduce the consumption of red meat. Now, I'm not a political expert, but in Pennsylvania, if you're running on banning fracking, taking your guns, and taking away red meat, you're in trouble, right? So we just ran that commercial, and then at the end, it has Bob Casey saying, she's ready to be president today. You're going to love her when you get to know her. And I think that is the way that we're going to win. This is a radical agenda. People in Pennsylvania, and I don't think most people in America want to have a set of policies that have failed so miserably in San Francisco. And so I think the way we beat Bob Casey and the way we beat Kamala Harris is to say it's a failed record on inflation, on border, on crime, on energy. 80% of Pennsylvanians think the country's going in the wrong direction. If you pick Kamala Harris and Bob Casey, I say them side by side because he's a 98% vote for the Biden-Harris agenda, you're gonna have worse. You're gonna have a liberal agenda that's gonna take our country in a direction where you're gonna wake up and you're not gonna recognize it. And you don't have to believe me, just listen to her.
So Ed Rendell, former governor, has obviously, I know you'll disagree with his characterization, but he did have this, it was a funny line when he said it, that Pennsylvania, you have to think of, you have Pittsburgh in the west, Philadelphia in the east, and the Confederacy in between. And his
Alabama, he said Alabama.
his comparison just being, you've got these two major urban centers in the east and west of the state. You've got a lot of rural Pennsylvania, the T, they talk about it, Erie, then up in the northwest corner. How do you campaign and build a message between such diverse groups?
Well, you know, I grew, sometimes they say it's Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Alabama. I grew up in the Alabama part. Like, I grew up in a very conservative part of Pennsylvania. And here's the good news. I'm announcing it today. Pennsylvania's becoming red. Pennsylvania's, by 2026, if you have me back here, we're gonna be red. That's hard to believe when you read all the stuff in the New York Times, right? We are on the way. So in 2016, when President Trump won, we had 1 million more registered Democrats than Republicans. Today, we have 360,000. By election day, we'll have 300,000, and by 2026, we'll be red. So it's moving, and part of the reason it's moving is because working families are flipping. That the Democratic Party is becoming the party of the elite. The Republican Party is becoming a party that's dealing with working families. What you have to do, we have of 67 counties, 56 of them are red. You got to get out the vote. You can't take them for granted. You got to tell them that their vote is going to be the difference between winning and losing. Then there's 11 counties that are purple or blue, and in those counties there's persuadable voters. These are independents. 11% of our voters are independents. They think the country's going down over the cliff. You got to appeal to them. There's conservative Democrats, Jewish Democrats. We have 300,000 registered Jewish voters in Pennsylvania. 80% of them are Democrats. Do you think they look at what's going on the television and think that the Democratic Party is serving them well? There's a real opportunity there. African Americans. President Trump right now, the polls are very volatile. He's polling at 40% among African American males. If he came in at 20%, that would be a game changer, and if I can capture some of that. So there are multiple ways to win. The key is, the foundation is that base. And those 56 counties, those rural counties, you got to get them out to vote. You got to convince people that their future depends on it. I did a talk at Penn State the other day, and I stopped in the middle of it. It's 50 kids of the college Republicans at Penn State, may have been the only Republicans at Penn State, but I got them in a room and I said, listen, I'm gonna be okay regardless of what happens in this election. I'm 58. I got more years behind me than in front of me, but for you young people, you gotta vote and get active like your life depends on it, because it does. The country that we all have appreciated and loved and benefited from, it's not gonna be there for them. So we gotta get people mobilized on this election, the significance of it. It really is, all politicians have said this forever, but this really is the most important election of our lifetimes. And the consequences of getting it wrong, Kamala Harris, a Democratic Senate, say goodbye to the filibuster, say hello to 4 new Senate seats in Puerto Rico and Washington, say hello to Supreme Court packing, say hello to new taxes. I mean, this is gonna be a wide open border, legalization of illegal immigrants. It'll be a country we won't recognize. That's why we gotta get people out to vote, we gotta win.
I want to test your political acumen and diplomatic skills. Philly sports or Pittsburgh sports?
You know, you can't have it both ways. You gotta. I'm Pittsburgh.
Yes.
You know, now when I'm in Philadelphia, I don't say anything bad about Philadelphia, but I'm a Pittsburgh kid, and I'm a big.
That's
Steelers
good.
fan.
You know, so I've only been to Pennsylvania a couple of times, and every time I always hear like there seems to be this stigma for Pittsburgh. I think it's one of the coolest entryways into any city in America. You come through this tunnel, and suddenly you've got the river in the city. It's just the coolest entrance to any city.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I lived there. I have 6 daughters now, but I had 4 biological daughters, and 3 of them I had in Pittsburgh, and I lived a big part of my life there. But I got to tell you, and it's beautiful. But I got to tell you, it's sad now. And I attribute it to many of the failed policies of Biden, Casey, Harris, that direction of our country, particularly as it relates to crime. And downtown Pittsburgh today is a shell of what it was when I ran a company there. And just to put in perspective, we had 1,000 police officers in 2020 in Pittsburgh Police Force. We have 650 today.
Wow.
So 4 years later, we have 650. It's 2/3 of what it was. In my neighborhood, I live in Squirrel Hill, which is in the city, right near University of Pittsburgh and Carnegie Mellon. And the patrols in my neighborhood are half what they were 4 years ago. And this is a problem across Pennsylvania and much of America, where the combination of the defund the police movement, the lack of support for qualified immunity, just the lack of public leaders standing behind law enforcement has gutted our law enforcement community, and it's a huge deal. And so we see the fentanyl crisis, we see crime going up in these urban centers, storefronts closing, with remote work, we don't have enough people downtown. We have the homeless problem. We have illegal immigrants that are encamping in our urban centers. Philadelphia is unrecognizable. So this is a big difference between us and them. This is a big difference between the world that Kamala Harris and Bob Casey won. Bob Casey supported the defunding the police movement. He won't stand for qualified. I have this great picture in an ad of Bob Casey taking a knee with a Biden COVID mask on and his fist up in the air. I said, if that doesn't win me the election in Pennsylvania, nothing will, right? So this is an ideology that really is going to destroy our communities. And I was doing a fundraiser out west, and I was describing out in California. I was describing, we got this crazy district attorney in Philadelphia. You're not gonna believe me. Soros funded a guy named Larry Krasner. He's got this rule where if you steal less than $1,000, you don't get prosecuted. I mean, you're not gonna believe it. And these are a bunch of California Republicans, and they said, oh yeah, we have that rule in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and it was the beginning of the end in terms of San Francisco just being destroyed. That's the ideology we're fighting against, and Bob Casey has not only not fought against it, he's been a weak and enabler of it.
So we talk about Pittsburgh. You've got this massive population base in Philadelphia that leans pretty Democrat, media markets that bleed in that are pretty hostile to you. How do you go in and find the persuadable people there as a candidate to try to convince them they need to abandon the Casey name that they've known for so long in politics in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, well, there's 5 counties in southeast Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia's one. Bucks, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware are the other 4. Bucks, we just flipped. Bucks is now more Republican, registered Republicans than Democrats. And the key is to be in those 4 counties, not Philadelphia directly, is to be very focused on the kitchen table issues. Number 1's inflation. So for 60% of Pennsylvanians and for most Americans, they're living paycheck to paycheck. You got to remind yourself of that almost every day. 60% living paycheck to paycheck. So when prices go up by 21% and wages haven't kept up, these folks are getting squeezed on food, fuel, and rent. It's the same in the rural counties as it is in those suburban counties. And that inflation is the direct result of terrible policy. 2 things. One, it's the Republicans and Democrats have been spending too much for 20 years, but it's been a hockey stick under Biden. $7 trillion of new spending, that's been the direct driver of inflation. That plus a war on fossil fuels. So when you talk to people in Pennsylvania, there's social issues and so that are energizing among some. But the number 1 issue is the economy. The economy's not working, and that applies to those collar counties. And by the way, inflation's not a Republican problem or an independent problem or a Democratic problem. That's killing us all. The second issue is the border. And you say, why is the border such a big deal in Pennsylvania? Well, the number 1 reason, we see the illegal immigrants are depressing wages. We see the burden on social services. We have 13 sanctuary cities or counties in Pennsylvania, so it's a big pervasive issue. But the number 1 reason is fentanyl. We lost 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year from fentanyl, 4,000. And we lost 100,000 nationally. So for those of you in the audience that were in the Vietnam era, just to put this in perspective, we lost 53,000 Americans in 8 years of war in Vietnam. We had 2 Vietnams last year. Fentanyl coming across our borders, the cartels, the distribution network, wide open borders. It comes across legal and illegal entries. And this is poison. in every way. And the Biden administration and Bob Casey's been with him every step of the way, hasn't stopped it. They haven't had they didn't finish the wall. They haven't had remain in Mexico. They haven't supported the Border Patrol. I went to see this myself a couple times. I've been to the border more times than the borders are, and Senator Casey. And when you get there, it is stunning. And I'll just tell you a little quick story. I'll be really quick. There's lots to talk about. But I went to Yuma, Arizona about 6 weeks ago. I'm standing at the border at 2 in the morning in Yuma, Arizona with the Border Patrol. And you're walking along, there's this incredible wall, and then the wall stops. And 300 yards away, there's a storage area where you see all this steel that was purchased to finish the wall, but Biden stopped it on day one. And we paid for the labor for this too. So the wall stops at 2 in the morning, right in front of me. This isn't something I saw on Fox News. 50 people walk across the border, right in front of me. And in that group of 50 that I personally saw, 5 military-age men from Syria and 5 Chinese nationals. Just in the 50 I saw. 10 million have crossed the border, hundreds on the terrorist watch list. We are, I'll make a prediction here, which I hope doesn't come true. We have no idea the national security risk that's become embedded in our country over the last 3.5 years. I mean, people from all over the world. These aren't from Mexico or Central America. These are people from Central Asia, people from the Middle East. This is a national security threat that I'm sad to say I think will come home to roost sometime down the road here.
I'm afraid so. You know, the difference between you and a Democrat is if a Democrat had been down there, they would have gotten them registered to vote as they came across the wall.
That's exactly right. That's exactly. And Eric, you know this, but sometimes people miss that. You know, the illegal immigrants are legally allowed to vote. However, the Democrats and Bob Casey was supported this with a vote. Those 10 million illegal immigrants are counted in the census.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is huge. This is huge. This is a right in front of us. They're stealing the election in the following sense. Those 10 million people get counted in the census. That directs how many congressional seats are given to particularly blue states like New York and California. And of course, those electoral seats determine the number of votes in the Electoral College. So if you want to think about stacking the deck, those 10 million illegal immigrants counted in the census is something that's happening right in front of us, and it's going to do huge damage. Not to mention the fact that Kamala Harris has said, and Bob Casey will support, legalizing those illegal immigrants once they get into office.
All right, you went there because this is I'm not a big conspiracy theorist. This is my actual, I am convinced that as so many people leave New York, Illinois, in California and places like that, that they actually are using an illegal immigrant population to pop up the census count just so they don't lose congressional districts.
I don't think that census vote isn't directly a political calculation. I agree with you. I mean, they're not hiding it. They're going right out front. What's the logic for saying 10 million illegal immigrants should be counted in the census? What's the logic? There is no logic other than a political logic. Right. And I think it's a real problem. I mean, in Pennsylvania, obviously Pennsylvania's been the center of a lot of debate and uncertainty and chaos around whether the elections are going to be fair. And so we're putting a huge effort in making sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure we have an army of observers, to make sure we have the right legal support, to make sure we clean the voter rolls, to make sure we have the right inspections of the voting machines, to make sure we have the right observation of lock boxes, or drop boxes rather, because it's going to be so close. This is going to be a close race. I'm going to win this by a point or two.
So you mentioned that. I thought it was notable that when Senator McConnell was here yesterday and he was talking about needing to win more elections and how good our candidate quality was this year, and he always does it in the order of the races that he thinks are the most viable, and obviously West Virginia flipping it seems very, very interesting. He put you very high on the list of seats that he thinks that we can win, which I think is very notable for him to be able to do that.
Yeah, listen, I think, here's what I honestly think. I think our country is in deep trouble. I mean, I honestly do. When my wife and I were debating whether to run after losing last time, we kept saying, let's move on with our lives. We're almost empty nesters. We have one daughter left. We have 6 daughters. One daughter left who is a senior in high school. We talked to our daughters about it. They're not exactly for me running. By that, I mean they're 100% opposed to me running. But every time I went to pick up the phone and move on and take a job or join a board or something, I just kept getting pulled back to this moment, which is if you believe in America, you think America's the most exceptional country in the world, you've been blessed by America, which I bet most of you think you've been blessed by all America has to offer. If you think America's in deep trouble, which I do, and you think you can do something about it, then you got to do it. And I believe I believe I can and will win this seat. It's going to be tough, but 80% of Pennsylvanians think the country's going in the wrong direction. They don't buy into this crazy liberal, weak agenda. Bob Casey's been truly a terrible senator. And by terrible, I mean you can't point to one thing that he has done that's meaningfully changed the life of Pennsylvanians in 18 years. He's been a rubber stamp for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and he will be a rubber stamp for the even more weak liberal agenda of the future. So if you believe those things and you trust that Pennsylvanians are feeling the things that I'm saying, they want change. And polls go up and down, but the thing I feel on the ground is, and I suspect this is what Leader McConnell was talking about, man, there's energy. There is energy wherever I go because I think people want some. And by the way, what I say to everybody is, listen, I'd be honored to do this job. It's not the best job I will have ever had. I'm doing it out of love of country, and I don't know anybody anything. I don't know President Trump anything. I'm grateful for his support, but I don't know him anything. I don't know Leader McConnell anything. The only people I owe anything to are the people of Pennsylvania. And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected, I'm going to be a strong voice for them and for our country. And so I feel honored to do it, and I kind of feel like God has a plan, and we'll see if it's the plan I think it is.
Well, it is worth pointing out, too. I mean, it's not too long. You had Senator Toomey, great Republican senator who was able to win repeatedly there. You've had Republican governors recently there. So, I mean, sometimes I think Republicans think, oh, Pennsylvania, it's so far off there. Not really. You regularly get Republicans.
Well, particularly with that movement I was describing on registration. We're becoming red at a time when the policies of the Democrats are more and more out of step with Pennsylvania.
So if people here who aren't from Pennsylvania want to get involved and help you, what can they do?
Yeah, I have a website, DaveMcCormickPA.com, and I've tried to lay out on that website all my positions so people know what I'm about and why I'm running. And then, I did one yesterday. I've been doing a series of speeches, which seems like an anachronistic thing of the past. But I thought, boy, wouldn't it be good for the people of Pennsylvania to know where their senator would try to take the country? And where he would vote. So I've laid out speeches on energy policy, which is a huge issue in Pennsylvania, family policy, how to make sure we're supporting families, a speech on China, a speech on how to break the bureaucracy of Washington. Last night, I gave one on national security, which I'm sad to say I think is a real looming issue. I think our security is really at risk beyond the border, but from adversaries around the world. And that agenda is also on there. And so it's one thing to win the race, which I plan to do. It's another thing to actually hit the ground and make a difference when you get there, and that's what I'm hoping I can do.
So if you do get there, and I really do hope literally, we moved the event this weekend because Brian and I wanted to get you here as badly as we did. If you get there, what committees are the ones that really interest you?
Well, I don't want to jinx myself by talking about committees. That seems like a sort of measuring curtains. What I will say is that I think of the many issues confronting us, and where we have one of the biggest contrasts is on energy. Energy policy is under the direction of Biden and Harris, I think is taking us in a terrible direction. I think there's a focused effort to eliminate fossil fuel consumption. That's made us more dependent on China for lithium batteries and solar panels. That's driven up the price of energy for all Americans, and that's hurt industrial jobs and jobs across the country. So I will be a senator that wants to fight for energy dominance. And energy dominance is great for our national security because we're exporting our natural gas and energy around the world. Pennsylvania is the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. If we were a country, we'd be number 4. We literally have Saudi Arabia under our feet in Pennsylvania. Saudi Arabia can pump 10 million barrels of petroleum a day. We have that much natural gas capacity under our feet. So unleashing that's critical for national security. It's incredible for our economy because these jobs, these young people, I grew up thinking you had to get a college degree to have a great middle-class career. You don't. These are great skilled labor, trade jobs that'll last for decades. And here's the clincher. It's good for our environment. I'm an environmentalist, I'm a conservationist. I believe that the best way to curb carbon emissions globally is to export our great natural gas from places like Pennsylvania and replace coal-fired plants in India and China, where they're just decades behind us. So this is an area where you could not have more of a stark difference between Kamala Harris and weak liberal Bob Casey and what a strong Republican vision will be. President Trump, I think, has a similar vision to what I just said. And that's where I think I can be a really strong voice, because it's a national security issue, it's an economic issue, and Pennsylvania has a lot to offer America and the world when it comes to energy resources.
Dave, listen, I mean it. I wanted you to be here. I'm so glad you could come. I want you in the United States Senate more than most, so thank you. It's a trip down, it's a hike, but thank you very much for coming.
Hey, listen, I'm honored to be here, Eric. Thanks so much, and I'll just finish by saying, in wrestling, which as I said, I wrestled in college, I wasn't the best wrestler, but I always knew if I could get in the third period and be within a point or two, I'd win, because it's all about conditioning, intensity, heart, and staying on offense. And that's what it's going to require for these next 85 days. And so every morning when Bob Casey wakes up, I want him to say, oh my God, that guy's everywhere. He's in my face constantly. When will he go away? I'm not going away. And I won't go away when I'm in the United States Senate. So
Essentially, I guess we need to make him not see his shadow, so he goes away in better days.
We need to get him to debate. Yeah. We need to get him. The more you see of Bob Casey and the more you see of Kamala Harris, I'm confident that Donald Trump and I will look a lot better.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Dave McCormick. I really
that was
appreciate
awesome.
it so much.
So good to have me. Thank
you.
It's a great
Anything I can do to help, let me know.
Thanks, Eric.
Absolutely. He's my #1 draft pick for the Senate, and has been. It's just would be phenomenal to get him there. All right, I believe so. All right, tangent here. Oh, and look, my kid's not here. So 2-3 years ago, I was with my son at the golf course, and I got hit in the head with the full forward force of his swing. Got a concussion. I don't remember 2 weeks of my life, and so I was recounting this last night, and my daughter was telling the story that I don't remember. I'm not a big fruit eater. I hate wild berry Pop-Tarts. I hate them. Apparently, I would ask for wild berry Pop-Tarts and then get mad when they brought them because I don't like them and couldn't understand why they brought them. She was regaling people with the story of me last night. They were like, you should subtly work in Pop-Tarts on stage. So I've now said the word Pop-Tarts and 3 people owe me money. And at the same time, it's my conference. Don't dare me to do that. We're not serving Pop-Tarts for lunch. We got a great lunch for you. We'll be back this afternoon. By the way, I do need to absolutely highlight for you Chip Roy, who I think many of you probably know who he is, will be here. And Rick Scott, the senator from Florida, when we did our 4th gathering in 2012, he was then the governor of Florida and hosted us in Jacksonville. And it's great to be able to have him back here. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in an hour. I've totally missed my agenda, but I know who's coming up next. So we got a great afternoon. We've got Senator Rick Scott from Florida is coming. We've got Congressman Chip Roy is coming. We've got General King is coming, the insurance commissioner in Georgia. Right now, I got a buddy of mine who we have this mutual admiration society because he always says, oh, I admire you so much. I actually admire him because it boots on the ground in Georgia as a Christian conservative involved in politics, putting points on the board, not just for the right, but actually for people of faith on the right. He's willing to be uncompromising, but also be loving with people he disagrees with. And he's developed this great level of respect in our state legislature and among elected officials in the state across the board, just because they know what he believes. He's not willing to compromise, but he's willing to not hate other people. And so also, we couldn't do this event. We've got a lot of sponsors who contribute money. What Frontline Policy contributes has been the manpower at registration and elsewhere to help us. Every year they've stepped forward and said, we will show up with our volunteers to help man the registration desk and do things like that, because we really couldn't do it with, I literally, just so y'all understand, I have Charlie, Phillip, Candace, my assistant, and my board operator. That's it. Don't have a big team. And so with Cole, I've been able to pull off this conference every year because he has great people who work with him who are willing to commit their time to make this possible. And every year I like to get him up to try to refocus us on some of our priorities. So please give a warm welcome to my good friend Cole Muzio.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Good to see you.
Also, you always wear fancier shoes than me.
Well,
what are these we're wearing?
These are Jordans. You got to go with excellence. But I do need to congratulate you on a couple things. First, the mac and cheese out there, fire. And thank you for looking out for the culinary simpletons like me. So thank you for that. Secondly, you said I wasn't a hater, but I want to congratulate you on having a Southern Poverty Law Center recognized hate group leader on the stage with you. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Listen, I'm on their list. You're on their list. We can be hated together.
When the bad guys hate you, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, but so it's funny you say that. So let's start there, because one of the issues that you guys have fought with Frontline is social conservative policy against the trans agenda in schools. You've supported the Tebow bill for homeschool kids being able to participate in public school activities. And you really are, like, this past year, they tried to make a big scandal of the fact that you guys were pushing school choice legislation in Georgia.
So I love it. Like, the Southern Poverty Law Center, I didn't, record this as an in-kind contribution from them, but in their magazine that they did like this huge write-up on us as like this evil, group, pulling the strings behind all levers of power. And they write that going against Frontline is like trying to fight a forest fire with a bucket of water. So I love it. We're happy to make their life more difficult, but that's exactly what we're trying to do. The left has so much money and energy and power and enthusiasm to fight for all the wrong things. You said social conservative. We think of ourselves as we're family conservatives, and we fight for truth. And so whether it's school choice, whether it's trying to make sure that boys are in boys' sports teams and in boys' bathrooms, and that we're not, totally erasing gender, which, by the way, Kamala Harris, whether she's a history-making candidate, she is the most anti-woman candidate that there's ever been running for president of the United States. And we have to make sure that we're protecting this world for our girls. So that's what we're doing. We are trying to make sure that we're building a force that the left has to fear. And we want to do so with principles. We want to do so with the love of Jesus Christ. We want to do so strategically. But what we're fighting for today is really, really important. And I've got to point out two special people in the audience. I have my two oldest sons. I've got 4 kids. My youngest 2 are at home, and for very obvious reasons if you met them. But my 2 oldest are here with me. My son Peyton is 10. My son Cade is 8. And if you've seen this random kid drop a stress squishy ball on the floor like 15 times, it's Cade. But I love those 2 boys, and they're here with me today, and that's why we're fighting.
So your better half is home with the younger 2, I assume.
Yeah, she's taking care of the younger 2. They inherited a little bit more of my wife's sin nature than my first 2 did. It's a joke, but my daughter Audrey in particular. Look, I'm not as old as you might think I am based on my gray hair. My daughter Audrey really pushes every button, and she knows when to say, "I love you so much, Daddy," and then also knows when to say, "I'll never never love you. I'll never hug you. She's able to pull those strings when she wants to, and
totally
girls are
works, too.
absolutely manipulative.
Yes, by the way, Philip, I think you're watching the live stream in the other room. Just note Cole is younger than you and has more gray hair, so now you're safe.
I don't know. Philip's pushing it now. I mean,
he's going to come in here and get mad at us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you are taller.
That's true.
So I want to talk about school choice because this has been a big fight in our state for a number of years, and I think everybody who wanted the bill also acknowledges what we got is way less than what we should be able to get in the state.
Absolutely.
Can you talk about just the fight to get that crumb of legislation across?
Yeah, let me talk about the fight and then also kind of what's ahead. That was a massive battle, and you need to understand that we talk about Stacey Abrams a lot as a boogeyman, but we have majorities, Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate and every constitutional office. Obviously, the 2 United States senators are a whole separate conversation, but Stacey Abrams is not why good things don't happen in the state of Georgia. It's big business, it's big medicine, and it's big education. The education bureaucracy fights tooth and nail against school choice and against anything that reduces their power. I love that you had Ryan Walters here. He's fantastic. But they want to make sure that they're enshrining as much power in the education system as a whole, which erodes your power as a parent and erodes the power of the state and our ability to pass on our values. So that is the biggest obstacle. And what you see anytime that there is something that takes away their power, especially anytime something school choice gets moving, is all these people that are paid by your tax dollars, the educrats, work your legislators, particularly in rural Georgia, to try to get them to oppose school choice because the education system is the largest employer across a lot of our state. So it becomes a huge battle to try to push back and try to make sure that we're winning those voters over, or legislators over. I will tell y'all, it was a lot of groups. You had AFP on here earlier. You had a number of other groups. We were proud to continue working with a strong coalition to try to make sure that we flipped 15 Republicans over the course of this last year to make sure that we passed school choice. It did pass by 1 vote, but here's the problem. It took a Herculean effort from a lot of groups, a lot of people. It took the governor weighing in. Governor Kemp deserves a tremendous amount of credit for stepping out and leaning in for school choice. But our school choice bill, when you heard Kevin Stitt yesterday talking about everything that Oklahoma gets, ours applies only to the kids in 25% failing school districts across our state. So if you're in a school district that's at 30%, it's struggling, your kids are not learning well, your kids are being indoctrinated, too bad. In 2026 in Georgia, we have statewide elections coming up. We have to make that a mandate for what we have our statewide candidates fight for. 2026 universal school choice has to be the central theme of our campaigns because that has to come to Georgia. Every kid deserves to have the option to go to the school that best fits their needs. That has to be what we fight for here in our state.
It hasn't just been school choice, though. I mean, you guys have fought repeatedly, for example, just the Tebow legislation, which seems to be common sense to a lot of families with homeschool kids, but there really is just among Republicans, and I do think the common tie is oftentimes there are elected Republicans who have ties into the public school system, are just deeply opposed to integrating, for example, homeschool families into public school activities, even though their parents are still the taxpayers.
Again, that's something that breaks the back of the education stranglehold that they have on your family. If you're able to say, look, you have the ability to homeschool and still have these same options that you're already paying for, it totally breaks the stranglehold that they have on our families. So across the board, we have to give more power to parents, whether that's public school boards and making sure that we're educating our kids well, whether it's making sure that kids aren't denied opportunities for sports teams and extracurricular activities simply because their parents chose to homeschool them. We've got to take advantage of every option because every issue that you talk about is a family issue. I mean, even McCormick, who just came from Pennsylvania, where that's going to be a razor-thin race, is talking about things in terms of the family. Inflation is about the family. The border is about the family. These issues of education are about the family. It's the left's all-out assault on your ability to raise your family. And so when we're talking about all these education issues, the moral imperative to make sure that we are giving power to parents to educate their kids as they see fit is an absolute necessity. And we continue, people associate Georgia with the Bible Belt, and kind of being this red state, not all that different than Alabama or whatever. That notion, took a hit in 2020, obviously, but we are very different state. We have major big business interests here. We've got a lot of dynamics here that have made Georgia never fully turn that, tide from being a Democrat-controlled state to a fully conservative state. Brian Kemp winning in 2018 was a major transformation for our state and a major leap forward, but we're still having to fight on things like boys and girls sports, saving girls sports, protecting girls bathrooms. Those kind of fundamental things are big battles here because we've not conditioned our legislators to respond in a super conservative way as we're fighting for truth across our state.
You point that out, probably one of the bigger fights out there for Republicans in the legislature and Democrats as well is we're one of the few conservative states without a Religious Freedom Restoration Act on the books, and it's the Republicans who regularly kill it.
Yeah, I mean, sitting here in this room, listening to, two PCA guys up on the stage, you have less religious freedom than someone sitting in federal prison here in the state of Georgia. We're one of the minority of states. Iowa just passed one. Montana passed one a little bit before that refused to pass a Religious Freedom Restoration Act. And again, this is something Governor Kemp has pledged to support if it gets to his desk. But our legislators are not hearing enough from Christians across the state saying that we need RFRA in the state of Georgia. It just says that your religious freedom right needs to be treated with the same level of respect as every other constitutional liberty. But in our state has tremendous amounts of authority to override your religious freedom. Thank God we had a conservative governor in Brian Kemp that kept churches open during COVID. But you put somebody else in that office, they can trample on your religious freedom right all day long. And so we've got to pass that. That needs to be something that happens. I mentioned 2026 as the campaign issue is universal school choice. RFRA needs to be a done issue by then. That needs to happen in 2025. It needs to be done. It needs to be over. And what I want people in this room to remember is these things that we've talked about are winning popular issues. School choice, when we polled it, was a 79% issue, and they broadened the coalition. School choice, when we polled it, universal school choice was a 79% issue among white voters. Among black voters, it was an 81% issue. This is how we build the tent, so to speak, without moderating, and it brings more people into the fold, and it's a winning issue. Save girls sports, 80+% issue. Boys outside of girls' bathrooms, 80+% issue. Giving more parental rights, 80+% issue. We talk about these things, we win.
Let's talk about Frontline more specifically because you guys have a reputation in the state, and I know because they talk to me sometimes. Your conservative competitors, if I can call them, sometimes complain that I dote on Frontline perhaps too much. But also,
I appreciate you doing it.
Yes. Also, though, even Democrats in the state legislature, they don't like the things you guys stand for, but I have a hard time finding ones who don't like you. That just I think those relationships.
I can give you the names of the ones that don't like me. Yeah,
probably, yes. Yeah, your wife, if you keep talking like that on stage. But it really, those relationships do matter, that you guys, everybody knows where you stand for, but they also know you're not, for lack of a better word, mean.
I can be, but look, you talked about it earlier when you say, getting to the end of the book and knowing that you've won. Look, we don't approach politics with anxiety. I mentioned my 2 sons that are here, 4 kids. I don't know for a fact that they'll ever see a United States of America that is totally God-glorifying as a country. I don't know that. But I know that my sons can see Christians who live out their faith with authenticity. And that can start with me and our organization and people in this room. When we approach politics and we approach politicians, they need to see Jesus in how we operate. And so we not only try to engage winsomely, strategically, try to engage to win, try to engage and be nice and friendly and come alongside folks from a policy perspective. We also try to involve the church. We've got a Church Ambassador Network program that has done a fantastic job connecting pastors with government officials. We open up God's Word. And look, I'm excited to say that because of the Church Ambassador Network program, God's Word was opened up every single day in private meetings with legislators at your Georgia State Capitol. These legislators were prayed for, witnessed to, and told that they were held to a higher calling, even without being put in a political framework. That's awesome. How many people in this room believe that God's Word can change hearts and minds? Amen. And my goal is with this program, and with everything that we're doing, that we are bringing a biblical perspective, that we're not just a standard political organization. We're not mean, we're not nasty, but we're able to approach things from a principled perspective. I don't waver on a whole lot of things, but from a principled perspective that points people to Jesus. Even if that's a one-on-one relationship, that's something we're trying to do as an organization.
So let's talk about pastors and churches, because I know within our denomination and others, there's also this reluctance, understandably so, I think, to put too much politics in the pulpit, which I actually don't want to go listen to a political rally when I go to church. But also there is probably needs to be more greater awareness that churches should be playing a role as culture, so many of their congregants think, slips away. How do you thread that needle?
I've never asked a pastor to talk more about politics. Here's what I ask a pastor to do. Speak to the issues that everywhere outside of the four walls of your church building are being spoken to. The only place where kids should not be confronted with gender identity shouldn't be the church. Every kid that walks through a church door should hear how fearfully and wonderfully made by a God who loves them, that they are made male and female. And that was part of his wonderful design and what good that brings to them. Every family that walks through church doors should hear how wonderful of an institution marriage is, and that it's not some burdensome fuddy-duddy thing. It is something that brings you ultimate joy. I love my wife more than anything on this planet, and there's nothing that has brought me greater joy and happiness than marriage. Churches too often shrink from that. Churches shrink from the value of every human being. Churches should be multicultural, not because they try intentionally to start multicultural programs. Churches should be multicultural because that should be the place where you see the value of every human life most embodied than anywhere else in our entire culture. And so churches need to talk about those issues with bravery and boldness. And as you approach an election cycle, churches should make sure that its people go out and mobilize and vote their values, not because they want to be more American or more conservative or more Republican, but because God has issued a mandate on the church to be salt and light into this world, and we can't do that if we shrink back. Thank you. A great way to love God and love our neighbor is to vote for God-honoring and neighbor-loving public policy. And that's one of the reasons people, this audience has flocked to your conference, is because this is not about a bunch of political noise. Like I've not heard, I've heard some, jokes because, frankly, Kamala is pretty easy to make fun of. But I've not heard a whole lot of really deeply personal attacks on Kamala Harris at the stage today. It's been about policy, because policy impacts people's lives. I won't lie to anybody in this room. I am not a fan of Donald Trump. But the proposals that Donald Trump is putting forward for this country so far surpass what Kamala Harris will actively do to this country, that there is a clear and distinct choice. And people need to make that choice not because of their partisan allegiance, but because they love God and they love their neighbor. And that's the mandate of the church. So as we try to engage pastors, we try to engage churches, it's on that basis. This is your kingdom mission. This is your kingdom calling. It's not separate for how God has created the church. It is a part of its mandate. And we try to separate those things out, politics and church mission, then it becomes muddied. When you make the church missions about going and being salt and light, that can be more impactful.
So, yeah. I'll clap for you. Look, I'm clapping for you, Cole.
I appreciate that. Any of these people that are insulting you for doting on me, take note.
Yes. So what is engagement with Frontline like for, I know you guys have donors, you have engaged people in the payroll, but for like average Georgian wants to get involved, what does that look like with Frontline?
So we've got a number of events coming up where you can learn directly more about us. In fact, most of you probably have a handout with our event September 27th on one side, and then our conference coming up in January. I'm trying to actively negotiate with Erick. I promised him like really good food, really good, a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, you have mac and cheese.
We will have mac and cheese, and we'll have you come make cinnamon rolls for everybody too. So. But we've got a couple of events coming up where you can learn more about us. We are happy to take people on tours of the Capitol and engage them in that space. We're happy to provide election resources that you can get in your churches. We provide throughout legislative session a lot of opportunity to engage directly in the legislation that we're pushing. So we send out pretty constant action alerts of, hey, these are the things that we're working on. Not the things that we're just hearing about happening at the legislature, but the things that our team drafted and are engaged on, and we know what's happening, we know what's moving. We're able to get you involved in that process, even if it's just a couple clicks from your computer, and you're able to get an email off, or we're able to tell you how to make a phone call and engage you that way. And like I said, we're leaning on everybody in this room to engage the body of Christ. And so there's a lot of ways that you can do that. Begin to connect us with your pastor, connect us with your church. We do C3 programs, Christianity and Culture Conversations. We do those at churches. And so we're happy to come to your church, talk about issues, and make sure people are more aware and more engaged on that front as well.
You mentioned school choice and Rifford. I mean, what other big issues do you think that in Georgia conservatives need to be advocating for?
Well, I mean, advocating for, I mean, you know, I referenced, you know, boys in girls' bathrooms a good bit. Look, I mean, it's nuts that we have to talk about this, right? I mean, look, a 16-year-old...
I believe the word is weird.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the ticket we're running against is weird and extreme. But you know, it's weird that we have to talk about this. Boys and girls sports, those are things that we have to continue pushing. We have a bill that would restrict the ability of obscene performances in front of minor children. Most of y'all have seen advertisements in your communities about drag story hours that are targeted at kids. And so we want to make sure that we're empowering parents to fight back against that. We want to get obscene materials out of schools, period, off library bookshelves, off what's being talked about. How many of y'all remember the huge outcry in Florida over the quote-unquote don't say gay bill? That made sure that just kids weren't talked about with sexual issues prior to the age of 3rd grade. That's how weird these other people are, that they want to make sure that they're able to talk about sexual issues with 3rd graders. We need to make sure that in the state of Georgia, we're not having these conversations prior to 5th grade. And you know, it really doesn't belong in public education, period. But we're trying to make sure that we push the needle on that front. We also normally we talk about things that we're for. We do have a big battle in the state of Georgia as there continues to be a push. I think we have largely pushed back on casino gambling. I think we've largely pushed back on horse racing, but sports betting is something that continues to gain traction in the state of Georgia. And as you talk about things, we have to look at things on what is happening on people's cell phones and what it's doing to mental health, whether it's pornography or even sports gambling. That continues to be something that's pushed very heavily. It has a ton of support in the legislature, although it is dwindling, and we need to make sure that we continue to fight back against that. So make sure your legislator, if you live in the state of Georgia, knows that sports betting is not something that is good for the state of Georgia, not only based on moral issues, but it costs our state extensively, and it increases crime. And I do think, look, we too often put things in boxes as far as right issues and left issues. Mental health is an American issue. It is a cultural crisis. And it is something that is spurned on and made worse by sports betting that happens on our cell phones. So that needs to be something that we push back against from folks here in this room.
You know, I got to tell you, you and I, we're friends. We have these private conversations, and I've been wobbly on the sports betting issue because I have so many friends who do it. Yeah. But I'm more and more mindful now. Like, if you watch ESPN, they are pushing you to make bets. If you watch sports on NBC, a football game, they're pushing you to make bets. And it just seems like we're headed towards a crisis of like 20-something men who all their money's gone because they've been induced to think, well, you can get extra money if you put these bets on it. It's like, I'm not like principally opposed to someone who wants to bet on sports. I've got plenty of friends who do, but this commercialization and push that it's somehow fun to throw your money at something where the odds are against you is bothering me more and more, that I can see the crisis coming.
Yeah, look, the first thing that I did before I stepped on the stage with you is I placed my draft pick for my fantasy football league, and I hope I selected well. But this isn't about like fun with your friends. This is about getting people addicted. You know, I told y'all I'm a Christian, so I'm an Auburn football fan. Look, I can't listen to an Auburn football podcast without every single ad being about, they will give you money. They want to addict you to everything online that they can use to manipulate your emotions and your brain. And so sports betting is a major threat. It's not just the moral issue of, hey, you can throw $100 at something if you want to. It is, hey, we are going after you to get you to be addicted, and it's to mess with your mind, and it's to totally rob your family of what you've earned.
That's well said. You know, you mentioned casino gambling, something I've been so opposed to in the state, and it always does seem like the Republicans in the legislature have figured out they can get money from the casinos, saying they'll look at the legislation, and then they never actually pass the legislation. But I'm always a little bit worried. They always come down here and drop a little bit of money in, and forget the aspect of having a casino. The mayor of Atlanta one time had a great quote, that Las Vegas is in a desert for a reason. the way they've structured legislation in the state in the past, it would destroy local venues like the Fox Theater, local restaurateurs, because 60% of the money would have to come from entertainment and restaurants. So you'd be killing local businesses in the state to bring a casino in.
As conservatives, we care about history and we care about facts. So we learn things from other places. Nobody's ever been able to replicate Las Vegas. Everywhere it's been tried, it has failed. You cannot point to an example of the casino industry working. And to your point, it comes up every year. And most of the time, it is kind of a money-driven pursuit where the lobbyists have worked it. But here's the annoying thing. At the end of every year, we are pushing for things to make sure that your family is freer, that your values are more protected, that God is more honored across public policy, that you're able to keep more tax dollars, that your business is able to thrive. And we get to the end, and I'm devoting extreme staff hours and team hours and manpower to push all of those things. And then we have to defer and deter some of that to fighting against casino gambling. And so please, if you're a legislator that is watching this, just stop. We'll find ways to get you the money elsewhere, but stop pushing for this stuff because it becomes a total distraction.
So before we get out of here, let's talk about like the next legislative cycle. Here in Georgia, our legislature meets every year starting in January. They're 40 days, which tends to be about 90 days the way they work it. Your number one issue for the next legislative cycle, which will not be an election year. So you'll have gone through the election. They won't have to stand for election. What's the difficult thing you want them to do?
2025 has to be the year Georgia passes the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, period. We're going to push a number of things. We will be launching a website within the next few weeks called frontlineagenda.com so that nobody can be confused, because we're coming for about 12 to 15 things on a big level. But RFRA has to be considered number one because it is not an election year. And we are coming up on, Brian Kemp will be in year 7 of 8. He is the most conservative governor that Georgia has ever had. This is a moment that we absolutely have to get this done, so that's priority issue number one. And we also have to, again, continue to set the stage for the battle that is coming in 2026. In Georgia, we benefited in 2022 because we had a wildly popular governor at the top of the ticket. We will not have a wildly popular governor running for re-election in 2026. We have to lay the groundwork because the left is going to push everything that they can to try to make sure that Georgia's not just a state that votes blue in November, but a state that they can take over in 2026. And if we allow them to do that, it's going to be very difficult to reclaim our state. So everything that we have to do between now and then also includes a look at 2026 because our state's very much on the line.
Look, I want to thank you and Frontline again for making this possible. Every year you guys have stepped up with manpower, which is priceless to us because we couldn't do it without you, and for your friendship and the ability to like needle me and text messages and keep each other humble.
I mean, everybody, I can't tell you how many people come up to me and they just say, you and Erick Erickson are too good looking to be conservative Christians. And so for
Speak for yourself on that one.
For that commonality, I figure I got to help you out here.
Yeah, you got to. Listen, Cole, thank you for your friendship and everything.
God bless you, brother. Thanks,
you, man. I appreciate it. You dragged that out there. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
So my next guest, let me tell you about him. When he ran for governor in the state of Florida, was a healthcare executive, and he really, and I want to get into this with him on stage if you're not familiar with the story, is the epitome of the American dream. Rose to be a healthcare executive in this country, ran for governor in the state of Florida, and every single conservative out there, I think, was for his opponent. And a buddy of mine reached out to me and was like, look, they're trashing this guy. Here's his story. Can you at least throw a kind word his way? And I was like, how are we as Republicans not supporting a guy like this and his background against a career politician at the time? And thankfully, he got elected governor of the state of Florida. And at our fourth gathering, we actually went to Jacksonville, and he hosted us and threw a party on a boat on the river in Jacksonville. And then got elected to the United States Senate, where he has been one of the leading conservative voices in the United States Senate for not just like conservatism of the right, but just plain common sense. And it's a plain common sense that came from his upbringing. And again, like the epitome of the American dream, it is, I am so delighted that he could come this year and be on stage with me. The senator, former governor, the state of Florida, Rick Scott.
You're probably the only nice word anybody said about me in that primary.
You know, you say that about your first campaign for governor, and really, it was
brutal.
I'll tell you, it was my friend Greg Mueller who reached out to me, and he was like, "You've got to look at this guy's biography. Will you please tell people about your upbringing?"
Well, I'm blessed. So I was born to a single mom, and I was living in public housing. She remarried to my adopted dad, who actually was a war hero. There's only 3,000 Americans that did all 4 combat jumps with the 82nd Airborne. He did that and fought in the Battle of the Bulge and came back. He was a truck driver. So he told me the Germans were bad, the foxholes were bad, the food was bad, so I joined the Navy. So I had no Germans, no foxholes, the food was bad. But that life, at that point, when you grew up in this country, your mom could legitimately tell you, it doesn't matter how poor you are, you can be anything. And unfortunately, they are making it very difficult for people. And now with this inflation and everything, if you're poor in this country, it's tough. I mean, they've made it pretty darn difficult for people.
They have.
But I think it's a good background. I got married when we were 19, so I have 7 grandkids. So if they're older than 7, the first thing I say to them when I see them is, "You're unemployed." I mean, what's the deal? You're not making any money for the family? I said, when I was 7, I threw newspapers. I cut grass. I did all sorts of stuff. What are you doing? And they look at me like, "Grandpa, nobody does this." I said, "Well, you should."
You know, we had the captain here yesterday running for the race in Nevada, and he said when he was 10, his dad got him a catalog for West Point when he was 10. And I'm sitting here as he's saying this thinking, my God, I got my son a catalog for Lego when he was 10. I'm clearly falling down.
I'm taking all my grandkids to the academies. So last year I took them all to the Navy Academy. I have to start there, right? And so this year I'm hoping to go. We're going to go to West Point. The nicest thing I get to do in my job is nominate 10 people for each of the academies. If you want to feel good about the future, go talk to these kids. In Florida, we have a big program. We have 550 applicants, and this coming year, I get to nominate 15. And then we've been able to get quite a few in. The hardest university in this country to get into is the Air Force Academy. As actually the hardest. Harder than MIT.
You know, it's funny you say that. I've got a friend whose son wants to apply for the Air Force Academy. I'm like, good luck, kid.
Move to Florida.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of lost our good Republican senators up here. We're working to get them back.
It's hard to believe. I mean, I just think, how could we lose in Georgia 2 races?
Yeah, yes. Those are bad memories, but we can work. We got a future to talk about here in the state.
But you have a great governor.
Yes,
this busting his butt. So.
We do. I want to talk about your transition first from governor to Senate. So, how wild is it to go from the executive branch to the federal legislative branch?
Here's a way to think about it. Bill Murray said if he had to do it all over again, when he was a kid, he wanted to be rich and famous. He said, "I'll try the rich first and see if I need famous." In this way, be the mayor, the governor, or the president first, and if you need the Senate, do that. Because it's a totally different job. So if you're in the executive branch, you can actually get something done. It's so hard in the Senate. Now it shouldn't be. It's just the way it's set up. But it's been hard. Why do we have $35 trillion worth of debt? Why do we have an open border? Why can't we balance the budget? Do you realize who passes the budget? Congress. Everybody wants to blast the president. Congress passed the budget. Oh no, we don't. I'm on budget. We don't have budget meetings. We do spending bills, okay, with bunches of earmarks. So it's an interesting transition. Here's how I thought about life. Whatever I was doing, where I was building a business, whatever, I'm here, I got to get to here. What are the things in the middle? To get where we need to go in the Senate and the House, we've just got to, not the House so much, but the Senate, we got to change how we operate. We don't do bills through committee. I mean, the bills are done by McConnell and Schumer. They decide what the bills are. And so if you think they are great at doing the bills, then it's great. If you think maybe you have an idea, not a great deal. We don't do amendment votes because we don't go through a committee. And then on the floor, we don't do amendments. So it's either they pick the bills, they put them on the floor, no amendments, up or down. Here's the next thing we're going to do. They're gonna say, oh, we worked our butts off. We just couldn't get the budget done. No budget meetings, but anyway, so at the end of September, they're gonna say, we're gonna have to do a continuing resolution. And they're gonna say, oh, we need to give ourselves a little bit of time. So guess when they'll do it? Let's do it right before Christmas. So what they'll do is right before Christmas, they'll give us a bill. Here's what they did last year. At Christmas, I think, was on Monday. Tuesday morning at 1:30 in the morning, they gave us a bill. There's like $1.2 or $1.3 trillion, 8,000 earmarks, and they wanted to vote on it at 9 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's read it. And so that's why we just keep borrowing more money. So it's disgusting. I tell people, I represent Florida, right? If I can't talk you into my vote, what I believe in, that's my problem. If I don't even get a vote, that's leadership's problem.
It does seem like one of the greatest critiques of the Senate right now is it's supposed to be, as Senator McConnell mentioned yesterday, George Washington's line of letting the tea be in the saucer to cool down, slow down the House's temperament. But at the same time, there is a real problem, seems like, and I've heard this for years from senators, that you come to Washington, you think, I'm one of 100 senators, I can get something done. It's like, well, the committees don't write legislation, the leadership rushes it out to the floor, the amendment tree is filled immediately, so no one can even offer amendments. I mean, how do you get the Senate to actually go back to being the Senate?
So I ran last cycle. I'm the only person that's ever run against McConnell. I ran at the end of the 22 cycle. I didn't win, but I ran on, we should not do a bill on the Senate floor that didn't go through committee. We shouldn't. We don't have to. Why would we do it? And then on the Senate floor, we should have, if there's people want 100 amendments, have it. That's what I came up there to vote. If I can't talk people into it, the only committee I'm on that actually does that well is Armed Services. We'll have, we did the bill in June. We do Armed Services bill every year. We've done it for 60 plus years. We will have 100 amendments, and we will go for 3 or 4 days. I think this year, I think it was faster, it was 2 days. And we will, I got to pitch my amendments and win or lose. Some I won, some I lost. But then, that's the way it's supposed to be. And then next year, if I can't get it done this year, then I'll start working on who didn't I get to vote for it, then I'll get it in next year. And then what we ought to be able to do is on the Senate floor, if somebody doesn't like something that's in there, or I couldn't get my bill passed through the committee, I ought to have the right to do it. But no, this is all set up for two people to make the decision. They're not bad people. It's just, it's not because McConnell and Schumer are bad people. That's just how they've set it up. So it's going to change. People are mad. So there's an election. So there's 3 of us running to be the Republican leader. Thune's running, Cornyn's running, I'm running. And my platform is simple. So I'm a business guy. Everybody who hasn't been in business, here's what they all think. Business people are dictators. You can dictate yourself, and that's about it if you're in business, right? You can't do it in your marriage either. That doesn't usually work. So what you have to do is you have to bring people together. And what you do in business, when I was 40, I had 285,000 employees. And probably 99% of them knew way more about the industry than I did. I was running the biggest hospital company. Even though I'd never run a hospital, I had 135 surgery centers, 343 hospitals. I'd never run any of those, but I knew how to run a company. And the way we succeeded is we brought the smartest people together, we met, we made a decision together. Very rarely did I have to make the final decision. And the way the Senate works is we'll have a meeting like that, but we know what the consensus is, but at the end, it's just one person makes the decision. It makes no sense. You don't get the best talent. So I've run on, we need to work as a consensus. We need to work together. Our bills go through committee, unlimited amendment votes, and let's stand up for what we believe in. We have, whether in the majority or in the minority, here's the deal. You cannot, other than reconciliation, which is just basically the budget so far, you cannot pass a bill without 60 votes. So as long as we have more than 40 Republicans, there's not a bill that can pass without our consent. So we should act as a group. I'm not going to get everything I want. None of us get whatever we want. But if you get nothing, I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
So let me ask you about the filibuster. There is, obviously the Democrats say they're going to get rid of it. I've always had this sense that they don't necessarily have the votes to get rid of the filibuster. They want to get rid of it, and some of them say they want to get rid of it, knowing that you have Manchin and Sinema who will take all the shots from the left so that they don't have to get rid of it, because they saw what happened when Harry Reid got rid of it for judges. What's your sense of that dynamic?
They keep they always talk like they're going to get rid of it. They always talk like they're going to make DC a state, stuff like that. I don't know. They haven't had the votes to do it yet. Sinema and Manchin stopped it last time. I can't imagine why you would do this to yourself, because then what's going to happen is we're going to get a majority. I think we'll get a majority this time. I think we have every reason to believe we'll get a majority. So what? Then we're going to get everything we're done, and then so I'd be shocked. Why would you do that to yourself?
Right. I mean, particularly after what happened with judges.
That's in life you always think people would act like logically in their own best interest. In politics, sometimes they don't seem to, but.
Right, that's very true.
But they logically they should. But every problem we have, none of these problems are insurmountable. Not one of them is insurmountable. But we're not balancing the budget. We're not fixing Medicare. You can fix Medicare without getting any benefits. By the way, so let me give you some numbers. Just make a wild guess. 330 million Americans. Okay. How many Americans, 16 to 64, working age, 16 to 64, how many as a number do not have a job in this country? 100 million.
100 million.
100 million. What if 100 million people went back to work? When I left as governor of Florida, okay, when I got there, we were in a downturn. So I started January 2011. When I left January 2019, when I got there, a little less than 1 million people on unemployment. You know how many people on unemployment when I left? 61,000.
Good Lord.
We got people a job. We had 1.7 million jobs. We had to get this country back to work. We, in spending, let me tell you how, so if we had the same spending level as 2019, we'd have a surplus. We've had a 2% increase in our population and a 55% increase in spending in 5 years. Now, everybody wants to blame the president. Congress passes the spending. Congress passes all the spending. If you look at the number, and by the way, anybody that grew up in my era, the Soviet Union was horrible, they lied all the time, that's called your federal government. Everything is a lie. Everything is massaged. Everything is massaged. So the BLS puts out unemployment numbers. How many full-time jobs have been added in the last 12 months? We're adding a couple 100,000 a month, right? We lost. We've added part-time jobs. But they just say jobs, right? And then the number of people that have multiple jobs is going up. And there's 2 surveys, by the way. There's never been the spread. They put out a higher survey, household survey, or the employer survey. The household survey is 9 million jobs less right now. Everything's massaged. Everything. It's just, look, do you guys all trust the Secret Service is going to put out all the information? I talked to the acting director, and I told him, I said, you will be part of conspiracy. I said, I just read a book last year called JFK Unspeakable. And if you read the book, then the CIA killed Kennedy. I don't know if they did or didn't, but here's what we know. How many of you trust the Secret Service or the FBI or Homeland Security to put out all the information?
None.
That's scary.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, first of all, you make my job easy because I can give you a topic and you run with it, and I love it. But you're on something that I've been talking about a lot on radio, that we have a crisis in this country of trust among the expert class. That, I'm sure you're familiar with the business anecdote that like the third generation of a family business, oftentimes it runs it into the ground. And I say on my radio show, we're the third generation of the bureaucracy from World War II. And this generation of bureaucracy just takes for granted that they're geniuses, and they have no concept of what it took after World War II to rebuild it.
Nobody gets fired.
And nobody can trust what they say anymore because of it. They're condescending and wrong.
Everything is massaged. Everything. Now, if you, like on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can get into the detail. I put out an economic report to all of my Republican colleagues every 90 days. And I like all that stuff. I'm a business guy, so I like all that stuff. But they're like, okay, so take the Federal Reserve. So we had a downturn, remember, in 2002, 2007, 2008. How many people at the Federal Reserve, and by the way, there's 23,000 people work there to set interest rates. But anyway, how many people got fired? None. So Silicon Valley Bank just failed. How many people got fired? None. I talked to a Federal Reserve member that had to come back for a second nomination, and I asked her the second time, I said, do you feel bad that, the Silicon Valley Bank failed and you guys didn't know and stuff like that? Yeah. I said, so do you ask any questions? They told me not to. That's your federal government. So, I mean, you can't make this stuff, Eric. Everything. You could almost name an agency. I mean, the state, I could tell you, the same thing was going on when I became governor of Florida. Everything was, there was, the stories are, you can't make this stuff up.
Mm-hmm. So I want to ask you, it changed topics, but it's relevant to this. I've noticed a trend here in the last 2 days in conversations when China comes up that there actually is bipartisan buy-in that we have to do something. But we had a panel discussion this morning and they were talking about how deeply difficult it is to get the federal government to act on, everybody agrees there's a problem, but now groups are finding they've got to go to states and get the state legislatures to act because Congress and the bureaucracy are just moving slow.
Well, okay, so I'll just tell you how foolish this is. So I've been up there 5.5 years. So you just, before that I was business, then I was governor. So
had a full head of hair too 5 years ago.
But anyway, so you learn stuff, okay? So what percentage, 5 years ago, what percentage of drones bought by your federal government, including your military, were bought that were Chinese? 85%.
Good Lord.
Okay, so through the National Defense Authorization Act, it took me, I think, 2 years. I finally got the military couldn't do it. That was a fight. Okay, so finally last December I got to your federal government. Now I've got, my next is that all new Chinese drones are not authorized in the country. That's what I'm working on now. So, but you just, everything's a fight. So Rick Jackson here,
right.
So he's got the antibody. You see the Wall Street Journal article?
Yes.
So Rick was telling me about it. So I'm on the personnel committee for for armed services. So we had the guy that buys the drugs for the military. So I said, why do you buy Chinese drugs? I said, well, the regulations. I said, okay, name the regulation. There's none. Okay, so I couldn't get it outlawed, but we have a path to get it outlawed through this Armed Services Committee bill. So it's just like, why would we have to do that? They could do that on their own. Like, so if you know that your enemy wants to kill you, right? You become dependent on them.
Right.
But first off, the biggest line of defense against China, you know who it is? It's you. Stop buying their stuff. Stop buying their stuff. So you have to be creative in this job. So since I've been up there, I've seen the Uyghurs, what they're doing, the Uyghurs, what they're stealing our jobs, blah, blah, the fentanyl and all that. So last September I said, okay, so the next time I do it, I got to get the American consumer to understand that Chinese products are bad for us. Okay, so I have a lady, Robbie Saunders. She wakes up every day, and her job is to kill the Chinese economy. That's her whole job.
God bless you.
All right. So I said, come up with a product that we can talk about and how bad it is. Okay. Do you buy garlic?
Buy what?
Garlic.
Oh yeah.
Yep. 70% of the garlic you buy is made in China. Guess how it's made? Sewer water. 70% market share, just so you know. So when it's finished, it's black. It's actually worse than sewer water, just put that in your mind. All right, black. They bleach it white. Then they use slaves to pull off the black petals. They cut off the root because they can't get that clean. So they have these nice, beautiful little white bulbs that you buy in a packet of 4 in your grocery store, right? So my goal was I'm going to get out of all the grocery stores. So I think I've gotten out of all the national chains. We started like in November, other than Aldi's. Aldi still has it, all right? We've gotten rid of all the chains. So that's we're making progress, because if you understand that everything
Thank
made
God,
in
because
China,
I got to buy garlic tomorrow.
okay, everything, here's the positive and the negative. Everything made in China is bad for you. There's nothing good for you made in China. Anyway, so we're making progress there, because we do have laws that require disclosure of where things are made in produce. Guess where we don't? Packaged goods. So I'll just give you a bad story. So there's a company, I live in Naples, Florida. There's a company just north of us in Fort Myers, and they had a very successful business making these little applesauce packets, for kids. Okay, it was made in Colombia. They imported and they sold it. They're doing really well. Guess what they found? Guess what they found out? It's full of lead. Now, how's it full of lead? The Colombian company that put it together supposedly buys Chinese cinnamon. Again, they have 70% market share. Guess why it's got lead in? Lead weighs more than cinnamon. Cinnamon is sold based on lead. So they're killing our kids. Fortunately, they found it. But we all have to wake up about all this stuff. And then we the other thing, Eric, we don't have high enough standards for our elected. We just don't. We ought to have way higher standards. Look, it's hard to govern. It really is, and it's totally different not to have to govern, right? It's a lot easier.
Right.
But we do have to have high standards, and then make people tell us why they can't get something done. That's why I tell my voters, this is what I'm going to try. If I can't get something done, I'll tell you what I'm doing. So,
let's talk about the election a little bit, because I agree with you. It looks like we've got just a heck of a lot of great recruits this year. We had Dave McCormick here. We had Sam Brown yesterday. Interestingly enough, I moved our event this week. Normally it would be next week, but Brian Kemp and I wanted to get Dave McCormick on stage so much because we both like him so much. And then I reached out to Sheehy and Hovde, and they're like, it's State Fair week, we can't come. So she and Hovde can't, but we've got great recruits in the Senate this year, and we've got West Virginia. It really does look like we should be able to get the Senate.
So it's 49-51. So Ted Cruz and I have the only hard races, and our races are totally different. His state is more Republican, but his opponent's raising more money than mine has so far. My primary, so I'll find out who my opponent is on August 20th in a week and a couple days. So anyway, if we work hard, we're going to win, and we're going to win West Virginia, 50-50. We get the White House, then we control the Senate. If we don't, we got to get to 51. Logically, Sheehy should win, right? Because Trump's going to win by 20 points in Montana. That's where I was with Trump yesterday in Montana. He's doing an event for Sheehy, so I want Sheehy to win. So I'm going to do everything I can for Sheehy. The other one, Bernie Moreno's a great candidate. Trump's going to win Ohio, 10 points? Then they're harder. But Trump, he has if he runs a good race, he's got to stay on message. That's easy for Trump.
It's very subtle there.
What's nice is he's a good listener. So, but anyway, Nevada, Sam Brown's a great candidate. What a background. Carrie Lake, if she runs a good race, that's a harder state, a little harder state than that. McCormick has every reason to believe. But the hard thing for Dave, he's a great candidate, is that he and Oz just beat the crap out of each other in the primary 2 years ago. So, but right now, at least the polls I see, Trump's up a little bit. So. Then the others, we have shot in Wisconsin and Michigan. Larry Hogan's a great candidate. Seems like that's going to be hard because what's happened is you got to get people split their tickets. So Harris will win Maryland by 20 points, even if it's just 15. It's hard to get people to split their tickets. It's way easier. Like for me, this is my first election. I've had 2 governor's races, a Senate race, where I'm on the same ticket as a president. And so they're at the top of the ticket, so they impact turnout, good or bad. So, but we should, you say, worst case, we ought to get to 52, right?
Right.
Then we got to govern.
So, because I heard the reaction when you said Maryland, let me ask you about that, the importance of getting the majority, but then also sometimes to get the majority, you do have to have candidates who are Republicans but don't necessarily share your or my values. So how do you balance that? You want the majority, but then also you can be a Republican and filibuster Republican legislation.
I support all Republicans. The way you have to look at it is it's a team sport. By the way, if you want to win a statewide race, you know what the best way to do? Win every local race, because you're going to get all those votes, right? So when I go, I've already been to every county in Florida in the last 8 months, and I've got an event tonight, a big event in the Villages in Florida, and every Republican there, I highlight. I love all the Republicans because I want them to win. Even though some of them, like, I cut taxes as governor 100 times. Was my legislature really excited about cutting taxes? Maybe not as much as I was. Were they as excited about cutting regulation? Maybe not. But I still like all of them, so because they voted for most of my stuff. So I think we have to try to get as many votes as we can because you've got to be in the majority.
You mentioned the villages. I'm on the radio down there, and my gosh, do I get emails a lot of times from people in the villages, and they love you.
Yeah. You should, if you want to look at the American dream, 40 years, maybe 42 years ago, I'll tell you a cute story about the villages. 42 years ago, a guy by the name of Gary Morse came down there, now with a lot of money. It's an hour and a half north of Orlando, bought some orange groves and started selling manufactured homes. Okay? 2010, I run in the primary. As Erick said, nobody helped me in the primary. Gary was on the other side of that deal. But after the primary, I went to see him to ask for money. So I went there, and here's how Florida was running at the time. I went there, 92,000 people lived there. I said, how much land do you have? He says, I have enough land for 101,000 people. I said, there's a lot of land here. Are you buying any more? No, there's a statewide ban. It's at 92,000, it's the most successful real estate development in the world, residential real estate in the world. The state wouldn't let them expand. It's like this. Wow. And the guy that was doing, Eric, the guy who was doing it, Tom Pelham, he's a state worker, he attacked me my whole race. Right. And so anyway, so today now, I got rid of the agency, and I got rid of that guy. And so now there's 160,000 people live there. They have, they were going to be out of business in 4 years, and they have enough land for 300,000 people. And guess what? They vote Republican.
It is a great development. It really is.
It really is. Have you done events?
Yeah, they want me to come down there and do one, and I've got to come down there. I've got several people they email all the time. When are you coming?
Oh no, you should go down. There's a ball.
Yeah.
And a guy by the name of Gary Lester runs it day to day, and they have 3 downtowns, and everybody's in a golf cart, and so they'll have you just host it outside, and you could have 5,000 people there.
Wow.
So you should actually go. You should go do that.
I should. Okay, before you get out of here, I want to ask you, future, if we get the Senate, the House, we get the trifecta, what's the number one thing you hope Congress pushes?
Well, the thing that's going to impact us the longest is going to be the budget. So it's probably, you could argue the border. So it's either the border or the budget. But we have to secure the border, and we have to balance the budget. You guys probably balance your budget, right? Shocking. I mean, you know how you balance the budget? This is what we're going to collect. This is what we're going to spend. It's not that hard. Florida had not balanced its budget for 20 years when I became governor. So I didn't know anything about state budget. So I started going, so I had to do a budget within like 30 days after I won. So I started sitting down, they tell me about the budget, and I say, okay, what our revenues are going to be? I said, that's how much our expense is going to be. Like you're crazy. So my family had lots of problems growing up, and so they'd say, well, we have a program for this. I said, my family had that problem. We don't need any money. Their eyes would get like that. We did. We balanced the budget.
It's amazing.
$70 billion.
Senator Scott, this has been one of the most fun conversations I've had in a while.
Well, thanks what you do, and thanks. By the way, thank you for your voice, because if it wasn't for you and other people like you, we wouldn't be winning. People want to say, and the mainstream media is bad. It is. But guess what? There's how many people are on radio, okay, and on local TV saying the right things? They are. Our message resonates with everybody.
It does.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks, Erick.
Gosh, this was fun.
This is fun.
Thank you so much.
This is fun.
Have fun tonight. I will come down to the villages.
I've learned a lot. Yeah, you got my cell.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come, if I can come there and talk about you and highlight you, I will.
I'll totally do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Folks, if you would turn your attention, do you know it was today before I realized we had these screens, because I haven't actually been out there looking for it. So these screens, turn your attention.
Guess what? Bidenomics is working.
It doesn't feel like the economy's gotten better.
All is not well on Main Street, USA.
He's
people feel that the grocery bill today is higher than it was 2 years ago.
People aren't happy with the state of the economy right now.
Let's stop pretending that the economy is working great for everybody.
This is the American dream, but at what cost?
Tell Joe Biden and his allies in Congress, we've had enough of Bidenomics.
Hello again. I'm very, very excited about this conversation. So we are joined by former Congressman Jeb Hensarling, who I'd like for him to tell you a little bit about himself. But one thing he is not going to mention, I'm sure, so I will mention it for him. Mr. Hensarling was the very first candidate for Congress that Erick Erickson ever financially supported. That was...
Well, I think he only wanted his money back once or twice. I informed him we had a 60-day refund policy, and he was out of luck.
Over his time in Congress, Mr. Hensarling was chairman of the Conservative Republican Study Committee, chairman of the House Republican Conference, chairman of the House Financial Services Committee. And so we're going to talk a little bit about spending fights, tax fights, the direction of the party, and a lot of the fights that are coming up next year, as you probably know, have been had before, and he's been through a number of them. So very much looking forward to getting your thoughts. Let's dive right in, Mr. Hensarling. So we're looking at about $4 trillion worth of debate, if you will, with the expiration of portions of the TCJA, the debt limit fight, the spending caps, and things like that. At a very high level, what are your thoughts on the situation that faces Congress next year as you look back at prior versions of these fights that you were involved in?
Well, first, thanks for the case of PTSD, remembering all these different fights we had that could have turned out a little bit better. Listen, Akash, I try to be an optimist and say these are opportunities. So it is kind of ironic that government spending tends to be permanent and tax relief tends to be temporary. So there are a number of these provisions that are expiring, particularly marginal rates for families. Those are expiring. The increase in the standard deduction, that's expiring. Some of the pass-through provisions, and there's a few provisions impacting business as well. So one way or the other, there's a lot on the line when it comes to economic growth. I got to tell you, the crowning achievement, certainly the crowning economic achievement of the last administration was this bill. It gave a shot of adrenaline into economic growth, improved everybody's lives. So there's a lot on the line in this election, and it's kind of inside baseball. You probably already heard it. But most legislative matters take 60 votes in the Senate. But as a generalization, when it comes to tax policy, 51. That's why this election, at least when it comes to this tax provision, economic growth, the balance sheets of families, is really important. But putting that aside, Akash, we're going to be hitting the national debt ceiling yet again. We're going to have another funding bill yet again. So there are going to be some challenges, but a lot of opportunities.
Absolutely. So how do you think about the debt limit? I think we hear some crazy ideas as far as how conservatives should fight on it or let it expire. I mean, there's also some pretty terrible consequences if we actually don't address that. But of course, the spending is out of control. So in the past, how have conservatives tried to leverage that? And what do you recommend they should be thinking about as that fight comes up in 2025?
Well, I do have a few thoughts, but my colleagues didn't listen closely to me when I was in Congress. I don't know if they're going to listen to me now. But number one, people need to know we've had a debt ceiling law on the books since 1913. There have been well over 100 different votes on the debt ceiling, and not one of them have ever led to default on sovereign debt. So the number one pushback you hear, oh my God, we're going to default on our debt, world markets are going to crater. Listen, I don't take it lightly. Every single day I was in Congress, somebody said, oh my God, we have a crisis. Well, I would say defaulting on your debt is a crisis. I would say also ignoring your debt is a crisis. Something else you need to know going into this debate. What passes for fiscal responsibility in the federal city, almost every single time it's been attached to a debt ceiling bill. I mean, that's what happens when you hit the roadblock. You're supposed to do something about it. So whether it be the old pay-go provisions, spending caps, you can go back to the 80s, the Graham-Rudman sequester, none of that would have happened except for a debt ceiling vote. But you always have forces, the Democrats, the press, Wall Street, everybody is going to be talking about economic Armageddon. And so if my former colleagues were to take my advice, and I advised them about this at the time, you gotta take off the table the number one impediment to leveraging the debt ceiling to reduce the debt. That is, take default of sovereign debt off the table and say, we're not going to use interest on the national debt in calculating it. And so you remove the largest impediment, all of a sudden you have leverage. And I can tell you, when we're in divided government, for all intents and purposes, there are only two votes that count. The periodic vote to increase the debt ceiling and the annual appropriation bill or bills. Outside of that, you're not terribly relevant. I can tell you what, Joe Biden did not need the help of a Republican Congress to do what he did. He was doing it through executive order in the administrative state. And so, you know, I'd love to have spending caps and pay-go, and I could bore people with all the various different budget process reforms. They're important. But you take default of sovereign debt off the table, you have leverage to make real change.
Absolutely. Now, that's a great segue to this second piece of the 2025 fiscal cliff is spending caps, government appropriations. Now, you've been a part of several different versions of trying to do something about this. Simpson-Bowles, the super committee, folks will remember the grand bargain during the Obama years, all of it. We seem to so often be in these fights, and you've got a small wing of the conservative wing of the party that says, hey, let's have a government shutdown and fight over whatever the case may be. But ultimately, what ends up happening is the government shuts down. We don't ever end up getting the policy wins that we fight for. We never end up cutting spending, and then Republicans take all the political blame for the shutdown too. And so that never really seems to work. What should the approach be? Talk about some experiences you've had on government funding fights, and then same kind of things. What are lessons you've learned about what works and doesn't work, and what conservatives should actually be fighting for when it comes to spending next year?
Well, I would have several observations having lived through this before. One, united we stand, divided we fall. And too often, Republicans have not coalesced around one plan. Here's what we agree we'll do. Here is the price that we're going to set to vote on these appropriations bills. And so you may start off with so many different plans that there isn't an opportunity to unify around one. So that would be point number one. If you can't unify around a plan, I can assure you the Democrats are going to unify in opposition. Point number one. Point number two is this is the real world. Whatever you come up with is going to have to be defensible in the court of public opinion. Mark Twain once wrote, in America, public opinion is everything. Some believe it to be the voice of God. So it's not the voice of God, but I can tell you it's very important in political battles because once again, you're going to be aligned against the same forces of the Democrats and the national press and so much of Wall Street and social media. So you got to be able, whatever you do, to be defensible in the court of public opinion. And I got to tell you, the last, I guess this is actually the debt ceiling bill, relative to history, was a pretty good bill. But when it comes to shutdown, again, you're not on the political high ground to do that. There's a number of process reforms that could slightly bend the cost curve, but not unlike taking default of sovereign debt off the table. I would take shutdown off the table. When I was in Congress, myself and a number of other conservatives sponsored legislation take it off the table, and then just flatline it. Flatline it. I assure you that the Democrats cannot take a government that's not growing, and they will come, and then you have leverage to negotiate. But let me tell you, practically, having lived through these battles, what happens? Okay, you agree you're going to hold the line on spending. I've served in Republican majorities. I've never served in a conservative majority in the House of Representatives. So number one, you have moderates, good people. Some of my best friends are moderates. But let me tell you, when the going gets tough, they head to the exit, number one. Number two, appropriators. There's an old joke on Capitol Hill. There's Republicans, there's Democrats, and then there are appropriators. And that's what they do. They want to be able to spend money. And so if you flatline it, or you just do what is known as this continuing resolution, they don't get to do what they want to do. And they are a very tight-knit bunch. Last but not least, I've never seen a battle between what we call defense hawks and fiscal hawks that the defense hawks didn't win. So number one, nothing more important than our government can do than to protect us from all enemies, foreign and domestic, to protect our freedoms, our liberty, our families. But let me tell you, Republicans are terrible poker players. Terrible poker players. So you may know there's a dozen different appropriations bills, one being for national defense. So if you were to come to one of these shutdown situations, I would pass the national defense bill and I would send it over to say if it was a Democrat Senate or what. And if they didn't vote it, or they voted it down, I'd send it over again, I'd send it over a third time. At some point, they're gonna have to vote for a national defense bill. And so if we would be good poker players and stiffen our backbone, eventually the Democrats would have to vote for it. And then once we fund national defense, how much more do we care about than what the federal government is doing? I mean, I exaggerate slightly to make the point. But then you have true leverage. But I've been through this battle many, many times, and so you may read about it, you know, in theory, but I'm telling you what happens in actual practice is why so little has been done. The last thing I'd say about that, Akash, is, listen, some good work has been done occasionally on what we've managed to attach on kind of these shutdown efforts. But you got to know that when it comes to the debt ceiling, when it comes to these annual appropriations bills, as we're standing in the face of the single largest debt in America's history, these don't even amount to rounding errors. So don't let any member of Congress, you know, come up and tell you, look at the great job I did. I managed to carve 2% off this appropriation bill. With all due respect, they ain't done nothing when it comes to the national debt.
So really quickly, folks might have remembered in the past year or so, when Mike Johnson became Speaker, one of the ideas he put forward was a debt commission, a fiscal commission. There have been different versions of these commissions. What are your thoughts on that idea and how something like that can actually be fruitful and successful?
Well, I serve, again, on two of them, both of which I'd have to put down as failures. I never worked so hard to achieve so little in my life as being a part of those two ventures. A couple of observations. Number one, if you're going to actually deal with the debt, and you've heard it here at the gathering already, I don't want to throw a whole lot of numbers at you. So if you got the bar chart, 100% of federal spending, 70%. 70% of that is what we call either entitlement spending, mandatory spending. I think my preferred term is automatic pilot spending. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest on the national debt. Okay? So that's 70%. Okay, what's the other 30% of government? Half of that is national defense. So by and large, and listen, there can be savings in the Pentagon, I assure you. You know, Eisenhower, when he talked about the military-industrial complex, he knew what he was talking about. So quite literally, there's more bang to get for the buck, but there's not, you can't do major surgery. And Republicans, by and large, and conservatives, by and large, don't want to do major surgery on the defense budget. That leaves 15% of the rest of government. And so my point is, unless you have a commission that's actually willing to deal with entitlements, and that doesn't mean cut. You don't have to cut a penny out of Social Security. You don't have to cut a penny out of Medicare, but you have to bend the growth curve. And listen, if you let me be king for a day, I can get you better Social Security at a cheaper price. Medicare is a little bit more difficult. So I remember when I was co-chairman of the Less Than Super Committee, and I walked in day one, and John Kerry, bless his heart, he's one pompous guy, but anyway. So he comes up to me and says, well, I don't think I know you. I said, well, Senator, the truth is I don't know you. So we got that out of the way. And I said to him, and listen, this is just political reality. I said to him, and I said to Senator Patty Murray, who was the Democratic co-chairman, I said, I want Paul Ryan's Medicare premium support reform. You tell me what size tax increase I need to agree to for you to give it to me. And the answer was, well, we're not going to give you that, but before this is over, we'll put some significant entitlement reform on the table. Never happened. Never happened. So part of my point is that you can't deal with the national debt, and I pray you take this seriously, because it is a deadly serious matter. Now, nobody in this room is probably going to be impacted. I can tell you I'm personally not going to be impacted. The last two income streams that will ever cease in America are Social Security payments and congressional pensions, okay? I'm getting the congressional pension now, and pretty soon I'm going to be getting that Social Security payment, and they're both indexed for inflation. So this isn't something I'm going to suffer from, but my children will, your children will, your grandchildren will. So we got to take it seriously as a nation, and we're not. And I can tell you there's no solution that isn't going to combine entitlement reforms, paying the price with some type of tax increase. I'm just telling you, that's what it is. Good policy is going to cost you bad policy. I don't know about you, nothing good in my life came free. I spent thousands of dollars on an engagement ring for my wife. She was worth every penny of it. But my point is, if we're going to save them, but he did, they're going to demand a tax increase. I want a tax increase. It's going to harm families. It's going to harm the economy. But you're going to have to deal with the reality. We're going to have to deal with the reality of society, that's what is still known as the grand bargain that continues to elude us today.
Yep. So these are some important guiding principles on the spending side. And then there is, of course, the tax debate facing Congress next year. Now, we might be in a scenario of a Republican trifecta, and even then, there is far from universal agreement on how to handle the next tax reform conversation. But we do, of course, want to build on the 2017 tax bill. Sort of what did it take to get to what the TCJA ended up being? What was that conversation in those debates like, even within the Republican Party? And based on that, given where we are today fiscally and politically, what should the guiding principles be for tax reform looking ahead?
Well, fortunately, again, tax relief as a general principle is something that can be done with 51 votes in the Senate. And once we got past kind of the more esoteric discussion. I mean, listen, I would love just to repeal the 16th Amendment and substitute it with a national sales tax. If I remember, that idea came out of Georgia in the first place. So now that I got my pipe dream out of the way, It was a priority of President Trump. It was a priority of Speaker Ryan. So number one, you had the top brass pushing for this and pushing hard. And it's also something that Republicans have been working on for quite some time. And so public policy, you gotta be ready for the moment, but it takes a while to normalize the idea, beta test the idea, and really get the politics right. I think in terms of everything rests on principle. Once you get the principle right, then you worry about the policy. And you gotta normalize that policy, test the policy, because in public policy, the details really matter. Only then, when you get the principle right, the policy right, then you worry about the politics. And you do have to worry about the politics, but Akash, all that came together. And again, it was the signature achievement of the Trump-Pence administration. I got to tell you, if you look at the numbers, nothing gave a jolt to economic growth and personal family opportunity quite like that. So what I would be looking at is, what could we do to, again, make more of these provisions permanent? I mean, the principles in the tax code are, what is it we can do to get a more, permanent, particularly when it comes to economic growth. You know, I know we got a lot of business people out here. You got to have some degree of certainty before you plop down large amounts of capital that you're not going to get a return on for many, many years. So I would go back and work on the permanence aspect. And for all the great things that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act achieved, simplicity was not one of them, okay? I would go, because I don't quite remember the numbers, but it's something like our tax code is like, 500 times longer than the Declaration of the Constitution, and no, maybe it's 500 times longer than the Bible, and I don't know. I'll make it up, a gazillion pages longer than the Constitution. You get the idea as an order of magnitude. So the complexity of the tax code needs to be taken care of as well. Otherwise, what can we do to make it flatter, broaden the base? I mean, some Republicans want to take people off the tax rolls. Frankly, I think the opposite. I think everybody needs to be, I don't care if you're paying $1.57 to the tax code. Everybody's got to have some skin in the game. So what can we do to make it broader, more simple, permanent? Those are some of the aspects I would work on. Specifically pro-growth, we didn't really touch cap gains. I would work on the capital gains tax. It was brought up before that immediate expensing is a very important pro-growth item as well.
Yeah. That's great. One of the things, unfortunately, it's being batted around as a pay for, and just given kind of where we are in the world, are trade tariffs. You've written a lot about this in the Wall Street Journal. This is an idea that I think comes from a reasonable concern, which is our competition with China and kind of how we fit into a global system that's not always fair to us, but they are ultimately harmful to the American people. I mean, talk a little bit about how we should think about trade and tariffs, and particularly as it pertains to our competition with China.
Well, one, when I was in Congress, I probably agreed with 90% of what the Trump-Pence administration did. I publicly disagreed with President Trump on trade. Now, I braced for impact when I did, but I think he got that wrong. And so let's talk about China. China's unique. Listen, national defense trumps other issues, so I get it. But trade promotes economic growth. Before the president came in, number one, the U.S. and I think Germany and China had some of the lowest tariffs. The highest tariffs nations in the world, Botswana, Niger. Now, tell me who has greatest economic growth, okay? Number one, trade promotes economic growth. When President Trump instituted his tariffs on steel and aluminum and his tariffs on China, number one, almost overnight, the price of a washer went up $100. Okay, I think it was $86 to be exact. And by a lot of the economic studies I looked at, and I spent years and years looking at economic studies. I'm an economic nerd. Just ask my wife. His tariffs probably cut off 2.2 to 0.3% of GDP. And so he gave us so much tax relief, and then he started taking a little bit of it away. And by the way, you don't do tariffs in a vacuum. Then all of a sudden you get retaliation, and we're having to write a $12 billion check to bail out farmers because of retaliation. To me, trade can be a national defense tool. We ought to not just be onshoring, but we need to be friend-shoring. We need to help strengthen the economies of Japan. We need to help strengthen the economies of Korea. We need to help strengthen the economies of Poland. So this 10% tariff across the board, again, China's a different case. China is a very different case. But if there is ever a watchword or phrase, free trade with free countries. And I would finally say this, that free trade is not, it's not a foreign policy. It's not just a domestic economic policy. It's a matter of freedom, personal freedom. Who is the government to tell me that if I want to buy a sweater in Poland instead of Peoria? I'm a free American, okay? People came to these shores for freedom of religion, for freedom from political tyranny, but they came here for economic freedom as well. You remember why they threw the tea in the harbor? There was a tariff on it, okay? Take a look at our nation's history.
Absolutely. I think this is such an important point, which is that trade itself can be a weapon against China, right? The countries that surround China, that are friendly to us, adversarial to China, trade deals with those countries are not just good economically, they also isolate China and kind of take China off the world stage a little bit. And so there are other options beyond just, if people want to build things in America, that's fantastic, obviously. But these trade deals with other countries can also help do so, while, of course, benefiting us, because trade is, of course, valuable to domestic manufacturers. Talk a little bit briefly, just quickly, about
60%, I believe the last time I looked at the numbers, 60% of our imports are actually intermediate goods to help produce something else in America. It's not just consumer items. So a lot of those businesses would be harmed. And by the way, when the president, our previous president, imposed these tariffs, all of a sudden there were real-world economic consequences, and he had to set up a whole labyrinth of government bureaucrats to start issuing waivers to his tariffs. And so you had a line wrapped around the Commerce Department 5 times over, full of lawyers and lobbyists having to go and get their particular carve-outs. And I got to tell you, I mean, that's draining the swamp? No, that's putting more alligators in the swamp. It's choosing winners and losers. We don't want that. And so listen, I don't know. Maybe the president is just doing what he often does, and that is be unpredictable, try to set up a good negotiating stance. If he is, God bless him, bless his heart. But if he really means it, he's going to give us so much with tax relief, and he's going to take so much of it away, and take it away in our jobs, in our own domestic American industry, if he follows through on that plan.
Last thought, you won a red district in Texas many times. You're no slouch on social conservatism or cultural conservatism, and yet you fought on those issues without giving up ground on limited government conservatism. Talk about how to do both of those things, how we can fight on social and cultural issues without giving up our limited government principles.
In the 12 seconds we have left,
go for it.
Listen, the cultural wars are very important. DEI, ESG are pernicious. The cultural war isn't just about us eating barbecue, them eating tofu, us driving pickups, them driving Prius. But ultimately, this is not about us and them. This is about a creator who endowed us with unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we can't have liberty unless others have liberty. The liberty to disagree with what we believe and what we do. And ultimately, you must limit the size, scope, power, and expense of the federal government. We can't have free speech if they don't have free speech. Too often, I see we're already over time. This big government conservatism, it's almost like people say, I want to drain the swamp. No, what they're trying to do is retrain the alligators to bite the other person, okay? You can't retrain the alligators. They cannot be retrained. So ultimately, crimp the fuel lines of big government, and we will secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hensarling.
One regular citizen helped Coloradans save $3 billion. Meet Sherry. See, state officials attempted to put an end to our annual tax rebate, hurting families like mine. But Sherry
partnered with Americans for Prosperity. We mobilized a grassroots army, got the word out, and won.
Saving taxpayers billions of dollars.
Real change that makes life more affordable.
And supports my family.
Americans for Prosperity, where freedom and opportunity win.
Okay, so I've got friends who I invite, and so let me just explain how this friendship with my next guest works is I don't like to bother people. I really don't like to bother people. It's the introvert in me. It's like, look, I'm doing this conference again. You come every year. You don't have to come this year. You should spend time with your family. And then he's the same way. He's like, no, I should come. I should like rearrange my entire life to try to be there. I'm like, no. And so then we go back and forth. We make each other feel guilty, and inevitably he comes, thank goodness. And then he's got to take a road trip afterwards, having abandoned his wife and children to the Texas heat. When I say I have friends in politics, and they're friends. Like we chat, and we chat about and inevitably he comes, thank goodness. And then he's got to take a road trip afterwards, having abandoned his wife and children to the Texas heat. When I say I have friends in politics, and they're friends. Like we chat, and we chat about non-political stuff. I've only got one friend in politics who routinely texts my wife and says, hit him. And that happens to be my next guest, who causes all sorts of abuse in my marriage because my wife relishes the opportunities to hit me when Congressman Chip Roy texts her and says to do so over various little things like my detesting of sweet tea, which he hates that I don't. Sweet tea's gross, but nonetheless, that's not for the discussion today. So I want to introduce to you genuinely a good friend, a prayer warrior for my family, just an all-around good guy who really does live his convictions every day. You heard Congressman Hearn talk about him yesterday, his love for Texas and people and their love for him, even though they may not always agree with him because of his passion and his convictions. My friend Chip Roy, the congressman from Texas. Wow. Dude. Pop-Tarts. But they're the fruit ones. Wow.
Had to be done.
Shame me.
Had to be done.
On stage. You're the reason I even got into golf, and now I nearly get killed with golf with Gunner. So,
hey,
yeah, so he's a very good golfer, by the way.
I was back in the day. You know, I played for 40 years, played in college. I taught golf camp, taught kids. Played at an event a month ago. I'd never been hit. Guy shanked one, hit me right square in the chest, just like a month ago.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So, among the many things that you and I could talk about, we have a shared frustration with Republicans taking power and Washington continuing to grow. Yeah. How often do you just feel like this isn't a winnable fight?
So, well, first of all, good to be here. Thank you all for being here and supporting Erick. Erick, as he said, we've been good friends now for 2 decades. This is an important gathering. And that's, to me, that this is there are a number of really important questions right now that we face, but this is one of the most important. And Republicans have for too long been a part of the problem and driving the very things that they criticize and campaign against. And I saw that when I was a lawyer on the Judiciary Committee, when I was Ted Cruz's chief of staff. I saw that now in my 5 years in Congress. And with all due respect to our Republican colleagues, people get mad at me when I say this 2 months out from an election. Like, let's be clear. Everybody go vote Republican. Let's get the most conservative candidate you can get elected. But I'm concerned about January 3rd when we get sworn in. I'm concerned about January 20th, 21st when we get down to doing business. And the fact of the matter is, too many Republicans give lip service to wanting to do what Jeb was just talking about, shrinking the size of government, and they won't do it. They just literally won't do it. I mean, do you know how hard it was? I mean, last year we got the caps put in place for the spending bill, which was like pulling teeth to get high caps put in place. And we already busted the caps. They busted the caps within 2 months of adopting the caps. There is literally no hunger across the entire conference to do what we say we do, which is constrain spending. And we're going to talk about tax policy. Jeb talked about tax policy. I bet most of your guests have been talking about tax policy. I'm a child of the 80s. I'm for, as I think Jeb was just describing, low broad tax rates. I want more money in your pockets. But let's be very clear. If you're not doing corresponding spending cuts, when you have tax reductions that aren't fully paying for themselves, they pay for themselves to a degree, what are you doing? You're increasing the debt. And guess what you're doing? When you spend money that we don't have and you're racking up more debt, you're increasing inflation and you're putting a tax on the American people. So it's a fake tax cut if it's not a high growth tax cut that's going to create wealth. Jeb alluded to capital gains changes and stuff like that. But we're just fundamentally not serious about wanting to decrease the size of government. The last point I'll make is go look at, and I've put some of this out there, go look at all of the votes on the appropriations bills amendments last year. Remember in the speaker fight, we were making a case in the Freedom Caucus, we want to have votes on amendments, because we hadn't for like a decade. So we started getting votes on amendments. Go look at the votes. Go look at how many Republicans voted against the spending cut amendments that we would offer on the floor on appropriations. Go look. Just dozens of Republican votes against all of the spending restraints we were trying to put in place. So, we're going to have to hit the gas when we get in there in January, and we're going to have to actually fight to do it. But that was what the Speaker's fight was about last year, and it did result in passing Limit, Save, Grow, which was the first time you had Republicans as a bloc vote for a debt ceiling increase in exchange for actual cuts. The problem was when the deal got cut last Memorial Day, which ultimately led to Kevin's undoing, that deal busted the caps, and that was the problem.
So, I mean, you get there, and you guys, particularly the House Freedom Caucus, gets vilified constantly for wanting to hold feet to the fire.
Right.
I mean, do you see any way forward to, because, I mean, like this morning, we had a conversation on China and just how much China is buying up land and their state legislatures blocking, trying to advance to get them out. And I mean, a lot of people came away from the conversation thinking, oh my gosh, this is a terrible situation. Is it hopeless? I mean, is this situation hopeless? Or is the fiscal cliff going to force us to do stuff?
Well, everybody you had as guests have been talking about the numbers there now. This is a smart audience. You know the numbers, $35 trillion of debt. We're now spending more in interest than we're spending on defense for the first time in our history. We're cracking $1 trillion in interest. We're racking up $1 trillion of debt every 3 months. The fact is, there hasn't been the resolve to do it. And you say, well, is it hopeless? Here's what I would tell you. Until Republicans are willing to do what Democrats are always willing to do, which is risk your election certificates to change the country and change the trajectory of the country, then no, it'll never change. But we have to actually mean it. I saw yesterday, I tweeted something out, and I got a bunch of Republicans mad at me because I tweeted out because people said, well, Republicans aren't talking about spending restraint. They're not talking about limiting the size of government in any of their campaign stuff. I said, well, it's because they can't. They literally can't. They can't with a straight face because they're just as guilty. They're equally guilty. But this is the one message I'll say to all of the listeners and the viewers online and everybody in the room. You know what? It's everybody's fault. It's a reflection of the American people. Do you know how many groups I have in my office sitting there with their hand out? How many groups come in and say, give me mine? Oh, cut government, cut the size of government, but give me mine. Look, I'm telling you, the piper's here. You got to pay the piper. We have now had a generational, probably now 2 to 3 generations of Americans who, with all due respect, have blown it. They've blown it. My parents' generation blew it. The Reagan generation, I call us, right, Generation X, we have a chance to combine with some of the younger generation to see if we want to actually have fiscal honesty and restraint. But when Ronald Reagan gave his famous speech in 1964, you always remember, right, the time for choosing speech, it was October of 64. 60th anniversary is this October. That's about a quarter of our country's lifetime ago, right? That wasn't a speech about choosing Goldwater over LBJ, was it? That was a speech about choosing a different path, choosing freedom, choosing limited government, choosing to avoid the siren song of whatever government can do for you. But we didn't choose the right path. With all due respect, we didn't choose it. We have been growing mandatory entitlement spending for now my entire lifetime. We have grown discretionary spending. We have grown every aspect of government. And we've put more and more of it onto mandatory spending. Did you know that every dollar we bring in revenue right now has to go to cover what is called mandatory spending? That means any of the additional government bureaucracy, all of the alphabet soup in DC, that's all debt. That's all borrowing. Because every dollar is already, has to go to pay mandatory spending. So until we're serious and say, look, Rand Paul's been talking about an across-the-board cut for forever. It would do wonders for our economy and for the state of affairs if we just did that. He called it the penny plan. Now it probably has to be the nickel plan if you want to actually just reduce it across the board. But guess what? Then you'll be saying, oh, you're going to cut Medicare, you're going to cut Social Security, you're going to cut defense, you're going to cut veterans, you're going to cut the Farm Bill. Well, 80% of the Farm Bill is food stamps, right? At some point, we just have to do our job. I would vote for any of those cuts tomorrow and run the ads against me. That's fine. Like, leadership is actually supposed to matter. I'm just saying, if you don't have fiscal restraint, then you have a tax on the American people, you're killing the dollar, you're undermining our national security, you're undermining our economy, you're empowering our enemies. Maybe we should do something about it as leaders.
You mentioned our enemies. We've had a lot of conversation today about China and the frustrations that getting Washington to do anything takes forever, even as everybody seems to agree. The states seem to be faster. And Senator Scott was here just a little while ago talking about the absurdities of so many businesses hiding behind government regulations, for example, for getting our prescriptions for our military from China, yet there are no government regulations. It's just people say government regulations as a coverall.
No, that's right. And I think, and I want to step on the regulations off of what I was just saying about spending, right? Because we want to figure out how we're going to get our economy in the right path, which has been in this kind of stalled state frankly, for a long time. And the best way to do that, and every economist that I've been talking to as we look ahead to next year, because everybody's talking about, well, what do we do about the tax cuts and the expiring? The real hindrance on economic growth in this country is the regulatory strangulation of the American people being able to go out and create wealth and opportunity. That's the main thing, and it's driven heavily by the climate agenda, right? And so, this is a variation of the question you're asking, the answer. But when I say we need to restrain spending, there are ways to do that without touching Medicare benefits or Social Security benefits. We can restrain spending and cut the bureaucracy, hold that spending in check, grow the economy by unleashing the regulatory morass. But in order to do that, right, we have to be honest. You had 18 Republicans who just last week signed a letter to Speaker Johnson saying we shouldn't repeal the entirety of the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, you all remember the Inflation Reduction Act was the Democrats' signature bill 2 years ago, and what does it do? It massively expands subsidies, 90% of which go to corporate billion-dollar entities. And those subsidies are empowering China, giving money to China, giving money to Chinese companies, giving China to great big green companies. And all of that is trying to subsidize wind and solar and undermine reliable energy, that is clean burning natural gas, nuclear, et cetera. That's what's happening. But you've got 18 Republicans who are saying, oh, no, we can't touch that. And the likely Ways and Means chairman who the other day said, well, we need to defend the Inflation Reduction Act. Guys, if we have a $4 trillion tax bill, which is what we're talking about, we got to find a way to make sure that we have corresponding cuts. One of those ways is to cut the $800 billion of the Inflation Reduction Act. And if my Republican colleagues aren't willing to do that, well, I'm going to go to war with them. I'm sick of it, okay? I'm just going to be blunt. I have no problem, as we did in the speaker's fight, holding Republicans' feet to their fire. You know how many text messages I got from Republicans saying, oh, don't do it, you guys look, you're divided and all that. Guys, what good is it to just be the slightly less bad version of Democrats? It does us no good.
Yes. something that's come up on stage, you and I have had this text exchange on defense of free markets and corporate wokeness.
Yep.
And one of the things that came up yesterday on stage is how so many Americans probably don't even know that the Securities and Exchange Commission, when it comes to Fortune 500 companies and others, is essentially pushing the activist investor takeover of these companies and embedding progressives within them, that we have an American bureaucracy that seems to be at war pushing the woke agenda as much as corporations, and if anything, encouraging them to.
Sure. I mean, the SEC is certainly a part of it, and we've got different bills and ideas that we can do if the Trump is to win and we take over the White House. Things that we're going to be able to do to try to rein that in. But the real problem is the actual corporate boardroom, right? The SEC and the government have some amount of influence on that, but honestly, it's just we've been graduating radical progressive Democrats out of our business schools, sending them into the boardrooms. The boardrooms are now filled with them, and they're all making these ridiculously bad decisions. And they're using corporations to enact their radical progressive Democrat agenda to destroy America. And look, I'm not sure how to make it any more clear than that there is a war on your way of life right now. There is a full-scale war on your way of life, on Western civilization, on American values right now. And the people who claim to be standing up and defending against that war and to fighting for Americans aren't. They're not meeting the same force being applied to us. So the radical progressive Democrats are at war with your values in the corporate boardrooms, like Erick's just alluding to. They're at war with us in the universities, in the schools, in the elementary schools, right? I mean, I'm sure you've had panelists up here talking about the woke agenda. You've got all the individuals that are out there talking about what's been happening with the transgender agenda and, what they're trying to force feed into our kids. Now you see what's happening over the United Kingdom with all of the stuff with the hate speech. Now, I was the lead author of a bill to sanction the ICC for trying to declare Netanyahu a war criminal. Why? Because I strongly support Israel and believe that they need to stand up and defend themselves, and I'm not going to apologize for saying it. I'm for it. But I was also in a block of conservatives who voted against the big spending bill in the spring that had the big block of money for Ukraine and the big block of money for Taiwan, and had $4 billion that would go to fund Hamas at the same time the money was going to Israel. So I opposed it. And I also opposed the bill that was labeled the anti-Semitism bill to try to root out anti-Semitism on college campuses. Now, I want to root out anti-Semitism on college campuses. I held a hearing on it as the chairman of the subcommittee on the Constitution, but I opposed the bill for precisely what's happening in the UK right now, because they're going to come after you, okay? The UK is just slightly ahead of us, but it is going to happen to you. If you dare criticize Islam, if you dare run afoul of the woke operatives in corporate America or in government or in schools, they're not just going to shame you. They're not just going to cancel you. They're going to arrest you. That's coming. You don't think it's coming as well. We're in America. I saw these memes this last week making fun of the UK, saying, man, 1776, glad we spun off and, got our independence, so we're no longer under the crown. Aren't we great? And don't fool yourselves. That same movement is alive and well right here in the United States. And if we don't understand that and fight it and take it on, then it's going to come right at you. But yet Republicans, I mean, how many Republicans I'd sat on the floor of the House? I said, guys, this speech, hate speech kind of legislation is going to be used against us. And they'd be like, yeah, I know, but I can't vote against an anti-Semitism bill. But that's literally what we do all the time. It's like you package a bill, you put a name on it, and people say, I can't vote against that. I mean, look, when you vote against virtually every bill, you give them just every opportunity to run ads against you and just make it to where they have message discipline problems because you're a no on every single one of these bills. So they can't really attack you. But the point is, stop giving in to that and stand up to fight what we need to fight in order to preserve the country.
Well said. So as an aside, there was a time I was doing 6 hours of radio. I was having to do 9 to 3 p.m. and Chip reached out to my producer and said, you can put me on. I know how to talk, and give Erick a rest. And I feel like we're doing this here, which has been great. After 2 days of talking, I can toss to you, and you can talk. So let me toss something else to you.
Yep.
On defense, I agree with you. We probably do need to make serious cuts. But also, the Biden administration, given the costs, given inflation, is actually continuing to reduce the amount of money we're spending in the military at a time China's on this massive buildup. How do we balance national security from the debt perspective, and also national security from an actual armament perspective?
Number one, make the federal government focus on what it's supposed to focus on under the Constitution of the United States, which is securing the United States of America, both in terms of our military and our border. Frankly, don't do anything else. I liked America best when we had a secretary. Yeah, that's right. I liked America best when we had what? A Secretary of War, a Secretary of Treasury, a Attorney General, and a Secretary of State.
There was a postmaster too, but let's not mention him.
Was that?
The postmaster too,
well,
but let's not mention him.
You know, now that's just the Waldorf Hotel, not the Trump Hotel anymore. So, but I'm serious. So focus on that. Do your job. You're supposed to secure the country. We're not. Our country is not secure. Our military is degrading. It is woke. It is not where it needs to be. Our borders wide open. You guys have heard enough, facts and figures out in the world. You follow Bill Malugin. You've had guests, no doubt, talking about it. I could talk about it for an hour if you wanted me to, but you get the borders wide open and dangerous. Americans are dying. So they're not doing their job. We can do that. We can secure America. You can have a military. What? You mean we can't secure America and have a functioning, strong military, $900 billion? I mean, that's where we are, $900 billion. So my view, we need the strongest military in the world, bar none, and it needs to be sparingly used. That's what peace through strength actually is. And if you do that, you don't do what we did when we had 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, 20 years. We're still operating under the authorization of the use of military force from that time. They're still in existence. That is asinine. World War II came and went in how long for us, right? Roughly about 3.5 years. And we had 20 years of endless wars. Then what happens? You have all of the damage done to those great patriots who are over there serving in the Middle East for us. And then we passed a $600 billion mandatory spending burn pit bill, which is now going to continue to balloon the national debt. We owed our veterans coverage. I think that bill was not the way to do it, but we owed them care. But that's the consequence of these decisions. This is why I got to be honest. I favor some version of a war tax or war bonds or whatever whenever we have these bills and people put them on the floor to go put our troops in harm's way or fund Ukraine. So last year, when I voted against Ukraine, or earlier this year, look, I believe we should try to stand alongside Ukraine and Eastern Europe. I want to stand against Putin, but not with a blank check, and not irresponsibly, not while you're not doing the energy policies you need to put in place to actually defend your own country. And so guess what? I voted against it. And I had some donors and some people calling me, and they go, Chip, we're really concerned. You're tossing Ukraine aside. We got to stand with Ukraine. We got to stand against Putin. I said, okay. Let me just ask you this question. Your top marginal tax rate right now is about 37%. I tell you what, I'll make your top marginal tax rate 60% for the next 5 years, and we can have your war in Ukraine. Crickets. Crickets on the other end of the phone call. My point is this. Put your friggin' money where your mouth is. I'm sick and tired of politicians and, frankly, activists and pundits going on and talking about what we need to or not do in Ukraine. I'm not saying I'm going to go spend another $175 billion to fund Zelensky's war, however righteous you think it is or not. And I guarantee you there's a division in this room. That's fine. But if you have to pay for it, do you think we would have passed it? Do you think last year we would have passed that bill if I said, sorry, seniors, you just lost Social Security this year so we can go fund Ukraine? And you say, but Chip, that's foolish. You got to stick your head in the sand. You're going to endanger America. No, we have to force tough decisions. Because if you don't force the tough decisions, then you're going to make bad decisions. And that's what I think we need to do. So I think we need to change that and flip the script on it.
I do want to talk to you about the border a little bit, because the last time you were on my program, while you were there at the border, you were watching people getting detained as they were coming across the border. It was a surreal experience. And I don't know that people, we can see the images, but even Dave McCormick was talking about being in Yuma, Arizona, and watching a bunch of people from China and Syria come across in the middle of the night. It is surreal to me that we probably have sleeper cells in this country because the Biden-Harris administration, the borders has just been negligent.
Well, this is what I want people to understand. This is purposeful. It's not just negligence, not to take issue with your word choice. It's purposeful to remake America. That's what it's about. How many people here know that there are 51.5 million people in this country who are foreign born? And that is the highest percentage in the history of our country. Shouldn't that raise some alarm bells? Does that raise some questions, especially when your schools are not teaching any of these children, or frankly, any of our own children, that America is great, that God exists, that the Constitution matters, that the Declaration matters, that unalienable rights matter? None of that's being taught. Yet we're importing millions legally. People always say, I love people come up on the stage. I'm against illegal immigration, but I want more legal immigration. Go look at the numbers. We have still very high legal immigration, both in terms of how you compare with the rest of the world and our history. The fact is, this is purposeful, and the dumping of people into our country is illegal. So we'll talk about Georgia. Everybody knows the story about Laken Riley. She was killed literally by somebody who was released into the United States under parole, which is a policy that was supposed to be used very sparingly in unique situations on a case-by-case basis, and they have been doing parole categorically for hundreds of thousands at a time, millions of Americans, releasing them into the United States. And as a result, there are dozens, if not hundreds of examples of the Laken Riley situation. There's Elizabeth Medina in Texas. There's Rachel Moore in Maryland. There's dozens of examples of dead Americans because of this policy. The fact is, it's purposeful to remake the country. We could end it pretty quickly. You could end it with executive action, with the Remain in Mexico policies, and with something akin to the Title 42 stuff that was used during the pandemic. But mainly, you just have to say no, and you just have to turn people around. And that the executive branch can largely do, but we also need to pass the components of H.R. 2, which we got passed last year. Now, this is really important, because everybody said, well, what happened out of the speaker's fight last year? Well, by getting conservatives on committees, and by getting conservatives on the Rules Committee, and by putting us in the room to force decisions, we got the Limit, Save, Grow passed, which then put in place the path that we could have good policies put in place in exchange for debt ceiling increase, which then set the table for the caps. Now, the caps got busted, but we set the stage for caps. We passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill that we've ever passed in the history of our country. We were passing appropriations bill. We passed 7 out of the 12 appropriations bills. We were getting votes on amendments finally because we were demanding that. Now we've got Republicans who are complaining because they didn't like to have to vote on all of those amendments that we were putting forward to say, well, why don't you cut this? Why don't you do this policy? Let me give you an example. Last September, we had a provision to defund UNRWA. You guys know what that is, right? The United Nations Refugee Program, which has been used to fund Hamas for decades, certainly years. I introduced a bill 3 years ago to get rid of it. We offered an amendment last September, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks before October 7th happened. 8 Republicans voted against the amendment to strip the funding from UNRWA, which we knew was being used to fund Hamas. 8 Republicans voted against that and killed that amendment from passing in the appropriations bill. I could give you dozens of those examples. 18 Republicans, maybe 19, voted against an amendment to kill the kill switch, okay? The kill switch is something that now has a federal regulation that can shut your car down if they choose to. You ever driven those communist golf carts at some resort where, you back out into something and they shut it down? That's what's gonna happen to your cars. Because they also have the tailpipe rule put in place, which mandates 2/3 of the fleet be EV by 2032. Do you guys have any idea what that does? I've talked to Toyota right there in Texas. They're gonna have to start their assembly line for that next year. If we don't win this election, you're gonna be driving cars that can't get where they need to go. They're gonna be massively more expensive. They're gonna be driving up inflation that the government can shut down at the flip of a switch, none of which is gonna reduce CO2 production in any meaningful way. While China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, we have 250, and we act like any of this is gonna dent it. When if you eliminated the internal combustion engine, you would maybe reduce CO2 by 1.5%. Guys, it is about control. It is about tyranny. It is about telling you what to do in some utopian, radical, progressive Democrat dream that is fiction, that is unicorn energy, but it's all about them being able to tell you how to live. And if Republicans don't wake up and fight that, you're not gonna have a country, and your kids and grandkids aren't gonna have a country. That's what this election is about. It's not about all the noise. It's not about all the stuff you're seeing in the ads. It's about whether or not you believe in Western civilization and whether or not we're gonna save it. That's what's on the ballot this fall.
I think that's the perfect place to end this on. I know you've got a long, you got a trip, and you left Karen and the kids at home to come hang out with us.
I did.
And I really do appreciate it and your friendship.
I want to close on this note. Again, I opened with it. Erick is one of the best human beings I know in this business. I appreciate you all being here for him. Now, Christy is the one I really, trust in the family, right? And that's who I like to call. But I am serious about that, and it matters. And it matters that Erick's voice exists, whether it's over the airways and radio or through the various channels he's a part of. And I mean it. And I do want to close because I'm ranting about a lot of the things that are at stake. I am bullish. I am bullish about what we can achieve, and that America can yet again still set that standard for the world, but we have to mean it. And the one message I've been delivering in Texas and anywhere I go, Young America's Foundation a couple of weeks ago, Young Americans for Liberty, the message I've been trying to deliver is, it is time to step up, and everybody's going to have to sacrifice. If you find yourself saying, yeah, but I need X, no, you can't do that. Every single one of us are going to have to step up and sacrifice, every single one of us, in order to save this country for our kids and grandkids. Because if they don't have this country, then they're going to have no place to go when people like these judges and these bureaucrats and these tyrants in the United Kingdom are trying to put people in jail for exercising free speech. Or the 75-year-old woman in D.C. who was put in jail for 2 years for praying in an abortion clinic under the FACE Act and the abusive use of power by the federal government. And I could go through case after case. That is what is at stake. And I'm just honored to be here and honored to be here with my friend, and thanks for what you do to stand up against it.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Gosh,
brother.
man. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. And thanks for the Pop-Tarts.
Thanks for Pop-Tarts.
Oh, yeah.
That's your daughter. Thanks, guys.
All right, we're gonna let you guys, I know y'all have sat for a while, thank you. We're gonna let you stretch your legs. In 15 minutes, you're gonna hear my conversation with Chris Wilson, because I know everybody's skeptical of polling and data and focus groups. Brilliant, brilliant pollster, data analyst, does focus groups. I want y'all to hear from him. What should you take away? What can you believe? What shouldn't you believe? And how do we go forward to try to figure out what does the election actually look like? We'll be back in 13 minutes. So, I have been told we have a housekeeping note. We're going to make some changes at the end of the schedule today. Instead of doing a Q&A because everybody wants to chat and stuff, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up like a line down here, and I can sign your books and we can visit and take pictures. And then at 5 o'clock, we have to leave because apparently there's something else at the hotel and we have to start clearing out the room right at 5. So to accommodate everybody who wants to hang out and visit and take pictures, I'll be down here after I speak with Insurance Commissioner King, and then we can take pictures, I can sign books. I have my stash of pins my kid brought for me and all that. Right now, however, I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. We've known each other for quite a while, and back when no one knew who either of us was, and he's just become a fantastic pollster for a whole lot of great candidates, from Glenn Youngkin to Ted Cruz. What I really like about him is he's a skeptic of the data and appreciates the data as well. And I figure there are so many conversations on my radio show, for example. We get so many calls from people now, you can't believe any poll ever. You can't believe the trends, you can't believe anything. It's like, I should get someone who really knows what they're talking about to come here and talk to us about how do you navigate this wild time with statistics and surveys and polling and focus groups. What do you look for? What do you know? How does it work? So please welcome my friend Chris Wilson. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
So I guess my first question for you is, how do you look at polling that comes out of the nation? Do you look at the trends, if everything's going in the same direction? Do you look at the numbers? What do you do?
Well, there's so much wrapped up in that, and it's difficult because I try and practice the strategy in life that I never say anything bad about anybody. But there is some bad polling out there. And it is, whenever data comes out, I tend to look at what is aggregated. And I'll look at either 538's aggregation or Real Clear Politics' aggregation or Pollster.com's aggregation. But not to sound like I have delusions of grandeur, I'm going to put mine above all of the other ones. And you talked yesterday to Governor Stitt, and that was a really fun campaign. Because Governor Stitt, when he was running for re-election in 2022, there was a lot of public polling. In fact, you and I talked about it, I think, on your show, or may have just been hanging out and grabbing dinner together. But there was polling that had it everywhere from at best a dead heat to at worst him down 5 points. And this was everything. So if you looked at the aggregate public data, it showed him down. And we had numbers internally that had us up 15 points. 14.7 to be exact. And we were so frustrated about it because it's getting covered. And the trick on the Democrat side is they are so good with their Act Blue network at raising money that it becomes a self-perpetuating prophecy. And I'm going through this year with Ted Cruz. And they put out numbers that shows the race closer than it is. And it usually starts with some sort of obscure third-party pollster that's paid for by the Democratic Party, and then there becomes a herding mentality with a lot of the different public polling firms and say, well, you had this Democrat poll came out and it shows it within 3 points, so I know we have it down, we have Cruz up 10, but why don't we weight up college-educated suburbanites, or why don't we weight up African Americans and look at them at a different level? In Texas, it's actually the weight up Democrats and independents, so they make independents more liberal than they actually are. And so we spent our own money because we didn't want to release the governor's numbers directly, and put out a poll that had it at 14.7%. And I think the governor mentioned yesterday he won by more than he did last time. It was 15 points. And everybody in the crowd's like, wow, that was great. He came up to me, did you see I beat your numbers by 0.3? You were off. And I'm like, oh, thanks, Governor. Appreciate that. But it is. So what we look for from a standpoint, let me talk about how we do it internally rather than bash anybody else, because I think it's important. And it's why polling has, I first got started, Eric, and you talked about whenever you and I first met, it was back in the 90s. And doing a poll in a congressional race was $7,000, $8,000. And that was, you didn't have to call everybody on their cell phone. We just called you all up during dinner, which everybody likes so much. They'd answer it up, we'd ask them questions, and they'd go back to eating. And now you've got to call 50, 60, 70% of people on cell phones, and it's made that price of $75,000, $80,000 has gone. Your typical congressional district survey is $30,000, $40,000. But that's if it's done right. Now you'll have a public poll done by a media organization that is just going to be all IVR, which is integrated voice recognition, so it's a robo poll that's done to landlines. It's actually illegal to do those to cell phones. And they will go put those numbers out as if they're somewhat reflective. Whenever it doesn't talk to a single person on a cell phone, they may supplement it with some texting. And the way that we do it is we will actually build, and we're more of a data science company now than we are a polling company. We actually do more analytics than we do survey research. And we'll build a propensity model on someone's likelihood to vote. And so we'll look at those based on the turnout of the year of what is the propensity above about a 0.5. So you think about an X and a Y axis, you got 0.5 is really above where someone is likelihood to vote, and that's who's gonna make it into our interview. Now, if you don't have the money to afford that propensity model, then your polling's wrong from the beginning. And that's what, for any of you who follow polling as obsessively and as unfortunately as I do, you saw a bunch of numbers come out this morning from New York Times that has Harris up now in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now, I'll just go through those as an example. And again, I'm not going to disparage them. I won't even talk about the internals, but I'll just talk about the history to 2020. So in Michigan, it had Trump at 46, Harris at 50. So that's a 4-point difference. The last polling that they had in 2020 had Biden up by 8. He won by 2.8. In Pennsylvania, there's a trend here. It's a little bit interesting. I'll let you draw your own conclusions on it. 46-50, Harris up. In 20, they had Biden up 6. He won by 1.2. And then Wisconsin, now I'm not talking the New York Times. There's been some other famous polls, like the ABC poll actually had Biden up by 18 going into the election in 2020. But the one that just came out, 46-50, again, exact same numbers. In 2020, they had Biden up 11. He won by 0.07. So now you have to look at that. Is that a crime of commission or maybe a crime of omission? And I'd like to believe that it is a crime of omission in that they don't have the ability, because they don't have analytics behind it, to predict the likelihood of someone to turn out and do something, in this case to vote. And that is, so whenever I look at polling, and I actually make some notes on this because I had the benefit of you sending me the questions beforehand. So what do you look for in terms of an accurate survey? And I've got a obsessive compulsive nature of trying to create mnemonic ways, of remembering things. And some wild tigers make history. So the S, sample size, selection. That's what I talk about, the data analytics. How many interviews are there? But really the selection is what's important. And then wild, W, weighting and adjustment. Do they put in there that they are weighting the numbers based on something? Do they look at a certain stat like how people voted in 2020 or how they voted in 16 and adjust for that? Tigers, T, transparency of data. Are they releasing their crosstabs? It's amazing how many times a survey will come out and they will not release what's behind it. This happens in Texas all the time, where we do a lot of work there statewide. And they won't tell us how many interviews came hypothetically from El Paso versus Midland, or East Texas versus South Texas. And that being the case, you have no idea. The entire survey could have been done in Tarrant County or Dallas County or Harris County. And so I'd say transparency matters a lot. The mode of data. Is it by telephone? Is it by IVR? Is it by web? Is it by panel? What is the mode in which they're collecting it? And then history. The H, historical accuracy. What is the historical accuracy of the firm? I just gave you numbers looking back at 2020 and with that New York Times poll, how far it was off in those states. And so should we assume that 4 years later, that they've corrected the challenges they had that put them off in many of those cases by more than 5 points in 2020? And I would argue probably not, though you got to be a little bit skeptical of those numbers.
So you mentioned that, and so the New York Times Siena poll in 2022 is pretty good, but when I was running political campaigns, I would tell candidates, well, you got to figure out your turnout for your race. Right. You can't look at that place 2 years ago because you weren't on the ballot. You got to go, if you're running for school superintendent, you got to go 4 years before for school superintendent as opposed to 2 years before for the Board of Elections, right, or Board of Education, because a presidential race has different turnout from an off-year election. Your districts matter. So when you look at things like that, do you look, for example, the Siena poll, pretty good in 2022 at the end, and the numbers caught some trends, but in 2020, not good with the presidential election. So when you look at pollsters generally, should you say, it's a presidential year? How did they do with the last presidential year?
Absolutely. And the key behind that and what you're getting at is the enthusiasm. Because in an off-year election, whenever you do a political poll, I'm less concerned about what it says right now. I'm more concerned about how I can impact it on behalf of my candidates. So the STIT thing I was talking about earlier is the reason why others were so wrong is because they were looking at turnout from 2018, to the point that Erick's making. And what happened in 2018? Well, that was the Trump midterm. Republicans lost the House. It was not a good year for Republicans. So if you're building a sample based on that, then you're going to just assume that 2018 is going to repeat itself. Well, what we do on the political side of things, sorry about that, is we look at where we can make adjustments. So the idea is not to look at just those people who are currently voting, but who could we motivate to vote? And that's what's really going to be so fascinating, I think, about 2024. And it's why you have seen a bounce, I would consider it to be a sugar high, but we'll see whether I'm right or not, in Harris's numbers going up. Because there was a Democrat lack of enthusiasm with Biden at the top of the ticket. So we've seen that enthusiasm come up. And in fact, I was looking at it, as of this morning, Kamala Harris's fave-unfave overall, her net favorability has moved 9 points. Now, there's no reason for that other than the way the media has defined her. It's funny how they all got the same memo. I'm calling it a campaign of joy. It's like this year's Hope and Change, right? But so that definition has allowed, in her reintroduction, has created a Democrat bump in enthusiasm. 24 will be a bit of a unique presidential year in that I do believe both campaigns have the ability to motivate enthusiasm and affect turnout. Typically in a presidential year, that's not the case. Now, the point you were making a little bit ago, in an off year, you do have the ability to affect enthusiasm, to affect turnout, and that's why you look at Stitt's numbers, and it was different. Brian Kemp, same thing. I'll tell you, we did the same. We worked for Kemp in 2018 when he beat Stacey Abrams, and a lot of that public polling, as you remember, we talked about this, I think, on your show, too. It's like I'm always on there making predictions. Fortunately, they've most part been right. I've got lots of other shows where I've been wrong, and I don't get asked at their conferences. But it is, Abrams was up in all those polls, and I remember going on your show, and same thing with Perdue when we did his stuff a few years before that, when he won that primary and that runoff, where we had them up. And it is just a simple matter of, the polling may have been right at the time that showed Abrams up, but we knew those people that needed motivation to turn out and vote. And by those were the ones that we targeted, that's who we spent the money on, that's who we were able to contact, and that is really the value of political polling. And it's why you're very seldom, if you went and looked at a public polling website and tried to look for our numbers, you wouldn't find many, because outside of the stuff that we'll do on our own and just go release because I get irritated on behalf of a friend like Governor Stitt and pay for that ourselves, that was our personal polling, we don't release much because we're not looking at it to predict what's going to happen. We're looking at it to affect what's going to happen. And it's political polling is very different than public polling. And that's why whenever you talk about when you used to run campaigns, your advice was well placed in trying to get people to adjust what they were doing, because there's a lot of political pollsters that don't do that. They still believe their job is just to predict the future, and I don't think that's a valuable use of our science.
It struck me back it was in the 90s, and it was Dick Morris. Clinton hired him, and Morris told Clinton that polling is inductive, not deductive, and you're using it not to figure out what's popular to do, but to how to make what you want to do popular, how to talk about it in a certain direction, and how to build your campaign. And it's one of the things I actually love about what you guys do is you're mentioning is like, people can release public polling and say, yeah, my guy's ahead. But what you never see is the in-depth, super thick binder of polling crosstabs that the campaign is using to what message is working, what isn't, where are we pulsing, where are we not, who do we need to get. And I don't think people understand that layer of polling.
Yeah, and that's the value of it. And I say polling is really, the purpose of it today is to answer a lot of big questions. And the one that you said, we use a methodology called message mapping, in which we do a regression analysis that determines what messages motivate behavior the best, but that's still at a mass level. And you don't win campaigns anymore at a mass level. In fact, one of the successful things, and there weren't many of them, and as Eric knows, I've actually moved to Atlanta to work for the Ron DeSantis Super PAC, and which is, I'd often describe as a little bit of like if someone had moved to Little Bighorn to fight for Custer. It's kind of had the same effect. But in the spring, and I just read Meredith McGraw's new book, Trump in Exile, which I think just came out on Tuesday. I read right through it because it was, like therapy for me or something. But it talked about, the Trump campaign coming and trying to kill DeSantis early on. And we certainly saw that coming in the spring of 23. And so we were trying to keep our head above water, and we did a testing to determine what had the greatest degree of impact for moving voters. And there's a guy named Sasha Eisenberg who's kind of known as a data journalist. He wrote a great book about the Obama 2008 analytics effort called the Victory Lab. And if you haven't read, I highly recommend it, even though it's now, almost 20 years old. It's still a great book, kind of a seminal text that led to the evolution of our career and kind of it taking off, or our industry. But we were able to understand those people who would consider voting for Governor DeSantis, and then what issues, what messages motivated them. Now, you can't do that with polling at the individual level. That's done with analytics. And I think there are so many times now where campaigns are utilizing polling because they have someone around who doesn't really understand that analytics is better for motivating at the individual level. And you don't have to be used to be, to do this was prohibitively expensive, but you don't have to run a multi-million-dollar campaign anymore. You can do it for a school board race. In fact, we just did a bunch of it for a national group that helps select conservative school board members and won almost all of those races. I think we were like 70-1 or something like that. So I bring that up to say is these are techniques now that used to be only available to the big campaigns that, the super consultants like Erick Erickson used to run, whereas now you can really do it all the way down to the local level. And I highly recommend for any of you that get involved in politics and work with it that you let the people you are helping know that this is no longer just something that's done at the presidential level because of things like Moore's Law and the evolution of computing power and artificial intelligence and data analytics and open source software like R and Python that you can use for no cost. This is really not difficult or expensive to do. It may be complex and complicated, but having said that, the ability to target people at the individual level, and so back to that DeSantis study, what was fascinating about that, Eric, is what's always recommended in major campaigns. Usually TV, second mail. Well, in our testing, and there's an article about this in Politico you could go read by Eisenberg, we measured broadcast TV certainly was most effective. But analytics then showed us the second most effective way to deliver a message and persuade a voter was a video sent by text message, which is like 8 to 10 cents per voter. Now, the challenge of that, and not to cast aspersions on my industry, but I'll do it anyway, is there's not a lot of profit in that. And so you don't see that done as much as it should be. You know what was least effective in terms of motivating voters or moving numbers?
Please don't say radio.
No, that was right at the top. Of course, right at the top. Direct mail. Direct mail, which is
highly lucrative.
Highly lucrative. Highly lucrative.
Wow.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And I think that's really a challenge for us in winning some of these tough races is because sometimes decisions that are made for campaigns are maybe not done in the best interest of the campaign spending.
You say that, and just as a random aside, I remember the very first congressional race I ran, and I did it by accident in large part because I was the guy's lawyer, and the campaign manager was very passive-aggressive and disappeared, just walked away from the campaign. And I was stunned to understand how, the commissions on mail and placing ads work. And as a lawyer, under the ethics rules that I was in Georgia, I wasn't allowed to do that. And so my candidate wound up being able to place mail and TV cheaper because I couldn't take a commission off the top. And I was like, wow, this is why all these guys in campaigns get so fabulously wealthy doing stuff like this. And now, as long as it's gone on, it makes so much sense to me is why I get so many mail pieces that I never read, and yet I get them in the mailbox.
Yeah, where do you open them? Where do you open your mail?
Right over the trash.
Exactly, yeah. So does everybody else.
Yes, yeah. So can you just educate the people real quick, because I don't know that people realize with mobile phones, the rules are different from calling landline phones for polling.
Yeah, they are. It is. You said you can do cheap polling to a home phone because you can use those robopolls. Just press 1 if you're voting for Kamala Harris and press 2 for Donald Trump, but you can't do that to a cell phone. You can, but you can get prosecuted for it. It's happened to several people in our industry, or you can get sued, which is even worse. And so you do have to call with a live caller, and that's what I was talking about earlier about the increase in the cost of polling has been driven by that. Now, and the same is true with analytics. Now, with analytics, whenever we do, you figure a survey, I mentioned earlier, sample size. I always remember the Some Wild Tigers Make History, that's the S. Sample size. You can do a poll, a national poll with 1,000 interviews and get a 3.2% margin of error. Margin of error is a simple statistical calculation. It's just 0.9604 divided by the sample size, and you take the square root of that. In terms of building out the analytics, you really have to collect 1,000 to 3,000 observations to be able to do it. And so there's a lot of interviews that have to go into that to be able to do it. I think I'm putting people to sleep.
Nope. So now
but that's got to be done with live. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. That's okay. I wonder what that was. So from sample size and that, I wanted to talk about the online polling because there's where my deep skepticism in polling lies. that
And there's a lot of public polls that are done online.
Yeah, there are so many, and I tend to be dismissive of the online polls in large part because just knowing who has computers and who's regularly engaged in computers, it seems like you're really skewing your sample of people towards people who have access to computers, want to engage, and they tend to probably not be a broader demographic.
Yeah, and then those that are willing to participate in a poll for some sort of reward, be it like frequent flyer mileage, points on a supermarket, loyalty program. There is always some sort of payoff for doing that. Now, I'm not implying there's something wrong with that. I'm just saying it does create a different type of respondent because you probably would not participate for a supermarket loyalty point. And so because of that, I do think the other aspect of it that I always look at when I look at public polling, you got sample representation, you have margin of error, you have the question wording, I dig into that, you have the pollster's track record, I kind of mentioned that with history, but then there's the timing. How long is something in the field? And I'm always, this year because of Ted Cruz being up, I'm always fixated on what's going on with the Texas polling. So there's a ton of it released. And the University of Texas puts out these polls on a regular basis that'll be in the field for like 2 weeks.
Right.
And if we have 2 days to do a poll, we're excited about it. Usually our clients are wanting us in and out in one night. And the reason for that is not because they're impatient, they are, but that's still not the reason. The reason is because things change. Can you imagine if you were in the field while Joe Biden announced he was dropping out and you're doing a presidential survey? Well, it kind of becomes irrelevant. You have to start over. And so if you're in the field for 2 weeks, imagine the evolution of public opinion that can occur in that time. And so those panels require a much longer amount of time for being in the field. And so if there's a reason why I'm skeptical of them, yes, there's a little bit of sampling on it, but it's the timing and the length of time it takes to be able to collect a large sample survey so you've got a lot of them that are in that category. I mean, Motor and Consult's probably the most famous one, but you've got YouGov as a panel. You've got Ipsos, a lot of theirs is done by panels. Some are not, some are still phones, but there's a lot of major surveys that are reported as reliable data that are online, and I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of them. And I remember when I first got started, I would have campaign strategists tell me, don't take weekend pollings because it tends to be biased against people who might be going to church, or polling that's done on just a Wednesday because all the Baptists are in a prayer meeting on Wednesday night. And I don't know how that holds up over time. I think with people less and less going to church, maybe it doesn't, but I've always been skeptical of polling that's taken over the weekend.
Yeah, I think that's probably changed a lot due to the cell phone, the ability to contact people on cell phones. We don't really, I'm less likely to be concerned about a survey done at a certain time period because we are so meticulous about the stratifications and who's going to feed into it. And there are some exceptions to that, like I wouldn't do a survey in Utah on family night. You know, that's a big deal. They don't answer the phone at all. And you may remember, I think one of the first times I made it on the national scene did Mike Lee's race against an incumbent United States Senator, and I learned a lot about polling in Utah during that. That was an interesting experience, and now we have done just pretty much every race in Utah since. And so from that standpoint, there are exceptions, but for the most part, because of cell phones, you can pretty much call whatever. And you also have the ability to, if you call, you can text and say, hey, try to call you, I'm trying to do a survey, is there a time I can reach you back? And so we'll do that to try and make sure we're able to keep our sample right. But a really famous example going back to the panel thing, the USC poll, and it's kind of gone away because remember 2016, they had this sample that had, I think, like 4 African Americans in it. And they were waiting up. They said, we got this new special, super secret way of doing things. And it finally came out that because Trump was winning African Americans in the survey, well, because of the 4, 2 of them were Trump supporters. And they finally the survey just kind of went away because of that. And it was kind of a famous story and also a pretty big warning.
So let me move, if I can, to focus groups a little bit, because I see the media. I mean, Frank Luntz famously known for doing focus groups, panel discussions, things like that, but I see more and more people do that. Obviously, they're different, but can campaigns glean useful information from sitting down with like 15 randomly selected people as opposed to doing a survey of 1,000 people?
They have different uses. That's the bottom line. And I prefer doing focus groups now online because I think you can bring people in from a lot of different locations. You're not limited to a facility in North Cobb County, which is kind of the famous one that we use here all the time for our Georgia stuff. And you can also kind of be more agile online. It's kind of tough to, if you want to all of a sudden decide you want to test an ad, to bring in if you didn't already have machine set up to show one at a focus group facility. Having said that, the usage of a focus group is primarily to get at sort of a why people feel a certain way. A survey is going to tell you what they feel, but it's not going to answer the why questions. Sometimes they're like, there are issues, and I could see really focus groups would be very valuable to try and understand shifting attitudes toward Kamala Harris. There is a large percentage of certain segments of the population that either weren't going to vote or weren't going to vote at all or weren't going to vote for Biden that have now been motivated by her. If we come to the conclusion that they are now definitely going to vote, well, it's important to find out why that is. What changed their opinion? And maybe they don't change their mind in the presidential race, but that matters to me in Texas for a Ted Cruz reelect, for instance. What is it that changed your mind? Okay, now looking down ballot, what is it that would cause you to split your ticket as you move down the ballot? Or a Dave McCormick race, who was here earlier. I think that's going to be important to him because Pennsylvania is going to be it's going to be a very competitive race at the presidential level, and so he's got to worry about that a little bit as new people have entered into it. So I'd say that's the value of focus groups, is to really get at an understanding of what it is that changes opinions, motivates opinions, causes opinions, but it doesn't really tell you how to influence those opinions. And it certainly isn't one where if someone comes out of a focus group and says, okay, we've determined that people feel X, well, then it should be absolutely dismissed out of hand. It is not. It's directional at best.
I've been interested in this rise you see, particularly on the left now, and in the groups that hate Donald Trump. They come out with their focus groups on. They're always baffled by why black men might, for example, want to support Donald Trump, and it's almost like, we joke about the conservatives and the mistake of the New York Times and stuff and now we're finding it more, for example, with black men who may not toe the Democratic line, and the media just can't quite understand. Can you talk a little bit about the demographic shifts you see in Hispanics and black voters, particularly like I remember this massive wave that DeSantis had in Florida the last time with such big increases in the non-white voter. Here in Georgia, Brian Kemp's seen an uptick in the Hispanic vote.
He has, and I would say the Hispanics are the best representation of an evolution of a political class from amongst a demographic group that I've seen in a long time. Because whereas, again, I've been doing Ted Cruz stuff since 2012, Greg Abbott in 2014. I mean, the amount of data we've collected in the state of Texas. In fact, I'll creep you guys out for a second. We have over 200,000 predictive models built on every single one of the 16.5 million registered voters in the state of Texas. Our ability to predict their behavior is pretty acute. And so from that, we have now seen South Texas really shift from being a Democrat stronghold to a Republican stronghold. And it's been a fascinating thing to watch from sort of a sociological perspective. And it is, look, there's a lot of reasons that go into it. You can't ever point to one thing and say it's because of Donald Trump and his approach to governing. But that's certainly been an impact. I think a lot of it has been the immigration issue. There are, right now, if you believe that only legal citizens are voting, then they are not happy about illegals coming into the border. And that certainly has changed the face of South Texas and made it one where Republicans in the state legislature and even all the way up to the congressional level has flipped many of those seats in South Texas. Florida's a little bit different because it's a Cuban population rather than a Mexican population. And so we've seen, they've understood the difficulties and the problems with communism and socialism for a long time. And so we have not seen those same trends occur in New Mexico and Arizona, but it seems to be one that is slowly happening. I do believe that prior to Harris becoming the nominee, New Mexico did look like it was on the map as a competitive state. It may come back to being a competitive state, and that was primarily due to Hispanics there. Arizona, again, Trump had a pretty decent lead in Arizona, still does. The most recent polling I saw still has him up 2 points there. Does that mean that Carrie Lake can be competitive in a Senate race? I don't know at this point. She's down. Last polling I saw publicly was double digits. I think that's probably off by 3 or 4 points, but it's certainly still a lead for the Democrat there, Glego. And then California, California's just a complete mess. But Nevada's where I was wanting to go. Nevada's another one where I worked for Adam Laxalt in 22, and we had a decent lead with Hispanics up until the end. I could talk about Nevada forever. In terms of what happened there. I remember having a conversation with Adam the Saturday before the election saying that because he had such a significant lead that, wow, they'd really have to take ballot boxes into casinos and have union voters vote there to lose. Guess what? That's exactly what they did. It's like they actually took them to right into the casinos and didn't stuff them, and they legally stuffed them. So, but all of those places are ones where we have seen the Hispanic population change from being overwhelmingly Democrat. I mean, Cruz's first race for Senate in 12, he only lost them by like 15 points. I mean, this year he should win them by 10 to 12 points. Abbott's won them. He won them in 28. He won, 20. He won them in 18, 22. And and the DeSantis won them by over 20 points last time. And so I think that is a situation where there's so many things that have fed into it that you really can't point to one specific matter. But certainly the flood of immigration has caused Hispanics to, they were already kind of teetering a little bit because of the family value issues and recognize the Republican Party being a better representation of their values. And now I think immigration has kind of pushed them over the edge. And there is certainly an attraction to Donald Trump with Hispanic voters. I can't argue that, despite the fact that, look, I worked against him for Ted Cruz in 2016 and Ron DeSantis in 2024. So it's nobody's ever probably ran more races against him than I have. But I've watched it with admiration.
Listen, I appreciate you hanging out with me. This has been fascinating. I always love picking your brain on this stuff because I love finding out about it. So thank you.
You know, Eric, it was really exciting. I was telling my wife after you invited me to come here, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I'm going to be on the same stage as Chip Roy and Mike Pence and Kevin Stitt and Ron DeSantis are on. She goes, wow, that's great. You're the only one I've never heard of. So thanks for being the one you've never heard of.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. That was great.
Thank you.
Really good. Yeah. So the end of that discussion is the perfect segue into this discussion. The first statewide Latino elected official in the state of Georgia happens to be the insurance commissioner in the state of Georgia. All right, hey guys. Hello. So thank you all very much for being here, and to round us out today, he has gotten to be a good friend. Deeply admire him, his work in the military, and also as the insurance commissioner in the state of Georgia and our first statewide elected Latino official. He was appointed to the position by Brian Kemp into the insurance commissioner's office, in large part because the insurance commissioner got elected and promptly went off to jail. You needed somebody there to fill the role. So Kemp brought him in from law enforcement, and we've now got him as our insurance commissioner. He just won statewide here in Georgia. He is my friend John King.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. So I do have to start with your wild ride into elected politics. So Georgia has an insurance commissioner that's elected statewide. We go through an election. The insurance commissioner gets elected, promptly gets indicted, has to be removed from his position. We need an insurance commissioner, and the governor turns to you, a police chief.
That is correct. I applied to be the head of the Georgia Army National Guard. And so I applied, being a career military officer. I started as a private in the Georgia Army National Guard and retired as a major general in our Army. And I applied, thank you so much. I applied to be the adjutant general, but my best friend got the job. And so I went home to be back to being the chief of police at Doraville. I started with the Atlanta Police Department with my first job in law enforcement. And then I went back, and the governor called me and says, hey, I want you to be the insurance commissioner. I said, Governor, I don't know anything about insurance. And I think he was ready for that. He said, well, we've had a lot of people that knew a lot about insurance, and it hasn't worked out really well for us. So I've now been your insurance commissioner and revamped that office, and it's one of the best offices in state government. Why? Because I'm not an insurance guy. And we've revamped it. The fact that other people are willing to move, ask for work from one agency to come to work for us for no additional pay is an indicator of the kind of operation that we're running.
So let's talk about it, because you weren't an insurance guy, and we've had now a couple of insurance commissioners who have had all sorts of legal problems on the criminal side of the law, not the civil side of the law. You come in, you clean up the office, and yet you're also now having to deal with things like You were the first person who put it on my radar that we're starting to have businesses in the state of Georgia that are losing insurance because the tort reform hasn't happened and lawsuits have gotten out of control.
Oh, absolutely, Eric. And I think the first thing we have to kind of make clear is that when we use terms like tort, most people have no idea what the word tort means. In Spanish, it means torta, sandwich. And so that tells you how nebulous that is. And so we have to add clarity to this topic is unfair legal practices that are harming every Georgia consumer, every business in this climate. And I've been sitting here, I was here yesterday and today and listening to a lot of the speakers. One of the things that most people don't know is the amount of money coming from China to finance litigation, to stymie it, because the investments of these companies invest in litigation financing, and the rate of return for them is incredibly high. Oh, by the way, they're paralyzing our legal system. And of course, the plaintiff is the last person that gets paid. These investment companies have an interest in increasing the amount of litigation. It's hurting our not only our state, but it's hurting our nation.
Yeah, now, I want to talk to you about your military career, because you're in the National Guard, and what people may not realize, particularly if they're not from Georgia, is that during COVID, you were going all around the country, helping states set up for COVID, helping with the supply chain here in Georgia. You get into this position to be the insurance commissioner, know nothing about it, and then suddenly you're pulled out of that back into the military to help with a national pandemic.
It's fascinating. I am an armor officer. So and so that's my background. But nobody does a better job at scaling up an operation better than the military. And so when COVID happened, the governor asked me to serve as the logistics, lead of that task force. And how do we make sure that we keep our stores, our businesses running in the middle of this pandemic? Well, then the military recalls me back to bring military doctors and nurses and plug them into hospital systems across the nation. Started in New Orleans, went to New Jersey, New York, South Texas, and then to the Navajo Nation, and then ended up in California, making sure that we had resources from the military into the hospitals to be able to ride the wave of the pandemic.
I was fascinated by your almost jack of all trades. You go from police to insurance commissioner, back into the military, and now here you are back as insurance commissioner. And I know tort reform is a big issue that you've been advocating for as a real need in Georgia, but also there's got to be, people think of the insurance commissioner, but it's actually the insurance and fire commissioner.
Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. We regulate all a building like this, all the sprinkler systems, all the plans. We approve plans for every major structure being built in Georgia. We also approve elevators. So if you don't see my name on the elevator, take the stairs. That's my message for all of y'all.
But I mean, it's an unwieldy position. But also you have the direct ability to impede, stymie, or benefit businesses through the regulations of your office. How do you balance the public safety and the public economic factors?
It is not as hard as people would think. A lot of insurance commissioners only 11 insurance commissioners across the nation are elected. The rest of them are appointed by their governors. And many times they take the policy positions of a lot of the governors. I don't see the business industry as my enemy. That's the foundation of this. I have a responsibility for public safety and for the safety of Georgians. This is the same role that I took as a young policeman walking a footbeat in downtown Atlanta. Chief of police at Doraville. This is my primary, is making sure, but we don't sacrifice safety and also throw all these obstacles to business communities that are trying to improve our lives. And so I am elected to be the consumer advocate, but I can't wreck the industry in the process.
Okay, you mentioned the police. That reminds me, did you not tell me when you were a beat officer in Atlanta, you used to have to escort Coretta Scott King?
I did.
Yes.
I did. One of my jobs working what they used to call high crime foot patrol on Auburn Avenue at night. One of my jobs was to walk Coretta Scott King. And if anybody should have had a hard time with a young white cop, although I grew up in Mexico, so I didn't know the background and all the tension, she was very kind to me. She really brought in this idea that it wasn't the chief of police's job, it wasn't the lieutenant, it wasn't the captain's job for the safety of that beat. It was John King. It was my job, and I couldn't delegate that responsibility for the safety of my community on anyone. And that stayed with me, and that's how I see my role today.
Now, I just, as an aside, have to say it's kind of wild to me that of all people, Dr. King's wife needed a police escort at night on Auburn Avenue. It should have been the safest person in the area, and yet that tells you something about the neighborhood you were serving in.
Atlanta can be a rough. There's some parts of Atlanta that kind of be rough, but we had the support of the community. And today, that's the major challenge: is police officers are conflicted. Does this community have my back? And that's what we worked very hard in Doraville to make sure that there was never a doubt in my police officer's mind that when something bad happened, as long as you were applying good tactics, good lawful processes, that the community was going to have your back. The lack of clarity today is making a lot of police officers hesitant to do their job.
Now, I have to ask you a personal question because I have a great connection with my audience, and I can just feel it in people's minds. How is a man named John King Georgia's first Latino official?
Well, it's fascinating. My father's from South Georgia, from Berrien County, Nashville, Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
And down yonder. And he did not want to be a tobacco farmer. He went off to Savannah, Georgia, before World War II started, and joined the Merchant Marine. Sailed all over the world as a Merchant Marine sailor during the war. An incredible hero. I mean, he was sunk 5 times doing the convoys to Europe to support our allies. Came after his career, he decided to retire and went to live in Mexico. Married my mom, and I was born and raised there, and grew up, Catholic, private Catholic school. And at age 17 and a half, decided that it was time for me to learn how to speak English and come to American schools. Of course, of all the places to bringing me to Albany, Georgia, probably was not. And so a lot of people hear the accent and they think he sounds Cajun, or he sounds. And especially you being from Louisiana, you would notice the difference. But it's Spanish and Southern rolled together, and this is a great Georgia, especially the Metro Atlanta area, is a fantastic place where we have. I mean, Doraville, we had 17 languages spoken on our streets. Problems that no other agency could even imagine, but some great opportunities. People come to this country for that opportunity. The fact that I started as a private in the Georgia Army National Guard and retired as a 2-star general, that doesn't happen anywhere. That wouldn't even be possible in Mexico, in the country I was born in. Only in America is that possible. And that's why I'm so in debt to this country for this opportunity. And I've led some of the best young men and women in combat. And I carried our responsibility for the ones that I've lost in combat and for the ones that have been hurt that I brought back. That's why I can never fail them. If you worry, this insurance commissioner is not going to get cross-eyed and end up like the other ones, because I'm unwilling to look at young veterans that I've led in combat and let them down.
So I just, for your next campaign, your signs probably need to say "Hola, y'all" and be the perfect blending.
I will tell you, we hear a lot about Latino voters, and the governor was incredibly helpful. I did all his ads in Spanish on Spanish-speaking radio. We were able to move Latino voters from about 27% on his first election to about 44%. This is an incredible opportunity, and I think but there's some challenges here. The Democrats translate their message into Spanish, and they think that's a Latino engagement. No, that's pandering. You cannot parachute into the Latino community a month prior to an election and says, "Here, vote for us." We don't own this vote. We have a great message: freedom, family, worshiping, God. Those are components that resonate. We don't own that vote, but we have to go earn it. And it can be earned if we engage and spend time and money in that community. And that the margins being so tight in Georgia, we better pay attention to that, or we're going to lose an opportunity.
You know, it's interesting you say that. A friend of mine who's a Democratic pollster, who everybody would know, said that his concern with immigration in this country, he's for it. He supports amnesty, he supports everything the Democrats say. He says, but the problem is, I know the data, that by the third generation, a Hispanic family in this country identifies not as Hispanic, but as American, and because they identify as American, they tend to identify as Republican, and that it's actually a danger for the Democrats long term.
The whole nonsense of being called Latinx, you mentioned it yesterday. Nothing drives me and fellow Latinos crazier than being relegated to an X. That is just insane. But God bless the Democrats to keep on digging that hole. And I encourage them to continue digging that hole. But we have to go and treat, these are Americans, the American values. That's why they come to this country and want to raise families. They've been part of our Georgia landscape since the Olympics. I mean, they helped build Georgia. And we have to be serious about engaging in the core issues. Less government. All those things that resonate to every other red-blooded American resonate in the Latino community. Democrats love to put people in boxes. I mean, I had a national media reporter come to me and challenge me. He said, there's no way you're Mexican. Okay, está bien. Vamos a hablar sobre qué vamos a hablar. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time trying to prove that I can fit in their box. My job is to be part of a very strong team led by Brian Kemp and with some great partners that we're bringing good governance and really fighting against the federal bureaucracy that wants to keep all this power. I mean, we're dealing with health insurance reform. We're pulling out of the Affordable Care Act in Georgia this November. We have a Georgia Access that is getting people insured with private health insurance, with companies competing for that. That is how we get people covered with insurance instead of using Grady Hospital or hospitals' emergency rooms. That's how we bring good value government, governing to our communities, because the federal government is incapable of doing that. And so I hear a lot of the speakers. The states have to take more responsibility and get that control out of Washington, D.C. We have to make sure that we support folks that are willing to enable. You know, if we fail in Georgia, you toss my butt out of office. That is the price for failure. Who has ever been fired in the federal government for failing a major program? There's no accountability. I come from the world of accountability. In the military, if a commander's not effective, you get relieved. Now if you can become vice president candidate if you get out of a deployment, but that's probably a topic for another. That's probably a topic for another day.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering if you wanted to talk about that issue. I asked Captain Brown yesterday if he wanted to comment on it, and I don't pre-screen questions, but I know he's running in a tough race. Do you have somebody? He's like, he served 24 years honorably. He didn't really have a comment on it, but also he did say he was going to go to Iraq, and now I guess overnight we've now discovered there was an interview he did where he said he would be going to Iraq, and then he walked away.
You know, Eric, in the military, after 42 years of service, I have seen a lot of folks that want to come and just check the block. And I don't want to make it a difference between those of us that were deployed to multiple deployments: Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia, Africa. Georgia National Guard kids today are serving in harm's way. And not everybody that served in the past, got an opportunity. And I'm glad they didn't have to. But when you make a deliberate decision to get out of a deployment, somebody else had to take his spot. Somebody that did not have as much time to train his soldiers to keep them alive. I think that is a disservice. And that's my only challenge. And then, of course, trying to cloak, being a military member of the military doesn't give you any magical powers to cloak yourself around the American flag. It just means that I serve. I felt the calling, and I serve with my other duty as a leader is to make sure that I did everything I could to keep my soldiers healthy and alive. He hurt his unit when he bailed out on his unit. Somebody else had to take his spot. Somebody that was not planning on deploying. They had less time to prepare his unit for combat. And I think that's a disservice. And I think he should tell the truth.
You know, so, yes. I want to ask you about your transition into politics related to that from this angle, that you were in the police, you're police chief, you become appointed to a position due to the indictment of someone else, and you're suddenly now in this line of fire with the press where you, by virtue of the letter next to your name, are a bad guy now in a way you weren't in the past when you were just a police officer or a police chief, that you can be vilified by a media just because of the party you're in.
It's fascinating. I mean, if you've been an Atlanta police officer walking a footbeat in the middle of the winter in downtown Atlanta, you get used to being called a lot of names. So I was actually shot on the line of duty here in Atlanta. I'm tougher than that. I'm not going to let that. I have a limited time to get serious things done. I am incredibly glad, proud to serve alongside Governor Kemp. He's given me some tough tasks. I call myself the Swiss Army knife for the Kemp team. We're going after tough tasks, and I'm not going to let that. I have a limited time that I can serve. And I either get things done or I need to be replaced by somebody that's willing to do the task.
So let me go back to the insurance commissioner's job. I know you want to do tort reform. If the legislature comes in January, what issues do you hope that the legislature might take up that could help you?
We are in the process today. This is one of the tasks that I wanted to come and pitch to you and your audience is we have to get busy now. We have to get not legislative affairs, not the lobbyists calling their legislators. You all have to engage and hold people accountable because, I mean, the trial lawyers are formidable. They're incredible. They write lots of checks, and people get very weak-kneed and very weak backs. And they all talk. They will come in during the summer. They will talk, I'm all for tort reform. And then when the time comes, well, and you start seeing the tap dancing. We have to, and the governor's given me a task to develop, to get the data, because if we keep on calling it tort reform, we're gonna miss the boat. We have to create the narrative that tells Georgia consumers that you're paying a hidden tax on every product that you buy, on every service you get. You're paying an additional tax that nobody acknowledges because insurance companies and companies are having to pay more for insurance. And as a result of the current climate in our courtrooms. And so if we don't tell the story effectively, we're not going to be effective in changing this dynamic.
I would really like to see an end to the creep of the Florida trial lawyer billboards making their way up 75 and 95. I'd like to never see a Morgan & Morgan billboard again.
I'm glad you mentioned Mr. Morgan, one of the biggest donors to the DNC.
Yes, yep.
Guess where that money's coming from? And the problem is that we have Georgians think if they get into an accident or they get a claim that they won the lottery. And insurance was never designed to be. It was designed to make you whole and to at least get you back on your feet. It was not a lottery. And what you see on the billboards, they even scratch for the people. They scratch the people now is for the money. And they're creating this environment that you're winning a lottery. And I'm concerned, of course, our Chinese investment companies coming in and pumping money into litigation financing. That is very dangerous for our democracy.
Yeah, you've raised that, and this is a new issue for me, that they're the ones helping
Wall Street
fund this.
Journal has covered it very well on how a lot of the large investment companies, but nobody wants to touch it because they're terrified of the amount of money that they can generate on a campaign.
I'll tell you the story since he's come up. When Neil Bortz was in national syndication, he would talk about trial lawyers and tort reform a lot. And so Mr. Morgan would buy radio ads on those stations and then tell those stations if Bortz talked about him or trial lawyers, they needed to cut to commercial break or he would pull his advertising. And for the longest time, Bortz, particularly on WDBO in Orlando, would go out of his way to go on a tirade about him just so they would have to force to commercial break, just to make the point. But I mean,
that's leadership.
He plays with his money. He plays with his money.
Yeah. He's not shy about it.
No, he's not. And he funds Democrats. And now I see billboards all over the state. And, I'm from Louisiana. If you ever go to Baton Rouge, it's like trial lawyer, trial lawyer,
Oh, yes.
trial lawyer, trial lawyer, billboards everywhere, casino, trial lawyer, casino, trial lawyer. It's remarkable. And having been a trial lawyer, having been a lawyer in that business, I understand sometimes people are in wrecks, there are accidents, they need a lawyer, but it does seem like it is almost an encouragement to play the lottery.
This is going to be one of the hardest tasks I think that Governor Kemp and our team is going to have to tackle this year. And if we don't get it done this year, I think it's going to be tougher and tougher every year as we go down the road. But we have to put it in terms that the average consumer understands what's at stake.
Do you worry about the amount of money that flows in and also the number of members of the legislature on the right who are lawyers that might be against this just because it is their income?
You know, I walked into this job because I wasn't dreaming of being the insurance commissioner 6 years ago. I was very happy being a military officer, helping defend our nation, and being a chief of police. I got asked to do this job because I wanted to serve. And that's why I'm tackling this, because if we don't get it done by people like myself and Governor Kemp, I think it's going to be a really hard, we're going to have to wait a whole different cycle to get it done.
Well, General King, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric.
It's always a pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Big handout to the people that still stay in the audience.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Take care. All right, we're wrapping a few minutes early because I want to be able to accommodate you, and we know we got to start breaking down the room here in a little while. So they're gonna get the room set up. I'm gonna step off the stage for a minute, but I want to close out this first. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. When you get to the end of this after 2 days, I know I'm worn out, and I worry about everybody being in the seat as your ear falling asleep as you've sat in the chair. But thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you've enjoyed this. As I mentioned, we're not gonna not do this again next year, but we're gonna shake it up and do it more around the country and do smaller events where we can come in and you don't have to, if you're not from Georgia, we've seen a lot of people from Georgia, or we've had a number of people here from Oklahoma, so we've had a great discussion with people from Oklahoma, and just wanna be able to engage around the country with a great group of people who wanna come and maybe go to California and talk to the desperate California Republicans. But I want to end on this note. Almost to a person, everyone that's been on stage is still optimistic for the future. There are obviously concerns about the future, but there's also a lot of hope for the future. Yes, we do need to get the election right. Yes, it does matter. But no, if I can encourage you to get out of the fatalism that the country's going to end, it may not be the way you or I want it to be, but the country's not going to end, and we will always perpetually have an opportunity to rebuild the country. Because, again, we're just passing through on our way to something better. We can't be fatalists. We've got to be optimists. And I think optimism wins. There's a reason the Harris campaign has chosen to say their campaign is about joy, because a happy message tends to win. And so they wish to vilify us as the angry people. I do think if Donald Trump were smart, he would say, you're damn right, I'm angry about this. I want to be happy, but look at what is happening to groceries and families and prices and fentanyl and the border. But we can make America great again and pivot in that way, where we will find joy in the morning as opposed to joy on a stage with cackles and the Minnesota governor. We don't need that. But we got to fight. We got to engage. As Kelly Loeffler pointed out this morning, if you're from Georgia, go to Greater Georgia. Learn how to engage. Knock on doors. Explain to your neighbors. But above all else, let me end where I began this morning. Love your neighbor. Even if they disagree with you fundamentally, love your neighbor. You're not going to change the world. When the Jews were forced into exile, Jeremiah sends them the letter from God. And it's a letter from the Lord your God who says, seek the welfare of your community and pray for it, for there you'll find your welfare. Have families, get your children married, build houses, plant gardens. None of you are going to affect Washington, D.C. by being mad. You're going to affect Washington, D.C. by making your local community better. And if all of you go to your local communities, wherever they are, and do it, that's going to improve your state. And then if every state gets improved that way, that'll improve Washington, D.C. Your job is locally in your community, seeking the welfare of your community and loving your neighbor and loving God. And we will get better as a nation. And I hope you'll leave today with that sense of optimism that we will have a better tomorrow if we commit ourselves not to changing Washington, but just change your backyard. That's what you can control. You can't control the bureaucrats in Washington. You can, however, know your local school board member, know your local city council member, know your mayor or your county commissioner, know where their battered women's shelter is, know where the food bank is, know how to help the homeless and those in need in your community. If we get our communities better, we're going to get the nation better. It's going to be better by default because all of our local communities improve. So be plugged in where you are. Pray for the country. Pray for your neighbor. Love your neighbor. And thank you again for coming. We're going to get this line set up, and I'll be down here and look forward to chatting with each of you. Thank you.